Section 1 of The Dial, May 1920. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Dial, May 1920, by Various. Section 1. James Elroy Flecker, An Appreciation and Some Personal Memories, by Douglas Goldring. Of the many young poets who died or were killed during the European War, none perhaps has proved a greater loss to English letters than James Elroy Flecker. By his death in Switzerland of consumption at the age of 30, England was deprived of a poet who loved her passionately, whose work will endure long into the days of peace, whose reputation is likely to go on increasing rather than to wane. At present his poetry is still, I think, not so generally familiar as it deserves to be, though the number of his admirers is steadily growing both in England and in America. Flecker was never the idol of any particular set during his lifetime, and since his death very little has been written about his personality as it appeared to those who knew him, beyond Mr. Squire's valuable introduction to the collected poems. My first clear recollection of James Flecker centers on an evening spent with him in a Bloomsbury lodging-house in the early summer of 1907. He had come down from Oxford that year, and had recently, I think, been schoolmastering in Hampstead. The house, which was in Torrington Square, on the left-hand side as you walked towards the Irvingite church, seemed dark and half deserted on my arrival, and its cavernous hall was illuminated only by one flickering gas jet halfway up the stairs. Flecker's sitting room was at the back, on the second floor, and on the night of my visit it was in an extraordinary state of chaos, reminding one of nothing so much as the inner parlor of a second-hand bookseller's shop. Books and papers lay about everywhere, heaped together in hopeless confusion. A wave of paper-covered books seemed to have broken over the table and spent itself on the floor. More piles of books stood in all the corners and on the chimney-piece. The bookcases overflowed. Pictures were stacked against the skirting board or laid face downwards on the carpet. A typewriter somewhere disentangled itself from amidst piles of manuscript, and jumbled up with French, Spanish, or Italian novels, foreign illustrated papers, and sumptuous editions of the Greek and Latin poets, were liqueur bottles, glasses, copies of Lisette au Beurre, packets of Caporal cigarettes. A withering glare of unshaded incandescent gas poured down on this confusion, in the midst of which, tall and lean, with black hair and heavy eyebrows, stalked the unforgettable figure. The details of what took place that evening remain with peculiar distinctness in my memory, though it was not, of course, my first meeting with Flecker. This must have been in a drawing-room in Chelsea, for I did not know him at Oxford except by repute. His fame at Oxford for the kind of brilliance then in vogue was astonishing. His japes were repeated everywhere, and long before I met him I had heard so much about his genius that I was filled with suspicions, determined at all costs not to be unduly impressed. In those days I had my own gods, and was prepared to find other people's inferior. Any prejudices with which I may have arrived at Flecker's rooms were, however, very soon dispersed. Never shall I forget the way he talked. The window of the room was wide open at the bottom, framing a square of dark blue night, and through it, as an undertone to his conversation, came the faint, thrilling roar of London. He was tremendously excited, in an extraordinary mood of elation. He was excited about his first book of poems, which was shortly to be published by Mr. Elkin Mathews. Excited about his novel, The King of Alsander, of which the opening chapters had just been typed, and, above all, excited, so it seemed, by the sheer joy of being alive. of having the world in front of him. I remember that he read me the two poems Ideal and The Town Without a Market, which I fancy he had just completed, and I can hear him now repeating the lines: when all my gentle friends had gone, I wandered in the night alone. Beneath the green electric glare I saw men pass with hearts of stone, yet still I heard them everywhere, those golden voices of the air: friends, we will go to hell with thee. In his gentle, rather high-pitched, enthusiastic voice, with its latent suggestion of melancholy. And after this he read me the first two chapters of The King of Alsander, and never before, I thought, had work of such epoch-making brilliance been written. Alas, when I read The Poor Old King in his entirety 7 years later, it was a blow to find how time had robbed him of his glamour. Then he talked of his approaching visit to France, with a friend in the Foreign Office. They were off to plunge into some kind of rising among the vignerons of the Bordeaux district, where at that time Catholicism was in conflict with the Republic. Flecker produced the Rigolo, which he was taking with him. Its barrel glinted in the gaslight. Somehow he made the adventure of being young almost unimaginably thrilling. At that time I was an ardent Francophile, and Flecker seemed to have done all the things which I, at 20, was pining to do myself. It appeared that he knew Paris almost as well as London, had been to all the cabarets of Montmartre and the Latin Quarter, was familiar with Steinman's work, not so hackneyed in those far-off days, of which he had many reproductions, and could hum all the songs of Brant, Lucien Boyer, or Marinier. Flecker was essentially of the fine flower of the English public school and university system. He was entirely absorbed in his art and in the loveliness of a world seen through the eyes of a scholar and a poet. Never before or since have I encountered anyone with such a rapturous, with such an intoxicating joy of living. Our talk soon came back to poetry, to his own poems, and as I listened, to be a poet seemed the most wonderful thing in a world full of the maddest, most delicious possibilities. That was one aspect of Flecker. There was another. Behind his delight in life could be detected, even then, an undernote of sadness. When he wrote of himself as the lean and swarthy poet of despair, it was probably a joke. It was still the fashion to be despairing in those days, but like all jokes worth making, there was a flavor of truth in it. It's difficult to avoid the thought that some of the extraordinary rapture with which he looked on the world was due in part to a premonition that he was not long to inhabit it, that his time for enjoyment was too short to allow him a moment to waste. Traces of this undernote are to be found perhaps in the poem called No Coward's Song, and again in the lines called Prayer, which were written, I think, in 1907. Let me not know, except from printed page, the pain of bitter love, of baffled pride, or sickness shadowing with a long presage. Let me not know, since happy some have died, quickly in youth or quietly in age, how faint, how loud the bravest hearts have cried. Flecker and I met very frequently, after the evening in Torrington Square, in the flat of a friend in South London. On these occasions he was nearly always surrounded by people who knew him better than I did, and my impressions are now a little blurred. But I retain a glimpse of him sitting at the piano, dressed up in a Japanese kimono, smiling his pleasant, rather sardonic smile, and thumping out the tune of La Branche des Lilas or Navajo, while the rest of us shouted the choruses. And I remember many amusing contests of wit, in almost all of which Flecker came off best. Not quite in all, however, for I was present at his Waterloo. The cult of the suburban music hall was just beginning in those days in interior circles, and it was a little cockney dancer called Gertie, who, on an historic evening, our hostess, shamelessly abetting her, succeeded in worsting him. Gertie had learnt her back chat in the new cut, or else had taken lessons from a bus conductor. Never before have I listened to such a torrent of droll invective as she poured out on the poet's, for once, defenseless head. Flecker's wit on that occasion was certainly no match for Gertie's humour, though I think this was the only time I ever knew him to be verbally at a disadvantage. The incident which really formed the beginning of my more intimate acquaintance with Flecker is one which reveals him so clearly that I must relate it, though it be at my own expense. When his first volume of poems, The Bridge of Fire, was published, I expected something prodigious, and got Lord Alfred Douglas to let me have it to review for the Academy. Alas, the book did not at all come up to the expectations I had formed, and in my disappointment I felt constrained to administer a sincere, if rather jejune, slating. One took oneself with tremendous solemnity in those days, and all our little circle was scandalized. Every one, indeed, was extremely angry with me, except Flecker. For all I know, he may have been amused and interested to hear one note of criticism, however inept, amid a chorus of equally inept praise. In any case, he contented himself with addressing a rejoinder to the Academy, which was published the week after my notice, a rejoinder of much skill and the most perfect good temper. And when, some time later, I myself commenced author with a pamphlet of youthful verses, he heaped coals of fire on my head by taking the trouble to review it in a Cambridge paper in terms of the greatest generosity. Our connection of author and publisher, which was to last until his death, began in 1910, when I started a monthly magazine of earnest literary aspirations. In the first number of this periodical, Flecker's most intimate Oxford friend had let me print a poem called The Visit, and Flecker himself became a fairly frequent contributor. The poems called In Memoriam, Pillage, and the War Song of the Saracens first appeared in its pages, and one or two others which I think have not been reprinted. About this time I got the firm which owned the magazine to issue a volume of Flecker's verses, to which he gave the title 36 Poems. But the concern having unfortunately more good intent than capital or business management, the volume did not prosper, and on the demise of the magazine, after a year's unavailing struggle for existence, the sheets of Flecker's book were transferred to Messrs. J. M. Dent and Company, Limited. Messrs. Dent reissued the book in 1911 with 6 additional poems, under the more familiar name of 42 Poems. During the next 2 years I heard but little of Flecker. He left England to take up a consular appointment, and was stationed first at Constantinople, then at Smyrna, and finally at Beirut. In 1911 he travelled in Greece, and it was at Athens that he married the Greek lady, Mademoiselle Hele Schiadaresi, who was to prove to him so true a companion and friend, and whose devotion did so much to prolong his life. It was not until early in 1913 that I got into touch with him again. I had at that time become associated with the firm of Max Goshen, which had just started business. This firm, owing to the regretted death of its proprietor, who was killed in France, no longer exists. Flecker wrote to me from Beirut in February 1913, mentioning that he had a new book of verse nearly ready, and lamenting the poor sales of his 42 poems. By this time, and indeed ever since the days of the Academy Review, my belief in Flecker was unshakable, and I knew that sooner or later he was bound to come into his own. I was delighted when he accepted our offer for his new book, which was made before we had seen any of the manuscript, and I wrote to promise that I personally would do all I possibly could to push the sales. It was to this end, with a view of stirring up the pond and goading the reviewers into animation, that I urged him to write the now famous preface, and to make it fiercely controversial. The first of the letters from Flecker which I have been able to find among my papers is dated May 10th, from Beirut. Already his illness was upon him, and there is no doubt that the task of getting the golden journey to Samarcand into its final shape, after very heavy and painstaking alterations, exhausted all his strength. I am very ill again, he writes, and probably shall come to England. Can't work at much, and hardly at this letter. The preface was an awful strain. He did not, of course, return to England, which he was never to see again, but went instead to Switzerland. His next letter, dated June 5th, came from Lichen-sur-Aiguille. Thank the Lord, this place is curing me. The journey nearly killed me. There is nothing terribly wrong, but I shall take a month or two to recover, and always have to live with precaution. Meantime, many thanks for your kind letter. Herewith I have sent the proofs complete. Please look over the revise, or Tauping in its new version will come out in a hash. Left out first page of preface as being rather babyish. You might let me know what you think of the book, and especially of my alterations to Gates, of Damascus and Tauping. I am immensely proud of it. I've turfed out all the rot. It seems to me, and to the few critics who have seen it, to be miles ahead of the 42. If the publisher wants to puff me, he can safely say that the Oriental poems are unique in English. I do wish one could have a few deluxe copies, as they do in France, on fine paper with fine binding. I have, alas, lost a good deal more than £10 in not having time to get all the poems into mags. In particular, Oak and Olive was being kept by the Fortnightly, and they sent it back because they had no time to publish it by June. But never mind, let's out with the book at once. I have some glorious translations from Paul Fort and other modern Frenchmen, but I prefer to keep the Golden Journey original from beginning to end. I heard from him a week later, still from Lichen, a long and very lucid business letter, chiefly about the King of Alsander and the behavior of another publisher who, after accepting the book and getting Flecker to alter it 2 or 3 times, eventually refused to bring it out on the ground that he had lost interest. There can be no point in recalling such a controversy now, and it is only fair to the publisher in question to assume that there were 2 sides to the dispute. Flecker continues thus about the book. The novel, originally a very poor production, is now a very jolly and fantastic work. Whether it will sell or not, I don't believe a publisher in the world could say. It may take, or it mayn't. I'll send it to you if you like. But A. Messrs. Goshen may well fight shy of a book which another publisher has broken his contract to evade publishing. B. It might be better to get compensation before I get another publisher. Yet it might again be better the other way. Messrs. Goshen, needless to say, were quite prepared to publish anything which Flecker chose to send them. I must, however, confess that when the manuscript of The King of Alsander reached me, my heart sank a little, in spite of all the pleasant memories which the opening chapter revived. I did not think that the book had much chance of selling, or indeed that it particularly deserved to sell, and I wrote to Flecker explaining my reasons for this opinion. His reply is dated June 21st. My dear Goldring, thanks so much for writing promptly and at such length. The novel is a most patchy affair. I quite agree with you. I am not a novelist because I don't really think novels worth writing at the bottom of my heart. Yet I did not burn the old King of Alsander. It is, by God, 7 years since I lost the first 3 chapters of it on the way to Paris with and of your acquaintance, because it has, with all its faults, some passages which I think rather jolly, and because, even if a bit laboured in parts, it is such a joyously silly performance. I have written to Goshen's, accepting their offer. A drama is a thing, now, that is worth writing. I have had most encouraging letters about my work in that direction from . But I hope that Granville Barker and no other will take up Hassan, my Oriental play. It may interest you to know that Yasmin is out of my play, was written for it, and also the Golden Journey to Samarkand is nothing but the final scene. I admit a little verse into my play here and there. Read the poem called The Golden Journey and consider the pilgrim with the beautiful voice to be Hassan, the hero of a whole drama, and think what it would sound like actually on the stage, with Granville Barker scenery, moonlight. More alive today. I hope the novel may succeed after all. It is pleasant of you to be so prompt. The misery of literary people. The Spectator and the Nation will return or accept pretty quick. The blank is hopeless, utterly. Blank are, I think, mad. Good God, if one ran the rottenness of little vice consulates in the way the blank is run, there'd be a row in a month. Ever yours thankfully, J. E. Flecker. P.S. 1. Should much like to read your novel. Didn't know you'd written one. 2. What do you think, if by any chance the Golden Journey gets known, of having the Oriental poems, plus Saracens and Ballad of Iskander from 42, illustrated by Syme for a Christmas volume? 3. Shan't anthologize after what you told me. Thanks. I had one more letter from him, from Lichen, dated June 30th, in which the following interesting passage occurs. In Phaeacia, the rottenest poem in the book, should appear in Everyman and Taoping in The Spectator. What? The citadel of respectability stormed. This week, did you see Solomon Eagle's extremely amusing jibe at me in the New Statesman? Who is he? Am getting fatter and stronger. I hope to be in England producing my play this autumn. Why does no one translate great French books like Jules Renard's Lanterne Sword or Claude Barère's marvelous Bataille? The Golden Journey to Samarkand was issued in the early part of July, 1913, and was a success almost from the first. About this time Flecker moved from Lichen to Montana, and the next letter from him I have unearthed came from there, dated August 31st. I have been a most shameful time answering your delightful and enthusiastic letter of congratulation, for which I thank you most heartily. The reviews, especially the Times and the Morning Post, have been good enough for Shakespeare. I do hope they will even be enough to sell a few copies of the book. I should hate Goshen's to be badly had by the transaction. I have been bothered lately trying to find a new place to live in, and only got here after a frightful lot of bother. I am pretty sick of life. I've finished my play, but I don't suppose it will ever be played. This letter also contained one of the few suggestions for books in which he was so fertile. I shall write a book one day, he says, on how to spend money in a jolly way, for men of moderate income, £500 to £1,500 a year. Tell the blanks they ought to travel. The book will sell by the 100,000 million on the railway bookstalls. In another letter he gives us a glimpse of his life at Montana. There is a perpetual sunshine here and a perpetual leisure. Otherwise there's no particular reason for my continued existence. I get neither better nor worse, and wait all day for news of Hassan. From this time onwards, perhaps inspired by the magnificent success of the Golden Journey to Samarkand, he sent me a stream of projects for books, none of which he was destined ever to carry out. The only one which he seems seriously to have started is a translation of Virgil's Aeneid 6, of which he writes as follows. My next book is half written. It is, I'm afraid, rather horrifying. This is the title, an interpretation in blank verse of Virgil Aeneid 6. Based on the poetic value of the sounds, together with a Latin text and 10 prefaces by James Elroy Flecker. 120 pages, wide margins, paper, 3/6, ready in February. Seriously, that is exactly the title I intend to give the book, with which I am well advanced already. The book is simply an attempt to do a translation of Virgil as satisfactory as Fitzgerald's Omar, a translation which will utterly eclipse the very numerous and very feeble attempts hitherto existing. The 10 prefaces will be as combative as Bernard Shaw's and occupy some 40 pages. They will be on the translation of sound, on blank verse, on hell literature, on preceding translations of Virgil, on modern scholarship, on the modern spirit, etc., etc., and should irritate everyone as effectually as my preface to Samarkand. Here is yet another project, contained in an undated letter. I have long had a scheme for bringing out an anthology of French verse, poets of today and yesterday, from after Hugo and Musset, and not including them, to the present day. Each poet would be preceded by a short notice. In the idea of the short notice and in the period traversed, the book would thus resemble Walsh's great 3-volume work, but in no other way. 1. There would be a larger and very different choice of the more important people, and none of the pages a dreary rot by the great unknown. 2. The criticisms at the beginning would be original and not borrowed. 3. The whole book would not be more than 1 volume. And here is a third suggested volume, some materials for which may perhaps have been found among the papers which he left. I have, it is true, a vague scheme for a book. I have quaint ideas on most things, literature, of course, but also current politics, and a million other things. I find that exile makes it useless trying to work those ideas up into articles, and also that if I do turn them into articles, all my dear ideas become heavy and dull. I don't, for instance, a bit want to write a long review on H.G. Wells. But I do want to say, and state my opinion for posterity, that his latest work is pompous drivel, and that Mr. Polly is one of the best things ever written in any language. I might call the book Poet's Porridge, and should write it very quickly. Under headings literature, politics, etc., it would consist of little brief paragraphs of rather pithy comment. You may not know that I am a violent Philhellene. That will come in also. I am writing a magnificent coronation ode for King Constantine. Just mention the idea to Goshen's, will you? Then, if they'd like to see a bit, I'll scrape together a few pages and send them as a specimen. There is something novel about a poet damming round on current events. Only, of course, I ought to be better known than I am to get a hearing. His last letter to me from Montana is undated like the others, but since it appears to have been written after the issue of The King of Alsander, it was probably sent early in 1914. You know my play, Hassan, is going to be played in London this autumn, if all goes well. I've got an excellent collaborator. Goshen's shall print it, but only after it's played, and that's a long way off yet. Otherwise, I try to revise another older play of mine, and when not sufficiently inspired for that, I do the Virgil, which Gilbert Murray has pronounced to be the best translation of him in English. I can't work much, and haven't at present any original ideas in my head. I am only just now managing to get up to lunch after 3 months' illness. Hope to go to Locarno soon. Will send you a dress if I move. As for poems, I've only written 4 since Samarkand, and they be small ones. I owe you many thanks for having introduced me to Goshen's. They are certainly advertising excellently. I shall be not only disappointed but astonished if the King of Alsander don't move. That poetry and drama do irritate me. I don't refer to your excellent review, with its childish anti-God rubbish. We're about 200 years ahead of these asses on the continent, in the middle of a Catholic reaction, and leave that sort of vulgarity to the plebs. And its ridiculous abuse of Tennyson and other Victorians. Do they really imagine blank writes as well as Tennyson or Kipling? It's astonishing. Do write again. Do you ever see blank? If so, remember me fondly. The last 3 of his letters which I have preserved were sent from Davos Platz, and make unutterably sad reading. In the first of them he writes, "I am so damned ill, I am almost in despair," and speaks of his disappointment at having lost the Polignac prize, reporting the fact that Professor Gilbert Murray and Mr. W. B. Yeats voted for him. The second is dated June 1st. My dear Goldring, 1. Do send me any news there is going. 2. No, my dear fellow, don't ask me if I can write a book about Greece. Descriptive tour! I can only preserve the rotten remnants of my life by lying in bed here for years, in the ugliest hole God ever created. 3. But I do intend to publish my great ode to Greece, separately with a 40-page preface of a most violent kind, full of abuse and invective of pro-Turks, pro-Bulgars, the liberal press, with history of the Eastern question. I should much value an assurance the Gaussians would take this. It might create a bit of a stir. 4. I'm still waiting to hear from Oxford about my Virgil, and haven't done a line more to it, or indeed to anything for months. I want to write a play on Judith, and I ought to revise my Don Juan, and I've got to work Hassan with my collaborator. And day after day I do nothing. Ever yours, James Elroy Flecker. I give all my poems to be a healthy navvy. The last letter is dated October 12, 1914. My dear Goldring, I should much like to hear from you. We've got a flat and I amuse myself by lying in bed all day. I can write only a very little in the morning. Have pupped a war poem and some prose. Could we send the dozen of our novels to the Navy? The officers, it seems, have only too much time for reading. Do give me news of you. Why don't you send me your novel? He died on January 3rd, 1915. It was fortunate for Flecker that the kind of poetry which by temperament, by intellectual equipment, and by the circumstances of his birth and upbringing he was most capable of writing seems to have been just the kind which he most wanted to write. In this respect his career, short as it was singularly happy. He followed no literary wild goose chase. He was not apparently dissatisfied with his manner, only with his workmanship, which never satisfied him. At least a part of his genius seems to have lain in a realization of his exact capacities. He seldom gropes after things which are too high for him. I think it can nowhere be said of him that he wrought better than he knew, and to judge from his constant emendations, he seems to have had an almost exaggerated distrust of what Mr. Arthur Symons has somewhere called the plenary inspiration of first thoughts. In some ways he was more typically a French than an English poet, and his description of the Parnassians in the preface to The Golden Journey to Samarkand applies to himself almost exactly. Like them, he loathed romantic egoism, and aimed at a beauty somewhat statuesque. Like them, he had a fine sense of language, using words and epithets with the nicest scholarship and taste. And again, like them, he derived his inspiration from the classics, from history, from mythology, from beautiful names, from places, and indeed from anything rather than from life. It was hardly ever life, either in its ordinariness or in its strangeness, which Flecker succeeded in transmuting into poetry. His work is an escape from life rather than an interpretation of it. And here and there, at his less inspired moments, one feels that it is only its technical brilliance which saves it from having too limiting a flavor of Oxford College. His poetry is usually rather cold, and it cannot be claimed for Flecker that he was remarkable for originality of thought. His emotional range is limited, and his greatest strength lies in his power to create pictures compact, clear in outline, and rich in color, and in the haunting music of which he had the secret. Emma et Camille would not have made a bad alternative title for his collected work, and there are times when he strikes one as being an artificer with imagination, or rather when his art seems to resemble that of the jeweler or worker in precious metals. His poems, although limited in their range and seldom rising to the highest imaginative level, are yet hammered and worked till they attain a hard, indestructible perfection. It is difficult to believe that work of such a kind will be quickly forgotten, for it seems to possess all the qualities which make for permanence. Flecker's poetry depends on nothing transitory for its interest. It contains no message to grow stale, and the extraordinary amount of work put into his verses gives them an impressive solidity. It must always be remembered that of Flecker that in an age of anarchy in verse he took the trouble to become a master of technique. In an age of formlessness he upheld the finest traditions of form. What was beautiful 2,000 years ago is beautiful still, and as Flecker has told us himself, it was with the single object of creating beauty that his poems were written. Who can read them and imagine for a moment that he failed in his object? One cannot think that the glowing visions which his poems bring before the mind will prove any less enchanting to readers in the centuries to come than they are today. One cannot believe that his lines to a poet 1,000 years hence will fail to carry their message through the ages to some craftsman as conscientious as himself. O friend, unseen, unborn, unknown, student of our sweet English tongue, read out my words at night alone. I was a poet, I was young. Since I can never see your face, and never shake you by the hand, I send my soul through time and space to greet you. You will understand. End of section 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Section 2 of The Dial, May 1920. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by McCourt. Section 2. Men and Women by Maxwell Bodenheim. For centuries, men and women have reiterated an offensive and defensive surface, and this reiteration has given variety and a dramatic interest to a monotonous and undramatic sameness. No actual need has ever compelled man to be the hunter and master of woman, or woman to be the ruler of man, but the monotone of their sexual contact demanded an important masquerade, a triumphant hallucination, since each could not be content with his eager, unobstructed taking. Imaginary obstacles were needed to give zest to the process. By determinedly setting aside one woman and throwing the halo of their need around her, men could struggle with other men for her possession and lend drama and interest to their monotonous sexual desires and their duplicate in women. The success of this departure, of course, hinged upon their creating a sincere, workmanlike delusion. The average man used the drama of physical movement to erase the monotone of sexual magnetism and the submissive ardency of sexual contact. This concealing physical drama assumed many forms: the abduction of the woman, the slaying of rivals, if necessary, an alert sword defending the imaginary radiance which gave special value to one woman, the suicide of the man or his murder of the woman, in order to provide the drama with a plausible climax, etc. The average man, lacking a highly developed imagination, needed this physical, concrete turmoil to preserve the sincerity of his dominant delusion. Having given the woman her halo, he could not stand and idly survey it. He lacked that imagination which could have, without assistance, preserved the halo's luster. The exceptional man guarded his goddess in a painting or poem, protected her memory by becoming a brooding hermit, or used his imagination to lend color and an enticing variety to his prolonged pursuit or possession of the woman wearing the halo of his need. When the exceptional man used violence, at rare intervals, it was only to defend that grief which had been expanded, in his imagination, to an overwhelming size. Through centuries of reiteration, this desperate drama saturated man into a posture of well-oiled acceptance. The philosopher, logician, and artist often felt and sometimes expressed the fundamental resemblance between men and women, but these particular men were as much a product of centuries of emotional self-hypnosis as were the men who lacked their accompanying vision. They could not overcome their daily need for sexual variety and imaginative sexual pursuit, and at best they could only attain a complete sexual repression which was, in itself, merely an artificial retreat and not a repudiation. Women were also forced to flee from the monotone of matter-of-fact sexual yielding. By singling out one man and meeting him with an ecstasy of prostration, they made him an all-conquering god, whose luster they indirectly shared. Average women, because of their physical limitations, lacked the ability to imitate the force with which men guarded their delusion, and were compelled to adopt more indirect and insidious methods, such as jealousies, coquetries, retreats, cruelties, and slavish attitudes. These produced an inner turmoil which fanned the ardency of the man's pursuit, and prevented his godship from listlessly and nakedly revealing how much it resembled the plain sexual depths of the woman. If the man did sink to this dully naked acceptance, in spite of the woman's devices, another man was always conveniently at hand to fill the pause in the drama. Average women did not contain an imaginative restlessness which would have forced them to doubt the shining superiority of one idol and seek a fresh image. Their dull eyes found no fault with the figure made by their need, and abandoned it only because of the departure of or indifference of the man himself. But exceptional women were often led from one man to another because of their discontented imaginations. After their imaginations had divested one man of his golden garments, it would have permanently spoiled the pretending drama if the woman had not singled out another man for determined worship and compelled her imagination to reiterate its destructive efforts. In the case of a man and woman who possessed equally fervent imaginations, Greek met Greek, and the delusion of each one was permanently protected and exhilarated. Among exceptional men, where the man's intellectual directness forced him to admit to himself the one-colored resemblance between himself and the woman, if the woman could and did join in his active recognition, their sexual relations resolved into a matter-of-fact indulgence at intervals, or a deliberate plaything. But this recognition was scarcely ever active on both sides, and one person usually submitted to the confident delusion of the other, realizing the futility of his attempt to discover a clear-eyed mate. Now, what is the inference lurking behind this protective, century-long turmoil perpetuated by men and women who felt a need for escaping from their monotonous, unadorned sexual resemblances? This longing for escape could not have been generated and insistently developed if it had not sprung from a fundamental element having no connection with sexual impulse. His sexual desires could never have been gripped by a longing for evasion and ornamentation if they had formed the whole of him. In that case, they would have felt no discontent with their nude reiteration. The questions of hiding and gilding would never have occurred to them, and several incidents in history would never have happened. Man contains another element, Freudian's to the contrary, the fire bringing the mud, which has persistently goaded him into efforts at transcending his flesh and its subtle, diluted branches. This element found itself powerless to slay its enemy. The flesh was equally insistent, and was forced to veil and decorate this enemy into the endurable counterfeit of an unattainable victory. The drama in which man cajoled, threatened, and gilded his sexual impulses occurred because a realization of their monotonous dominance was unpleasant to his taste. Pleasant to the palate of his sex, but unpleasant to his unformed longings for mental and aesthetic variety. Man contains a scarcely touched world which has, for ages, driven his sexual longings into endless evasions, brutalities, and imaginary godships. The psychoanalyst does not recognize this contradictory situation, and has merely reclassified the obstructing physical surface of man's action and motives. He is simply the shrewd forerunner of a wider and more penetrating explanation. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by McCourt. Section 3, Russian Memories, by Louise Bryant. 1. Across my dream, snow falls, and old bells chime. One with a high white hat rides by. My heart sways to the motion of his horse. 2. We have seen life together. We have seen death, and the thread of our love is unbroken. Now the seas lie between us, and more than the seas. 3. Is it spring where you are, darling? Spring with the music of melting snow? Spring on the Russian steppes, and spring in your heart? Last night I heard you, in my dream, whistling a melody from Prince Igor. 4. When I think of seeing you again, it is as if I saw the snow in Moscow for the first time, or heard a skylark singing to the sun. 5. 3 icons and your photograph hang on the wall. You've been there so long, dear, with the same expression on your face, that you've become an icon with the rest. Icon, icon, I can think of only one prayer, one more time before I die. I want to see you. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by McCourt. Section 4, The Door of the Trap, by Sherwood Anderson. Winifred Walker understood some things clearly enough. She understood that when a man is put behind iron bars, he is in prison. Marriage was marriage to her. It was that to her husband, Hugh Walker, too, as he found out. Still, he didn't understand. It might have been better had he understood. Then he might at least have found himself. He didn't. After his marriage, 5 or 6 years passed like shadows of wind-blown trees playing on a wall. He was in a drugged, silent state. In the morning and evening, every day, he saw his wife. Occasionally, something happened within him, and he kissed her. 3 children were born. He taught mathematics in the little college at Union Valley, Illinois, and waited. For what? He began to ask himself that question. It came to him at first faintly like an echo. Then it became an insistent question. I want answering, the question seemed to say. Stop fooling along. Give your attention to me. Hugh walked through the streets of the Illinois town. Well, I'm married. I have children, he muttered. He went home to his own house. He did not have to live within his income from the little college, and so the house was rather large and comfortably furnished. There was a Negro woman who took care of his children, and another who cooked and did housework. One of the women was in the habit of crooning low, soft Negro songs. Sometimes Hugh stopped at the house door and listened. He could see through the glass in the door into the room where his family was gathered. 2 children played with blocks on the floor. His wife sat sewing. The old negress sat in a rocking chair with his youngest child, a baby, in her arms. The whole room seemed under the spell of the crooning voice. Hugh fell under the spell. He waited in silence. The voice carried him far away somewhere, into forests, along the edges of swamps. There was nothing very definite about his thinking. He would have given a good deal to be able to be definite. He went inside the house. Well, here I am, his mind seemed to say. Here I am. This is my house. These are my children. He looked at his wife, Winifred. She had grown a little plump since their marriage. Perhaps it is the mother in her coming out. She has had 3 children, he thought. The croning old negro woman went away, taking the youngest child with her. He and Winifred held a fragmentary conversation. Have you been well today, dear? She asked. Yes, he answered. If the 2 older children were intent on their play, his chain of thought was not broken. His wife never broke it as the children did when they came running to pull and tear at him. Throughout the early evening, after the children went to bed, the surface of the shell of him was not broken at all. A brother college professor and his wife came in, or he and Winifred went to a neighbor's house. There was talk. Even when he and Winifred were alone together in the house, there was talk. The shutters are becoming loose, she said. The house was an old one, and was furnished with green shutters. They were continually coming loose, and at night blew back and forth on their hinges, making a loud banging noise. Hugh made some remark. He said he would see a carpenter about the shutters. Then his mind began playing away out of his wife's presence, out of the house, in another sphere. I am a house, and my shutters are loose, his mind said. He thought of himself as a living thing inside a shell, trying to break out. To avoid distracting conversation, he got a book and pretended to read. When his wife had also begun to read, he watched her closely, intently. Her nose was so and so, and her eyes so and so. She had a little habit with her hands. When she became lost in the pages of the book, the hand crept up to her cheek, touched it, and then was put down again. Her hair was not in very good order. Since her marriage and the coming of the children, she had not taken good care of her body. When she read, her body slumped down in the chair. It became bag-like. She was one whose race had been run. Hugh's mind played all about the figure of his wife, but did not really approach the woman who sat before him. It was so with his children. Sometimes, just for a moment, they were living things to him, things as alive as his own body. Then, for long periods, they seemed to go far away, like the crooning voice of the negress. It was odd that the negress was always real enough. He felt an understanding existed between himself and the negress. She was outside his life. He could look at her as at a tree. Sometimes in the evening, when she had been putting the children to bed in the upper part of the house, and when he sat with a book in his hand, pretending to read, the old black woman came softly through the room, going toward the kitchen. She did not look at Winifred, but at Hugh. He thought there was a strange, soft light in her old eyes. I understand you, my son, her eyes seemed to say. Hugh was determined to get his life cleaned up if he could manage it. All right, then, he said, as though speaking to a third person in the room. He was quite sure there was a third person there, and that the third person was within himself, inside his body. He addressed the third person. Well, there is this woman, this person I married. She has the air of something accomplished, he said, as though speaking aloud. Sometimes it almost seemed to him he had spoken aloud, and he looked quickly and sharply at his wife. She continued reading, lost in her book. That may be it, he went on. She has had these children. They are accomplished facts to her. They came out of her body, not out of mine. Her body has done something. Now it rests. If she is becoming a little bag-like, that's all right. He got up and, making some trivial excuse, got out of the room and out of the house. In his youth and young manhood, the long periods of walking straight ahead through the country that had come upon him like visitations of some recurring disease had helped. Walking solved nothing. It only tired his body, but when his body was tired, he could sleep. After many days of walking and sleeping, something occurred. The reality of life was in some queer way reestablished in his mind. Some little thing happened. A man walking in the road before him threw a stone at a dog that ran barking out of a farmhouse. It was evening, perhaps, and he walked in a country of low hills. Suddenly he came out upon the top of one of the hills. Before him the road dipped down into darkness, but to the west, across fields, there was a farmhouse. The sun had gone down, but a faint glow lit the western horizon. A woman came out of the farmhouse and went toward a barn. He could not see her figure distinctly. She seemed to be carrying something, no doubt a milk pail. She was going to a barn to milk a cow. The man in the road who had thrown the stone at the farm dog had turned and seen Hugh in the road behind him. He was a little ashamed of having been afraid of the dog. For a moment he seemed about to wait and speak to Hugh, and then was overcome with confusion and hurried away. He was a middle-aged man, but quite suddenly and unexpectedly he looked like a boy. As for the farm woman, dimly seen going toward a distant barn, she also stopped and looked toward him. It was impossible she should have seen him. She was dressed in white, and he could see her but dimly against the blackish green of the trees of an orchard behind her. Still she stood looking, and seemed to look directly into his eyes. He had a queer sensation of her having been lifted by an unseen hand and brought to him. It seemed to him he knew all about her life, all about the life of the man who had thrown the stone at the dog. In his youth, when life had stepped out of his grasp, Hugh had walked and walked until several such things had occurred, and then suddenly he was all right again, and could again work and live among men. After his marriage, and after such an evening as the one here described, he started walking rapidly as soon as he left the house. As quickly as possible he got out of town and struck out along a road that led over the rolling prairie. Well, I can't walk for days and days as I did once, he thought. There are certain facts in life, and I must face facts. Winifred, my wife, is a fact, and my children are facts. I must get my fingers on facts. I must live by them and with them. It is the way lives are lived. Hugh got out of town and on to a road that ran between cornfields. He was an athletic-looking man, and wore loose-fitting clothes. He went along distraught and puzzled. In a way he felt like a man capable of taking a man's place in life, and in another way he didn't at all. The country spread out, wide in all directions. It was always night when he walked thus, and he could not see, but the realization of distances was always with him. Everything goes on, but I stand still, he thought. He had been a professor in the little college for 6 years. Young men and women had come into a room, and he had taught them. It was nothing. Words and figures had been played with. An effort had been made to arouse minds. For what? That was the old question, always coming back, always wanting answering as a little animal wants food. Hugh gave up trying to answer. He walked rapidly, trying to grow physically tired. He made his mind attend to little things in the effort to forget distances. One night he got out of the road and walked completely around a cornfield. He counted the stalks in each hill of corn and computed the number of stalks in a whole field. It should yield 1,200 bushels of corn, that field, he said to himself, dumbly, as though it mattered to him. He pulled a little handful of corn silk out of the top of an ear of corn and played with it. He tried to fashion himself a yellow moustache. I'd be quite a fellow with a trim yellow moustache, he thought. One day in his classroom, Hugh suddenly began to look with new interest at his pupils. A young girl attracted his attention. She sat beside the son of a Union Valley merchant, and the young man was writing something on the back of a book. She looked at it, and then turned her head away. The young man waited. It was winter, and the merchant's son had asked the girl to go with him to a skating party. Hugh, however, did not know that. He felt suddenly old. When he asked the girl a question, she was confused. Her voice trembled. When the class was dismissed, an amazing thing happened. He asked the merchant's son to stay for a moment, and when the two were alone together in the room, he grew suddenly and furiously angry. His voice was, however, cold and steady. "Young man," he said, "you do not come into this room to write on the back of a book and waste your time. If I see anything of the kind again, I'll do something you don't expect. I'll throw you out through a window. That's what I'll do." Hugh made a gesture and the young man went away, white and silent. Hugh felt miserable. For several days he thought about the girl, who had quite accidentally attracted his attention. "I'll get acquainted with her. I'll find out about her," he thought. It was not an unusual thing for professors in the college at Union Valley to take students home to their houses. Hugh decided he would take the girl to his home. He thought about it several days, and late one afternoon saw her going down the college hill ahead of him. The girl's name was Mary Cochrane, and she had come to the school but a few months before from a place called Huntersburg, Illinois, no doubt just such another place as Union Valley. He knew nothing of her except that her father was dead, her mother, too, perhaps. He walked rapidly down the hill to overtake her. "Miss Cochrane," he called, and was surprised to find that his voice trembled a little. "What am I so eager about?" he asked himself. A new life began in Hugh Walker's house. It was good for the man to have some one there who did not belong to him, and Winifred Walker and the children accepted the presence of the girl. Winifred urged her to come again. She did come several times a week. To Mary Cochrane it was comforting to be in the presence of a family of children. On winter afternoons she took Hugh's two sons and a sled and went to a small hill near the house. Shouts arose. Mary Cochrane pulled the sled up the hill and the children followed. Then they all came tearing down together. The girl, developing rapidly into womanhood, looked upon Hugh Walker as something that stood completely outside her own life. She and the man who had become suddenly and intensely interested in her had little to say to each other, and Winifred Walker seemed to have accepted her without question as an addition to the household. Often in the afternoon, when the two Negro women were busy, she went away, leaving the two older children in Mary's charge. That was in the late afternoon, and perhaps Hugh had walked home with Mary from the college. In the spring he worked in the neglected garden. It had been plowed and planted, but he took a hoe and rake and puttered about. The children played about the house with the college girl. Hugh did not look at them, but at her. "She is one of the world of people with whom I live and with whom I am supposed to work here," he thought. "Unlike Winifred and these children, she does not belong to me. I could go to her now, touch her fingers, look at her, and then go away and never see her again." That thought was a comfort to the distraught man. In the evening, when he went out to walk, the sense of distance that lay all about him did not tempt him to walk and walk, going half insanely forward for hours, trying to break through an intangible wall. He thought about Mary Cochrane. She was a girl from a country town. She must be like millions of American girls. He wondered what went on in her mind as she sat in his classroom, as she walked beside him along the streets of Union Valley, as she played with the children in the yard beside his house. In the winter, when in the growing darkness of a late afternoon, Mary and the children built a snowman in the yard, he went upstairs and stood in the darkness to look out a window. The tall, straight figure of the girl, dimly seen, moved quickly about. Well, nothing has happened to her. She may be anything or nothing. Her figure is like a young tree that has not borne fruit, he thought. He went away to his own room and sat for a long time in the darkness. That night, when he left the house for his evening's walk, he did not stay long but hurried home and went to his own room. He locked the door. Unconsciously he did not want Winifred to come to the door and disturb his thoughts. Sometimes she did that. All the time she read novels. She read the novels of Robert Louis Stevenson. When she had read them all, she began again. Sometimes she came upstairs and stood talking by his door. She told some tale, repeated some wise saying that had fallen unexpectedly from the lips of the children. Occasionally she came into the room and turned out the light. There was a couch by a window. She went to sit on the edge of the couch. Something happened. It was as it had been before their marriage. New life came into her figure. He also went to sit on the couch, and she put up her hand and touched his face. Hugh did not want that to happen now. He stood within the room for a moment, and then unlocked the door and went to the head of the stairs. "Be quiet when you come up, Winifred. I have a headache, and am going to try to sleep," he lied. When he had got back in his own room and locked the door again, he felt safe. He did not undress, but threw himself on the couch and turned out the light. He thought about Mary Cochrane, the schoolgirl, but was sure he thought about her in a quite impersonal way. She was like the woman going to milk cows he had seen across hills when he was a young fellow and walked far and wide over the country to cure the restlessness in himself. In his life she was like the man who threw the stone at the dog. Well, she is unformed. She is like a young tree, he told himself again. People are like that. They just grow up suddenly out of childhood. It will happen to my own children. My little Winifred that cannot yet say any words will suddenly be like this girl. I have not selected her to think about for any particular reason. For some reason I have drawn away from life, and she has brought me back. It might have happened when I saw a child playing in the street or an old man going up a stairway into a house. She does not belong to me. She will go away out of my sight. Winifred and the children will stay on and on here, and I will stay on and on. We are imprisoned by the fact that we belong to each other. She is free, or at least she is free as far as this prison is concerned. No doubt she will after a while make a prison of her own and live in it, but I will have nothing to do with the matter. By the time Mary Cochrane was in her third year in the college at Union Valley, she had become a kind of fixture in the Walker household. Still she did not know Hugh. She knew the children better than he did, perhaps better than their mother. In the fall she and the two boys went to the woods to gather nuts. In the winter they went skating on a little pond near the house. Winifred accepted her as she accepted everything. The service of the two negroes, the coming of the children, the habitual silence of her husband. And then, quite suddenly and unexpectedly, Hugh's silence, that had lasted all through his married life, was broken up. He walked homeward with a German who had the chair of modern languages in the school and got into a violent quarrel. He stopped to speak to men on the street. When he went to putter about in the garden, he whistled and sang. One afternoon in the fall, he came home and found the whole family assembled in the living room of the house. The children were playing on the floor, and the negress sat in the chair by the window with his youngest child in her arms, crooning one of the negro songs. Mary Cochrane was there. She sat reading a book. Hugh walked directly toward her and looked over her shoulder. At that moment Winifred came into the room. He reached forward and snatched the book out of the girl's hands. She looked up, startled. With an oath, he threw it into the fire that burned in an open grate at the side of the room. A flood of words ran from him. He cursed books and people and schools. "Damn it all," he said, "what makes you want to read about life? What makes people want to think about life? Why don't they live? Why don't they leave books and thoughts and schools alone?" He turned to look at his wife, who had grown pale, and stared at him with a queer, fixed, uncertain stare. The old negro woman got up and went quickly away. The two older children began to cry. Hugh was miserable. He looked at the startled girl in the chair, who also had tears in her eyes, and at his wife. His fingers pulled nervously at his own coat. To the two women he looked like a boy who had been caught stealing food in a pantry. "I am having one of my silly, irritable spells," he said, looking at his wife, but in reality addressing the girl. "You see, I am more serious than I pretend to be. I was not irritated by your book, but by something else. I see so much that can be done in life, and I do so little." He went upstairs to his own room, wondering why he had lied to the two women, why he continually lied to himself. Did he lie to himself? He tried to answer the question, but couldn't. He was like one who walks in the darkness of the hallway of a house and comes to a blank wall. The old desire to run away from life, to wear himself out physically, came back upon him like a madness. For a long time he stood in the darkness inside his own room. The children stopped crying, and the house became quiet again. He could hear his wife's voice speaking softly, and presently the back door of the house banged, and he knew the schoolgirl had gone away. Life in the house began again. Nothing happened. Hugh ate his dinner in silence and went for a long walk. For 2 weeks Mary Cochrane did not come to his house, and then one day he saw her on the college grounds. She was no longer one of his pupils. "Please do not desert us because of my rudeness," he said. The girl blushed and said nothing. When he got home that evening, she was in the yard beside the house, playing with the children. He went at once to his own room. A hard smile came and went on his face. "She isn't like a young tree any more. She is almost like Winifred. She is almost like a person who belongs here, who belongs to me and my life," he thought. Mary Cochrane's visits to the Walker household came to an end very abruptly. One evening when Hugh was in his room, she came up the stairway with the two boys. She had dined with the family and was putting the two boys into their beds. It was a privilege, she claimed, when she dined with the Walkers. Hugh had hurried upstairs immediately after dining. He knew where his wife was. She was downstairs, sitting under a lamp, reading one of the books of Robert Louis Stevenson. For a long time Hugh could hear the voices of his children on the floor above. Then the thing happened. Mary Cochrane came down the stairway that led past the door of his room. She stopped, turned back, and climbed the stairs again to the room above. Hugh arose and stepped into the hallway. The schoolgirl had returned to the children's room because she had been suddenly overtaken with a hunger to kiss Hugh's oldest boy, now a lad of 9. She crept into the room and stood for a long time looking at the two boys, who, unaware of her presence, had gone to sleep. Then she stole forward and kissed the boy lightly. When she went out of the room, Hugh stood in the darkness, waiting for her. He took hold of her hand and led her down the stairs to his own room. She was terribly afraid, and her fright, in an odd way, pleased him. "Well," he whispered, "you can't understand now what is going to happen here, but some day you will. I'm going to kiss you, and then I am going to ask you to go out of this house and never come back." He held the girl against his body and kissed her upon the cheeks and lips. When he led her to the door, she was so weak with fright and with new, strange, trembling desires that she could with difficulty make her way down the stairs and into his wife's presence. She will lie now, he thought, and heard her voice coming up the stairs like an echo to his thoughts. "I have a terrible headache. I must hurry home," he heard her voice saying. The voice was dull and heavy. It was not the voice of a young girl. She is no longer like a young tree, he thought. He was glad and proud of what he had done. When he heard the door at the back of the house close softly, his heart jumped. A strange, quivering light came into his eyes. She will be imprisoned, but I will have nothing to do with it. She will never belong to me. My hands will never build a prison for her, he thought, with a grim pleasure. End of Section 4. Section 5 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Section 5. 5 Poems, by E. Cummings. 1. Into the strenuous briefness, life, hand-organs, and April darkness, friends, I charge laughing into the hair-thin tints of yellow dawn, into the women-colored twilight. I smilingly glide, I into the big vermilion departure, swim, sayingly. Do you think? The I do world is probably made of roses and hello, of so longs and ashes. 2. Oh, sweet, spontaneous earth, how often have the doting fingers of prurient philosophies pinched and poked thee? Has the naughty thumb of science prodded thy beauty? How often have religions taken thee upon their scraggy knees, squeezing and buffeting thee that thou mightest conceive gods? But true, to the incomparable couch of death thy rhythmic lover thou answerest, then only with spring. 3. But the other day I was passing a certain gate. Rain fell, as it will in spring, ropes of silver gliding from sunny thunder into freshness, as if God's flowers were pulling upon bells of gold. I looked up, and thought to myself, Death, and will you, with elaborate fingers, possibly touch the pink hollyhock existence whose pansy eyes look from morning till night into the street, unchangingly, the always old lady sitting in her gentle window like a reminiscence partaken softly, at whose gate smile always the chosen flowers of reminding. 4. In just spring, when the world is mud-luscious, the little lame balloon man whistles far and wee, and Eddie and Bill come running from marvels and piracies, and it's spring, when the world is puddle wonderful. The queer old balloon man whistles far and wee, and Betty and Isabel come dancing from hopscotch and jump rope, and it's spring, and the goat-footed balloon man whistles far and wee. 5. Spring, omnipotent goddess, thou dost stuff parks with overgrown pimply chevaliers and gum-chewing giggly damoiselles. Thou dost persuade to serenade his lady the musical tomcat. Thou dost inveigle into crossing sidewalks the unwary June-bug and the frivolous angleworm. Thou dost hang canary birds in parlor windows. Spring, slattern of seasons, you have soggy legs and a muddy petticoat. Drowsy is your hair, your eyes are sticky with dream, and you have a sloppy body from being brought to bed of crocuses when you sing in your whiskey voice. The grass rises on the head of the earth, and all the trees are put on edge. Spring, of the excellent jostle of thy hips, and the superior slobber of your breasts. I am so very fond that my soul inside of me hollers, for thou comest. And your hands are the snow, and thy fingers are the rain, and your feet, oh, your feet, freakish, feet, incorrigible, ragging the world. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Section 6. The Sour Commentary of Rideo Genovese, by B.J. Stolper. Upon the 6th day there was a difference made between heaven and earth, that there might lie no envy as of one toward the other. Therefore there was taken earth from the earth, and a soul from among the angels of heaven, and of the two a man was shaped. Now the beasts that roamed to and fro, lions and leopards, tigers, apes, and divers others, eyed the man how he stood erect and alone. He seemed perfect, complete. there was none like him. So they made to worship him as a god. Thereupon woman was created, and their regard fell away from him, for they saw he varied no whit from the beasts of the field. For in the beginning beast, bird, and reptile, as well as the great monsters that plough the deep seas, had each his mate. But for man there was not found a helpmeet for him, as who should say, he could nowhere behold a female of any species worthy to be a wife unto him. But when he impended to become a god, then this thing was thrust on him, that should yet detract from him. First he was cast into profound sleep. Then, as he lay lax and helpless, came one and took a rib from his body, and made therefrom a wife unto him. Therefore he was made to sleep, that he might not grow nauseate of her, his wife, that she was issue of his very body. Since whenso a man is impious, he getteth a wife that shall be loving and helpful unto him. Whenso, however, he is virtuous and worthy, one sendeth him a wife, which is as his body is. She maketh him to lose both this world and any world that is to come. She is worse, verily, than bitter death itself. A wife beneath her husband, from his native humour, always, as is to be read in the legend of the devotee. He, it is related, had to wife one that was a woman most pious. None the less, they had no children, and he put her from him with divorce. Presently she took to husband a great rogue, and made a saint of him. He, per contra, took to wife a shrew, who wrought an arrant rascal of him that had erst been but an unwarned dolt. As to wherefore the rib, Astyanax of Olbia saith on behalf of Euphor. The Creator pondered and pored upon the human limbs, musing which should become the source of woman. I will not create her, he debated, from the head of Adam Primus, for that she would be haughty, she would toss and bridle her head. If I create her of the eye, she will desire, inquisitive, to stare on all things curiously. Of the ear, she will lust after all manner of rumour. Of the mouth, she will chatter without stint. Of the heart, she will gnaw with envy of all folk. Of the hand, she will thrust forth to reel with fingertips, testing and snatching. Of the feet, she will wax a gadabout. Therefore, I will create her of a member which is hidden, that is to say, a rib, which is not to be seen when the very person is naked. But all that availed me nothing. I did not create her of the head, yet she bridles and tosses the head, as it is written. They minced with necks outthrust. I did not create her of the eye, yet she peeps, inquisitive at everything. As is written, their bright eyes stare and ogle always. I did not create her of the ear, yet she eavesdrops continually. I did not create her of the heart, yet she gnaws with envy of any folk. I did not create her of the hand, yet she delights to accept anything. I did not create her of the feet, yet she gads about, restless, nor does weariness weigh her down. Astyanax of Olbia inquireth further, why doth the child, when it is brought to world of its mother, conduct in the following? The male child lieth face downward, but the female face upward. Rideo Genovese answered, man was shaped of the dust, and humbly turns his face therein. But woman was shaped of man, since when she rears her crest, proudly for cause. And again, Astyanax of Olbia asketh, why must a woman prink out her body with perfumes and fine garments more than a man? Rideo answered, man was shaped of earth, which is clean beyond corruption, but woman was shaped of the bone of a rib, and any flesh soever, neither spiced nor brined, falleth into taint. Therefore women the rather turn to unguents, soaps, and linens. Therefore also Women's voices echo and sound, for their source is a hollow bone, which, being beaten one on the other, give forth a great noise, pleasant though empty. But beat earth upon earth, clod upon clod, and no noise, or but dull, will result. For earth hath weightier functions than mere entertainment. Therefore, also, a woman angered is hardlier appeased, for woman was shaped of a bone. Pour oil or cooling water upon bone, and it will no way dissolve, but do the like upon earth, and it will soften and dissipate. How runs the text? Compassionate as a father to his children. Which seeks in marriage? The man seeks in marriage, for the woman is but the rib of the man, and having lost, he must ever hunt till he replaces and completes what is missing in him. But when death touches the curtains of any house, the women are first who come to wail and lament, and not the men. For indeed, woman first brought death into the world. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Dial, May 1920. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Section 7. The Lichen, by Edna Wahlert McCourt. 1. We must get to church early, Mrs. Murjanic said. I want to talk to the Sunday school teacher about Esther's dress for the June theatricals. Besides, they say the new minister gets angry if people straggle in. I'll hitch the horses. Esther's mother, imparting loving advice about the coming festival, in which the child was to take conspicuous part, dressed her. Theirs was conversation as between familiars. Esther even led, yet she had never been master in the sense that she wished any vagary or will of her own, obeyed or followed. Hers was the leadership of the man as a couple dances, no matter in what concord. She resembled the lichen, which is never an individual, but a firm of two living together so intimately as to appear a single plant. The subtle predominance that always characterizes one of a team of horses, even though he has never pulled alone, was hers. Without compliment, she was not herself. She and her mother were intimate and together, but the attitude of each towards that intimacy was different as themselves. The mother adored, had faith, accompanied. The child was accompanied, and therefore at peace. Yet if Esther had been asked, if she had been asked casually, what was her greatest need, she would have answered without a catch of hesitation, play-acting. But she was not asked casually that Sunday morning. Years later, when the stay visited her, she knew there had been nothing casual about it as well. It had not felt like Sunday. The basswood trees that towered twice as high as the farmhouse had not held their branches with easy Sunday listlessness. The shiftless white road that crawled along the hills had possessed dignity, bumping the spring wagon far less than usual. The crude steeple of the white box, which was the county church, had pointed its finger momentously. Mrs. Murjanic talked with the Sunday school teacher about her daughter's curls, how the silver stars were to be sewn around the hem of the garment, where the gold one was to be on her forehead. Esther listened, chained, and then dreamed of herself, who was Titania. Until she noticed the new minister. She was consciously surprised that she noticed him. Ministers had been ministers before. Their voices and dresses and expressions were beyond differentiation. She had thought she knew all that was to be known about ministers. There was something about this minister which was new. He was tall, but thick, like one who can lift a weight. His forehead was large and his thin hair curled. His skin was dusky, as though it had opposed strong winds, and his lips were full as sacks overfilled with their stuff. His large nostrils distended as he preached with a sort of sniffling restlessness, as though he needed to but dared not waste energies in using a handkerchief. He did not read a droning sermon. He talked thunder. And he is talking to me! Esther was panic-stricken. The voice filled the building as a storm fills a tree. It hit the girl's ears as though boxing them, and she quivered from the shock, the vibration of her body sensitized to the man's will. He despised her. That was simple and plain. He called the heart she brought to church despicable. He knew she came only because of the theatricals. He spat out the word. He knew she cared only for them, that they, not God, trumpeted. He knew she never thought of God, that she prayed only with her lips. For all you profess, he bellowed, for all that you swagger here to his house, I tell you, you are a liar at heart. You have never spoken with God. You have never told him the truth. I tell you, you have never prayed. What are a man's lips? Shadow of the substance, and you have prayed only with shadows. You have never prayed with your heart. He flung a finger at Esther. It was large and hairy. Its nail was broken. Its tip was black. But now you are going to pray. Search your soul with a flaming taper and speak with God. Tell him the truth. I charge you, pray. The roar subsided to the stentorian stillness called silent prayer. Esther's hands folded. Then they shivered, as she did, and flung apart. Not even the conventional pose dared she assume under this man. Her fingers found the back of the pew before her, clutched. Her eyes caught the altar. Women had brought red rambler roses. Red rambler roses! The child's being soared. God, she said, I want to be a great actress. More than anything else in the world, I want to be a great actress. I will starve or steal to be a great actress. I don't want anything else. I'm sorry I've so often said, give us this day our daily bread, and if I should die before I wake, I pray you, my soul, to take. I won't ask you any more things like that. I honestly don't want anything but to be a great actress. I'll never lie to you again. Her prayer became pictures. She saw her father's father. He had been a strolling player in Bohemia. His gay sash and turban were in the attic now, and his tambourine. He had become acclimated to the American plow and overalls, but Esther could not visualize him as a farmer, just as she could not picture her father as anything else. They had buried him, but for all her fickle 10 years, he persisted alive and real, an actor. So did the fairy tales he told her live, and the strange lines of fire he had dramatically orated in a flaming tongue she did not understand. And he had encouraged her play-acting. She saw him persuading her, to his audience, into heroines of nursery rhymes, into the proud princesses of legends. She saw him teaching her serious pieces, too, couched in splendid, accurate words of sorrow and love and death. She had lingered over long with the sad ones, for the sadder the pieces were, the more the heroines seemed herself, and now she saw the old grandfather clutch his gnarled stick with his gnarled hands, beat time with his square lumbering boot, and cry with vibrant, toothless gums, "Enough of that now, Liebchen. Enough of tears. Dance, Liebchen. Oh, why do you hesitate? Why do your eyes look uncertain? Dance. Alone, of course. Why can't you dance alone, Liebchen?" She saw his watery eyes, dazzling like the prong of a pitchfork in the sun, but she never had discovered the joy of dancing alone. The red rambler roses the women had brought wiped the picture. They were now on the new minister's altar and demanded words. More than anything else, I want to be a great actress. But then the flowers stirred. So did Esther's gray-green eyes. They found a stern finger crowned with black piercing her. She screamed, almost aloud. The whole church had suddenly become stentorian with, "Why can't you dance alone, Liebchen?" she cried. "It's a lie! What I've been praying! Wait a minute, God!" "Search your soul with a flaming taper," he had said. And then the truth rose out of her like wild birds from a marsh. It darkened her dream of becoming an actress exactly as a flock does the sky. And the truth became her new prayer. A prayer of pictures, too. Pictures. Of her mother telling how, when she was the smallest of babies, she had screamed and sobbed if left alone in a room. Of herself, barely able to toddle, yet crawling about after her mother or father or grandfather or the hired girl, after anybody, so as not to be alone. Of her play-acting with her grandfather, now with her mother. She remembered she could not sleep in a room alone. That word, alone, was a vulture picking her corpse clean. Speech came. "More than anything else in the world, I want someone to be with me. I don't ever want to be left alone. God, I want someone to be with me always. Amen." The man they said was a minister uttered the last word. 2. When she was 17, her mother died, and within a year Esther eloped with an actor. The Baldier, he called himself, which was like him. There had been a wall between her and her father, though after his wife died he began to feel it his duty to notice his daughter. He did so silently, or carping. When she kissed him tragically, she meant it, even though she was acting. He grunted, "Actress." His eyes were plainly ashamed of the dresses she contrived, because they were soft enough to float or cling to her thin limbs, and because their colors every other farmer's daughter shunned. He thought her a fool for wearing one earring. Why could he not understand that 2 earrings made her long white face look too long, that one ovaled it? When he scolded that she was too young for pearls, she knew he could never be dear to her. No one could be precious who did not realize, too, that they made her red lips redder and emphasized the gray-green of her lichen-colored eyes. She needed pearls. The people of the stodgy Middle West village were not her people. She could not keep step with them. She glided. They thumped. The older folks were her father's echo. Girls stopped whispering when she joined them. Boys looked at her as a cat watches a bird. She burned incense in her room. All the farmhouses smelled of bread baking. Of course, when plays were given, whoever was manager fawned, but since her mother's death no person in all the county had acted with Esther. So her dearly beloved plays spread no joy. Besides, the villagers kept producing inane light comedies, silly, kittenish, moral things she had outgrown at 12. She went the Baldier for escape, but being a poor actor on the stage, he was an excellent one off it. And he indulged in moods, extravagances, fine words and attentions that fed Esther's yearning of the theatrical. His manager gave the girl one look and made her member of his troupe. He saw possibilities in that single earring. Esther stared at this man. Something about him drew and held her. She wondered what was in his eyes other than the instant comprehension of her as an actress. Not the infatuation scrawled in the Baldier's lit them, nor the country boy's expression of a cat watching a bird. But then she had it. His was the look of a dog watching a bird. The company was kind to her. And now that her husband was always with her, she was happy to be with real actors and actresses. She slaved over the minor parts assigned her at every most insignificant pose. The troupe traveled constantly. She was seeing the world. One morning she dreamed of her good fortune above a soiled tablecloth in a small hotel's dining room. The manager came beside her. Her sight returned and she realized she had been alone. At one window, the Baldier stood with his leading lady, a full-blown pink peony whose lashes curled. Esther's were straight and long, like an animal's, like a fawn's, the Baldier had said. The other members of the company were grouped companionably about another window. Costello asked, "Why alone, Mrs. Tibby? Do you like to be?" like to be alone? I can't bear to be alone." The confidence pleased him smugly. His hand, patting the ashes from his cigar to the muddied dregs of her coffee cup, touched and quieted her thin fingers. "You won't ever have to be alone, Esther, if you don't want to be. I could have assured you that the first time I saw you." She chose to misinterpret. "I had only been married a day then." He did not pretend to be fooled. "You can depend upon me," he said steadily. Her lichen-colored, gray-green eyes flinched. She didn't want to depend on Costello. She wanted to depend on Tippy. She loved Tippy. He had sworn he loved her, too. Not now so much as formerly, but he had sworn it. Besides, they were married. That meant he would never leave her alone. She didn't want to depend on Costello. He had been a darling to take her on and promise her real parts, but it was Tippy she wanted with her. He was so suave, so the hero of her dreams. She kept her voice calm. "You're awfully good to me, but I hope I won't have to bother you much." But there was uncertainty in her tone, and so Costello looked as if he had found a lost key. He was square, and his fingernails were. So were his palms and his chin. She glanced toward her husband. Long, vivid, the popular conception of a matinee idol to his teeth. And Costello caught the comparison. "Tibby is a handsome dog, and I don't blame you for being crazy about him. He's kind, too, after his fashion, and generous." Esther's disturbed eyes turned happy. "But buxom, pink-cheeked Englishwomen seem to be his type." Then he added so as not to antagonize her, "That's probably why he fell for you so hard." She clutched at the inconsistency with gratitude. Tibby had told her just that. "Your frail white triangle face is a kiss on both my eyes. You're a little star among clouds." He had fingered her. "Your beautiful, wonderful bones, child. Why have I run after plump women?" But that had been months before. "You can depend on me, if I say so, Esther," Costello repeated. She did not answer. He tipped comfortably in his uncomfortable dining-room chair. "Once," he announced, "there was a woman who meant everything. She said. Of course she was accused of having no imagination, but that has nothing to do with the story. If she had made a bargain with Satan, she would have stuck to it, though the good Lord himself stretched her a hand. When she reached the proper age, her teeth went back on her, and she decided to get a set of false ones. She went to a dentist and said, 'I want a set of new teeth, doctor, but I won't take them until I pay for them.' When he finished making the plates, he naturally told her to wear them, but she would not because they weren't paid for. 'I said I wouldn't take them until they were paid for, and I won't,' she declared. She was a poor old lady, but kept on bringing in money for those teeth in very small amounts. The dentist kept urging her to wear her plates, assuring her they were perfectly useless to him, but she would only shake her Scotch head and say, 'Not until I've paid for them.' By the time she had 6 or 8 months after they were made, they didn't fit her any more. The shape of her mouth had changed. 'I'll make you a new set,' the dentist sighed, 'but for pity's sake, don't try to pay for it before you take it.' 'I most certainly shall,' she insisted, 'and I won't wear it until I do.' Once more she proceeded to bring in her straggling pennies, but by the time she had the second set paid for, her gums had again sagged, and the procedure began all over again. The old lady died before she got any false teeth, but she hadn't gone back on her word." Esther smiled now, but her smile was of hope and not amusement. Yes, Costello's eyes were like a dog's. "That old lady was my grandmother," he concluded. "We're supposed to be as like as 2 beer bottles." 3. When the Baudier deserted her, Esther's theatrical friends did, except James Costello. All through the girl's first astonished grief he sat with her as a mother with a sick child, sympathizing or denouncing according to her mood. He barely left her before her pangs of actual and anticipated loneliness ceased. When she woke weeping in the night, his sure, square fingers quieted hers. Sometimes he fed her with a spoon. Then, with acceptance of the inevitable, she descended into a lethargy of despair. She did nothing. She wanted to do nothing. She was afraid of life. She could not live alone. Costello assured her he would never leave her, and paid all her bills. But he did not play a single tune. He had knowledge of her character which was real. He knew the door of her true being was to be opened with a double key. He knew that through her art also he must arouse and win her. He wooed her with delicate flattery, subtle encouragement. He painted pictures of herself on a throne and the world at Salome. "You have a wonderful future before you, dear," he reiterated constantly. "You're going to become a great actress. You must live for that. You can't afford to waste more months of energy because Tibby is gone. You honestly aren't going to be alone. Haven't I promised you? You must throw off this lethargy. You must make up your mind to be a great actress. You must get to work. I am going to help you make a name for yourself." He composed endless variations of this theme, and after a while she began to pat his arm. He accepted a position as assistant to a third-rate New York manager. "I'll be able to keep in touch with the big guns if I'm there. I'll find something worthwhile for you. All you've got to do is to improve your technique. You've got it in you to put it over. There isn't any doubt about it. And when the big chance comes, I'll be your manager." So finally, he got her back on the road. "But remember," he said at parting, "whatever happens, you can depend on me. If you need me or want me, I can come to you, even if you're stranded in Frisco. Money goes over the wire as easy as words. So don't worry, and I'll keep writing." 10 years passed before Esther's chance came. Those years held her work and a faithful companion. Insofar, she was content. She toured until she believed she knew every landmark of every transcontinental line. She played in vaudeville and melodrama and stock. She was everything from juvenile to lead, even ingenue and withered old woman. She acted before burlesque audiences, before the foolish, kindly folk that demanded melodrama, before vaudeville houses from the rank to the tolerable. Her stock experience was usually with fair companies, before stodgy crowds. Sometimes her salary defrayed her expenses. When it did not, James did. Yet though she loved her work and had this man with her, she sought friends. At least she sincerely believed it was friendship she was seeking, although she was aloof, undemocratic, even unsociable in every human relationship. Not that Costello had failed her. He satisfied the primary need of her nature, but her nature was not simple, and so there were other needs. "He is a dear. If it weren't for him I couldn't bear to live," she said countless times, the while her eyes searched for what she called friendship. She turned first to men, and she did meet some few who felt genuine friendship for her, but her demands upon them were unreasonably excessive and frightened them off. She yielded them no solitude. She asked for her own friendship and charm the constancy they could not pay. All others sooner or later came to look at her as the cat watches the bird, which chilled. She consciously announced she did not want love. She was incapable just then of passion. She had had her little idol. Her art indulged her emotional nature. What should she want of love? Then she tried women. She experienced the satisfaction of rooming with them. She liked to hear breathing in the night. She liked to discuss in minute detail the fine shadings of dress and hair and lip rouge. She liked someone to experiment with her in new styles. She liked someone there to bring hot water bottles or headache powder to her. Yet each woman left Esther in what seemed a desert, and for some man. James always found her then, and led her to an oasis. They spent their vacations together. His attentions had ceased being subtle, but she did not mind. He was with her and she was grateful. She was even proud of inspiring so faithful a passion. Very earnestly she tried to return it. If I could wake up some morning and discover I loved him, she often thought, I would be the happiest woman in the world. I try to, and he isn't unhappy. I even think he's satisfied. He doesn't really know I don't love him, and he does know he's all I've got, but I can't love him, it seems. And then she met the man she could. He was the great metropolitan producer, Hamel. James had worked like an ant to introduce Esther to him, for he was certain she had passed through school and graduated equipped to rank with the first of her profession. He knew she was worthy of being put on by a big manager, but he knew just as well that hers was no popular talent, nor the sort the average producer dares back. Her beauty was gaunt and rare, and she shone only in that rather fatalistic tense and yet listless tragedy which is never a favorite with the box office. Costello knew the only man in the country who could both recognize Esther's talent and dare back her was Hamel. And the producer was interested. Esther fascinated him both as possibility and woman. Conversely, he attracted her as he might have her body had he drawn her to him. She had never warmed toward any but handsome men, and she thought Hamel a symphonic study in black and white. When she caught in his eyes the look of the cat watching the bird, she was glad, and her laugh was very sweet. Her buoyancy did not deceive her, and she let Hamel catch the high polish on her eyes. Their dinner sailed through midnight. Secure in his 10-year sovereignty, James observed no byplay. He was rubbing his hands. Hamel understands her. I knew he would. Broadway will be lapping her up with a spoon, if he puts her on. Next day, Esther went to Providence to play Hedda in a stock company which imported principals from the metropolis. Within the week, James persuaded Hamel to run up with him for a performance. She has more than personality, he assured the manager. She knows how to move. Her pantomime is sheer magnetism. She can raise one of her thin shoulders so that your ears hear a shriek. There's the difference between her voice and other women's that there is between a Stradivarius and a factory-made fiddle. Without coaxing, Hamel went, but he sat through the performance like a sphinx. Neither afterwards nor next morning did he mention Esther, and James was too wise to press discussion. For several weeks, silence. But when Esther returned, a telegram waited in her stateroom. I think I can put you on. We will show Broadway. Come to me as soon as you arrive in New York. Hamel. She flew to James. At last I've got my chance. Oh, how can I thank you? He's going to see me. He's going to put me on. As always, he met her mood. He helped over an effective toilette. He ran errands. He criticized her silhouette. He drank wine to her. He prophesied to the stars. Then he put on his best frock coat, so as befitting the confidant and manager of an actress about to become Olympian. Together they entered Hamel's office. He had arisen at announcement of Esther's arrival, his eyes now a cat's watching a bird on the ground. But outside of Costello, that expression changed to cool anger. Deliberately turning his back on the man, he led Esther to an alcove. And for her James had suddenly become extinct, non-existent. She was drunk with Hamel, and yet, too, her mind was clearer than it had ever been in her life. It was a window, washed. For the first time she consciously and with amusement analyzed her idol with Thibaudier, the play acting every young girl drowns herself in. She knew her yearning toward this man was real. He was of her species, and only such can mate. She greedily consumed his poise, grace, personality, and his long length. She knew them manifestation of character rather than structural whim. Hamel understood the finest shade of her interpretation of Hedda. She never saw the firmer set of Costello's square jaws. Next day Hamel's note came in a forest of red roses. Let us waste no time. Broadway is waiting. When will you come to talk over the contract? I mean, of course, When will you come alone?" She began to sing. James said, "You're not going to call on Hamel." That discord stopped her melody. She stared. "You're not going to call on Hamel," James repeated. Then Esther's gray-green, lichen-colored eyes showed amusement, an eyebrow question. "You're not going to him, because if you do, you'll never see me again." Costello's meaning was certain, like the tick of a clock. "As sure as you've been able to depend upon me these 10 years, so surely you will never see me again if you go to Hamel. I want you myself. Of course you can go if you like. I'll make no fuss. You know I'm not that kind, but you'll have to pay if you do. He's as inconstant as they make 'em. He'll throw you over before you say Jack Robinson, and then you'll have only your art." "I don't believe you. You're cruel. You're jealous." But Esther shivered. "Never mind what I am. I'm just putting yourself up to you. If you go to Hamel, you'll get a little love and a big name. If you stay with me, you'll have me always." He caught the derision she felt, and added, "And a big name, too," he blustered. "I got you this chance, didn't I? I'll get you another." But she knew he never could. She knew no other producer could use her peculiarities. She saw herself doomed to the drab drudgery of the past 10 years. She revolted. "You're trying to scare me." She played with her nervous fingers. "I don't care if you can get me another chance. I don't care if you get me 100. Besides, I know you couldn't even get me one more. But even if you could, I want Hamel to put me on. He won't throw me over. I'm sure he won't." "How many other women do you suppose have said that, too? See here, Esther, you're no baby. Not that I mean to influence you, but I know you better than you know yourself, and I think enough of you to try to make you understand what you're doing." And then, coldly as a surgeon carving into a man to draw out a cancer, he brought forth visualized every period of her life when she had been alone. The year after her mother's death, the year after her husband deserted her, every detail of agony she had suffered as each friend had vanished. His words rustled in her ear like the flutter of the wings of a hawk. His motif was as terrible, as persistent. "You'll go through all that again, if you turn me down, and without me on the horizon. Do you think you could stand it?" And yet it was only her body. Costello was racking with these truths. Her soul was under the spell of Hamel's roses. "I don't care what you say." Yet her teeth were chattering. "I'm going to him. I want to be a great actress. I don't want anything else in the world. I'm going." Her decision lifted her. "I'm going to Hamel. I can trust his flowers. I want to be a great actress." Yet with that cry the roses stirred. Costello was emphasizing his argument with a forefinger. "All right, go if you will, but mark my words, you'll be sorry. I know you're complex through to your spine, but I'm also pretty certain about the foundation you were built on. Look into your soul, Esther. You'll see there what you really want." His finger flung at her. The echo of her cry, "I want to be a great actress," the red roses. And then, suddenly, pitted against any glory, there was the essence of herself. Her knees rocked her. She was herself 20 years before. She was a little girl in a country church. A terrible voice was bidding her search her soul with a flaming taper. A finger was piercing her crown with black. The truth was standing before her like a wall. She did not even answer Hamel's note. 4. Life was a black hole with nothing in it, and she was stifling at its edge. But Costello was beside her, holding her hand. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Section 8. Spring, by Alder Brody. A bare young birch, innocent of its loveliness, shivers in the sunshine like a little naked girl waiting to be dressed in leaves. Under its outspread, querulous branches, an old gardener bends over a rake, leveling the heaped manure around its slim trunk painstakingly. His fingers clutch the smooth handle of the rake like dead roots. End of Section 8. Section 9 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Section 9. A Portrait of Renoir at Cagnes by Rene Gimpel. Translated by Gerald Kelly. A friend has said to me, since you are going south when at Cannes, why not push on towards Cagnes, some 15 kilometers away, and try to see Renoir? I am not sufficiently intimate with him to give you a card of introduction, but take your chance. I took it. Cagnes is an old hillside village facing the Mediterranean. Its fisherfolk had defended it against the invasion of corsairs during the Middle Ages, thanks to the picturesque and vertiginous slope upon which it is reared. Sea rovers came from afar to view the place. Its outlook is magnificent. From its heights, one's eyes sweep the horizon. Would Monsieur Renoir receive me? He had not slept during the night, a servant informed me, but, said she, if you will give me your card, I'll ask if he can see you. I waited in the yard, or rather neglected kitchen garden. The glazed brick house of the Louis XVI type had the air of one of those jerry-built villas thrown together from season to season at watering places, their speculative builders being notorious for their lack of taste. Presently the servant returned. If you will be kind enough to enter the dining room, she said, we will lower Monsieur. Lower him. What did she mean? I wondered. Renoir had been a widower some 3 years. One felt it about the place. Remnants of the old order had not been swept aside. In a corner by the window, a table contained some brushes, a box of watercolors, some little pottery tiles decorated with flowers, childish drawings of boats and trees, and several plates with Renoir's typical nude, one knee crossing the other. I recognized the color and treatment of the master. Did Renoir work in ceramics then? But at that moment I perceived through the partly open door 2 women descending the stairs, carrying the aged painter in a sort of litter. My friend in Paris had warned me that he was almost senile, but I was not prepared for this, and it occurred to me to ask myself what business I had there. Before me was the remnant of a man. The women moved his chair about and revealed him, holding him securely by the shoulders to prevent his collapse. His crossed legs never lost their terrible rigidity. He seemed to be all acute angles and of a solid piece, like a heavily armored knight, unhorsed in combat. He rested on one foot, the other was swathed in bandages. The attendants settled him in his chair to prevent him from toppling forward. Seated before me, he was a fearsome spectacle. With elbows pressed against his body and forearms raised, he moved 2 forbidding stumps of hands, bound with cords and narrow tapes. The fingers were almost shorn of flesh, and their bones seemed to protrude from the thin integument. His poor hands withered like claws. But I had not yet seen his head, which was sunk into his bent shoulders like that of a hunchback. He wore a large English travelling cap, beneath which his face showed pale and hollow-cheeked. His beard was bristly and white and flattened to one side, like gorse laid low by the wind. How had it taken that crease, I wondered? And then I was conscious of his eyes, and a doubt seized me. Did he still possess a spark of the vital thing? My thought was soon to be answered, for, since it was necessary to break the silence, I risked saying, as an admirer of your work, I have come to pay homage to its creator. I greet you, master. He motioned me to come nearer and signaled the servant to give him a cigarette, which he put into his mouth and lighted. Then Renoir said, I have all the vices like that of painting." I breathed freely again. That sally, uttered with a clearness and vibrancy of tone, reassured me. I laughed, and the master smiled at me. His indistinct eyes suddenly became animated. "I noticed over in the corner some ceramics, wherein I recognize your hand." He caught the note of inquiry in my remark. "Yes," he replied, "that was my first medium. I am now teaching the art to my godson, a lad of 16 who lives with me. It is necessary that every one have a métier, and this seems to be agreeable to him. It is very difficult, however, since the same color applied by different hands will create a conflict of tones." He then explained that it was necessary to prepare colors so as to obviate as much as possible this eventual change. "But have I accomplished that end?" he queried. "It is some 60 years since I first saw Troyon's great canvas, The Return of the Cattle, which is in the Louvre. When I viewed the painting again several years ago, the vapor rising from the muzzles of the animals and the hazy sunlight which bathed the scene had quite disappeared. It is for that very reason one must study the action of pigment without cease." I asked him if he especially liked landscape. "Well, naturally," he replied, "I like it very much, but I find it difficult. I am known as a figure painter, and with reason. My landscape is but an accessory, and I aim always to blend it with my figures, an expression which the old masters never attempted." "But what of Georgian?" I protested. Renoir did not reply, and feeling that he did not approve of my question, I spoke of Corot, of whom he said: "That was the great genius of the century, the greatest landscapist ever known. He has been called a poet. That alone does not explain him. He was a naturalist. I have studied him without ever attaining to his art. I could never approach him, yet I have placed myself in the very spots where he painted, certain corners of Venice and La Rochelle, and, oh, those excursions of mine about La Rochelle only made me miserable, because of Corot. I wanted to imitate him, but he had given color to the very stones of the place that I could never emulate." He threw his cigarette into a bowl at his feet and made a sign to his attendant for another. He then continued: "Landscape is the stumbling block of the painter. He will think a certain scene gray, perhaps, but how much color one finds in a gray landscape! If you only knew, monsieur, how difficult it is to penetrate the foliage of trees with brushes." "It is extraordinary," I said, "that you and a few friends are of an epoch that produced several masters. When the school of 1830 was at its apogee, when no hint of decadence had made its appearance among that group, in spite of your admiration for these men, you were able to create a school not only rivaling theirs, but actually opposing it." "That was the effect of chance," he answered. "There was at that time in Paris a painter named Gleyre, a Swiss, who had a course of instruction in drawing for about 6 francs a month. It was very cheap. I had not a sou, and it was to his atelier that I was directed. There I met Sisley, Monet, and Bazille. It was our mutual poverty which created a union, and it was the effect of those gatherings of ours which brought to notice the Impressionist school. Individually, we had neither the force nor the courage to promote the idea. The school had as its foundation our friendships, discussions, and poverty, and we struggled to uphold one another. In 1872 Bertha Moret joined our group. Securing some funds wherewith we arranged a sale of our work at the Hôtel Drouot, it created a furore. An old habitué of the famous auction rooms helped us immeasurably by his condemnation. He was one of those daily frequenters of the place who reviled in the kind of atmosphere one finds only in a salesroom. He entered our salon, and calling to a crony who was passing through the lobby, said, "Come and see the horrors." The other entered, and remarked protestingly, "But they are not so bad." The old fellow was indignant. They are disgusting, and he hastened to gather sympathizers to his side. Two camps were formed, and a veritable fracas ensued, joined from time to time by the passers-by. Attendants were summoned to restore order, and they were obliged to close the doors just about the time that peace was restored. The sale of our work took place next day, and our canvases sold for an average of 25 francs apiece. Yes, but from that day on we had our supporters. The evocation of these youthful and turbulent memories kindled the eyes of Renoir, which shone brilliantly with the retrospection. In spite of his stricken limbs, he seemed no longer infirm in his chair. That aspect of him faded from me before the animation of his eyes. What vivacity they gave off, what intelligence he still possessed! I then asked to see some of his paintings, and he instructed his servant to accompany me. She led the way to a bedroom, in one corner of which the walls contained 2 rows of canvases without stretchers. Others were laid upon the eiderdown cover of the bed. Often the same canvas contained 3 or 4 different studies, and sometimes a fragment had been cut from a corner. These paintings, worth of 20, 30, and 40,000 francs, were left hanging there like washing out to dry. Among them were many portraits. In the light of the noonday sun, his last works had not that bricky quality of colour often so disagreeable, a mannerism which he had affected for several years. His heads, too, seemed more distinguished. This curious collection of pictures gave me the impression of a heap of precious stones. I asked the servant how Renoir painted then. "I place the brushes between his fingers," she said, "and tie them with the cords and ribbons which you saw. Sometimes they will fall, and I have to replace them. But what is most surprising about Monsieur Renoir is the sharpness of his eyes. I have known him to call upon me to remove a bristle from his brush which had disengaged itself in the paint. I look over the canvas carefully, but without success, and it is always Monsieur who points it out to me." This good woman has been in his service for 13 years, and was desolated not to be able to discuss art with the master for his distraction, merely acting as his nurse. She later conducted me to a little isolated studio in a corner of the garden, and there showed me the canvas upon which Renoir was working at the time, his famous nude woman, a well-studied back pose. The stretcher on the easel, in lieu of being held in place by a block, was supported by a counterpoise, which allowed Renoir to raise or lower his canvas with the utmost ease. I returned presently to the old painter, and said, "What marvellous pictures! The number of canvases you have produced is incredible." "During my life," he said, "I have sold more than 3,000 canvases." "It must be a great joy for you to realize how strong the influence of your school has been throughout the world. Its impress on the artistic mind has been so positive that it did not give people of other nations a chance to develop in a national way. This is felt in America, Canada, Sweden, Norway, and Germany. Everywhere the spirit of the French school is felt. Everywhere, even in Germany, a country where everything remains Gothic, exactly as in the Middle Ages. Its architecture still dates from that period." Then we spoke of Degas, and he said, "What a beast that Degas was! Violent and bitter-tongued. All his friends grew to shun him in time. I was one of the last to remain by him, but even I did not hold out until the end." It is incomprehensible that Manet, kind and gentle, was always disputed, while Degas, acrid and disagreeable, intractable to a degree, was hailed by everyone from the very first, by the general public, the revolutionaries, and the Institute. "They feared him." Yes, that was it. I kept his friendship for a long time, turning myself inside out to please him. One day he said to me, "Renoir, I have an implacable enemy, one not to be vanquished." "Who is he?" I asked. "If you must know," the old beast replied, thumping his breast, "this enemy is myself." I asked Renoir if he would let me have one of his canvases, but he was most reluctant, saying, "For the present I am accumulating them. I have not enough to leave my children. In a year perhaps it will be different. Perhaps then, but I will not sell them cheaply because of the dealers in modern art. I will not hinder their commerce. And furthermore, I have an old debt of gratitude toward Durand Ruel, who was the only one to come to my rescue when I was hungry." I spoke to him of a canvas I had remarked particularly, some washerwomen beside a stream. "That canvas," I said, "is surely the countryside between Saint Raphael and Monte Carlo. I admire with what truth you have painted the soil above the olive tree, the trunk of which is raised so curiously from the little hillock of earth." "That olive tree," replied Renoir, "was beastly. If you only knew how it harassed me. A tree full of color, not at all gray, its little leaves made me sweat. A sudden gust of wind came, and my tree changed all its tonalities. The color was not on the leaves, but in the open spaces. I know I am not a painter of nature, but to come to grips with her amuses me. Yet a painter is not great until he knows nature. Landscapist! That was at one time a term of contempt, especially in the 18th century. Yet that period which I adore produced the greatest landscapists. I am a painter of the 18th century. I consider myself not only a descendant of Watteau, Fragonard, and Hubert Robert in my art, but actually of that group, Watteau, Raphael, giants cut off in the very flower of their youth and genius. I tell you, monsieur, those who die young are gifted with an intelligence that doubles their efforts." End of section 9. Section 10 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Section 10, Dublin Letter, by Ernest Boyd. April 1920. 10 years ago in Dublin, it was safe to say that every young writer had the manuscript of a peasant play in his pocket, unless by happy chance the document lay in the archives of the Abbey Theatre or was undergoing the erratic scrutiny of the Abbey Reading Committee. Since August 1914, there has been a marked change in the trend of literary activity. First came the spell of political writing, inspired by the sharpening of the conflict between Ireland and England. Jail journals and the narratives of Sinn Féin prisoners of war, followed by political and economic studies, engaged the energies of the press censor, whose blue pencil hacked its way through pages of manuscript with the Schrecklichkeit inseparable from such undertakings. Since the armistice, that functionary has gone, abandoning us to the irresponsible efforts of the competent military authorities, who have suppressed, by dismantling the machinery, every daily and weekly paper guilty of the heresy of nationalism. We have to wait for the English papers to read matter which has been bayoneted out of the Irish press, for the raids on newspaper offices are always carried out by several carloads of soldiers in full trench equipment. Even a collection of speeches made by the Carsons, F.E. Smiths, and the like, in their Ulster Rebellion campaign, has been seized, although bearing the imprimatur of the late censor. The authorities believe that these incitements to armed revolt by cabinet ministers should not be allowed to encourage the growth of similar sentiments amongst the mere Irish outside Ulster. An English edition of the booklet, entitled The Grammar of Anarchy, which has never been passed by any censor, is sold without any interference from the authorities, who are careful to limit their intimidation to Irish editors and publishers. Whether as a result of these conditions or not, there has been a noticeable tendency to use the novel rather than the political essay as a means of expressing the struggles, hopes, and aspirations of modern Ireland. The dramatic possibilities of the Easter Rising have irresistibly drawn the novelist to the thought of the fine story that could be written around it. So far, none has succeeded in the attempt to bring that dynamic and tragic experience into literature, but, in addition to some conventional fiction, the stirring of the national being by Sinn Fein has provided us with two novels of great documentary interest. The Clanking of Chains by Brinsley McNamara and The Gael by Edward E. Lysott, both published by Messrs. Monsell of Dublin. Mr. Lysott was a sort of unofficial Sinn Fein representative at the Plunkett Convention, when Mr. Lloyd George decided to keep the Irish talking until America had come into the war. He was the first to leave it, being followed shortly afterwards by A.E., when these two sincere believers in the scheme discovered that the whole affair was a hoax. He is the author of Irish Eclogues, an original booklet of verse, and has reversed all the traditions and conventions of the class to which he belongs by becoming a practical and successful farmer and a strong nationalist, in spite of his having gone through the devitalizing mill of the best English school and university education. His personality has survived the cult of good form, that thoroughly British substitute for good brains. In spite of its title, The Gael has nothing to do with that ultra-modern type of stage Irishman who comes to Dublin from one or other of the old English universities and, with saffron kilt and cockney accent, upholds the traditions of the Gaelic state. If Mr. Lysott's Con O'Hickey had been one of that species, he would probably have spent most of his time in town discussing grafted copies of current Irish publications and pronouncing them worthless because they were not written in Gaelic. At times he would have sallied forth into some Irish-speaking district where his bare knees would shock the pruderies of the unsophisticated, and would have bullied native Irish speakers into using that language. Instead of that, Con O'Hickey decides to work rather than talk for Ireland. He had been educated at an English school and an Irish imitation of an English university. He possessed a small private income, and was ripe for any form of useless employment. But having worked as a farm laborer, he has developed a love for the life of the soil, and thinks of emigrating. It is then that Mr. Lysott discovers him, just as it occurs to him that he might as well give his labors to his own country as to Canada. Once Con O'Hickey has bought the estate at Rothcarrig, the author enters into the heart of his theme. Mr. Lysott describes with unaffected simplicity and great charm the life he knows best, life as it is lived on the land. He is not just a literary gent, resting his tangled locks on the bosom of nature. The savor of earth and air, the ardor of intense creative labor are in his pages, what he calls in Irish eclogues the joy of permanence. But as the good work of building up a rural community develops, it does not proceed unhindered. There are many more than technical difficulties to be overcome, and the portrayal of local types, the delineation of political and social manners make the book a real microcosm of modern Ireland. Pressure of events slowly brings Con O'Hickey to the point where he stumbles against the obstacles, gross and subtle, which alien administration and government have contrived in Ireland for the thwarting and, if necessary, the destruction of all creative effort. With the sagacity of long experience, the British government recognizes in Con O'Hickey a force which is utterly incompatible with the safety of the realm, that is, the preservation of England's economic domination in Ireland. Neglecting the opportunity for patriotic heroics, Mr. Lysott confines himself to a careful, well-authenticated analysis of the gradual process whereby this practical idealist is turned into that now familiar bogey, a Sinn Feiner. An atrocious sentence upon one of his men leaves Con O'Hickey with a blind rage in his heart, and a row of dots marks the breaking off of this page of life. In a sort of epilogue, the author explains that the threat of conscription was the culminating point in O'Hickey's orientation, the deviation of the constructive impulse into the unavoidable political effort. He becomes the leader of a contingent rebellion, but being a nationalist, he does not reach the British cabinet, like Carson, but finds himself in jail. His work is undone, the continuity of his effort is effectively broken. The reiterated and destructive negative of the English system in Ireland once more attains its end. The constructors are baffled, impeded, and, if needs be, destroyed. Mr. Lycett has told the story of what Sinn Fein is doing, and he has revealed how Sinn Feiners are made. As his book appeared, the Irish public learned that it was seditious to publish in Ireland, the evidence now being given by various experts before a commission which is holding an inquiry into the industrial resources of the country, a most illuminating commentary upon the thesis of the Gael. Nearly 2 years ago, Mr. Brinsley McNamara published his first novel, which I discussed in this place. The Valley of the Squinting Windows has since reached the American public, and no doubt his new book, The Clanking of Chains, will follow. Having been stoned by the villagers of the place described in that earlier volume, the author must have been prepared for another violent repudiation. Mr. McNamara continues to show us the reverse of the medal. The epigraph of this new novel is Mr. Yeats's lines, "Romantic Ireland's dead and gone, 'tis with O'Leary in the grave." The clanking of chains is the curious complement of the Gael. It shows the seamy side of Irish nationalism. That is not to say, as perhaps the British propagandists would hope, that he has written a melodramatic tale of Sinn Fein gunmen murdering policemen and plotting sinister schemes in conjunction with Bolshevists and Hohenzollerns. What he has done is to challenge the comfortable and comforting convention which Ireland likes to think is her likeness. Every nation has a popular conception of itself, and the writer who upsets the current idealization risks unpopularity, if not a definite charge of consorting with the hosts of darkness. Yet, so far, no public manifestations of anger has greeted the successor to the Valley of the Squinting Windows. The Ballycullen of the Clanking of Chains is a remorseless exposure of the worst side of political and social life in our country towns. In this community of opportunist and verbal patriots lives a rather futile idealist, Michael Dempsey, who dreams of heroic deeds, but is reduced to despair by the brutal tragicomedy of life. When it is safe and easy and profitable, Ballycullen is on the side of the angels. But while men and women are fighting and dying and suffering, the crowd is content to belittle the effort and to sneer at its supporters. Mr. McNamara shows how the new movement in Irish nationalism is reacted upon by these people, how they can touch nothing that they do not disfigure and destroy. The theme is the eternal theme which Ibsen handled in An Enemy of the People, the malevolent hostility of the crowd towards the individual, the incurable loudishness of the average undeveloped human being. If he has chosen to illustrate a universal subject by its particular application to Ireland, it is because the peculiar conditions of this country are singularly propitious to the existence of such creatures as clank their chains in his novel. So many fine and romantic figures have been thrown into bold relief by the secular war of Ireland for her national existence that the braggarts, the opportunists, and the mean exploiters have been provided with an impenetrable smokescreen against all criticism. The war has shown us everywhere how easy it is for the worst individuals to flourish under cover of the universal preoccupation with an outside enemy. Those who are inclined to accuse Irish people of being morbidly susceptible to criticism of national faults should remember that, ever since the loss of her independence, Ireland has been in a state of war with England and consequently indisposed to admit anything which seemed to play into the hands of the enemy. After the exhibitions of this spirit all over the recently belligerent world, Irish people need no longer apologize for their intolerance. It so happens that, as the nation has become more conscious of its capacity for self-help, as the Sinn Féin spirit has grown, there is a vastly larger measure of self-criticism than is commonly found in other countries whose national self-consciousness is alert. Mr. Brinsley McNamara has been congratulated, for the most part, because of the power of his analysis of those elements in Irish politics which have heretofore proved a source of grave danger. Now that a new generation and a new party have achieved power and responsibility in Ireland, the warning of this novel is not wasted. While both novels are interesting contemporary documents, it would be a mistake to salute them as masterpieces of literature. Mr. Lycett pleases by the originality and freshness of the material, and outlook of which the gale has sprung. The author makes no pretensions to the title of the novelist proper, although he writes well and easily. Mr. McNamara is a figure of more significance to those interested in the evolution of Anglo-Irish fiction. Like Mr. James Joyce, he has definitely broken with the ancient stereotypes which have served the Irish novelist since the days of Maria Edgeworth. He has some irritating tricks of style which he must overcome, and his sense of form is still rather vague, as the smudged ending of The Clanking of Chains reveals. Above all, he is not sufficiently aloof from his creations to convey that sense of inevitability without which the realistic novel becomes as fatally artificial as the soothing romances of the gladdest of best-sellers. In fine, although the novel has taken on a new lease of literary life in Ireland, the field is still without a really fine flower. It may be that the recrudescence of fiction is simply the suppressed desire of Sinn Féin Ireland to express and explain herself, a political rather than a literary phenomenon. If that is so, another hope must be deferred, for the need for self-expression grows more imperative with every suppression. As these lines are written, it is announced that all American papers have been seized at the post office by those ever so competent military authorities. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by McCourt. Section 11. Mr. Mackenzie's Jest, by Gilbert Seldes. Poor Relations, by Compton Mackenzie. 332 pages, Harper & Brothers, New York. Mr. Compton Mackenzie has placed himself in an extraordinary position for a man of honor. He is apparently being sued for breach of promise by at least half the eligible young women of his native scene with no correspondent named. The awkwardness of the situation is not all on Mr. Mackenzie's side, for there must be the pervasive feeling of having been a little too easily seduced. In short, Mr. Mackenzie startled and delighted the critical world in 1912 or so by writing a very remarkable book called Carnival. He had already published one work, a novel predestined to be minor, and he followed his first triumph with a very long account, in 2 volumes, of the childhood and adolescence of a boy who was destined to be a priest. Toward the end of these lively pages, something alien crept in, and although it was forgiven, it caused a moment's apprehension. This was in turn banished by the appearance of Guy and Pauline, an interlude of surpassing loveliness. After it, a deluge of novels, 3 in number, but multitudinous in their faults and terrible in the announcement they bore that Mr. Mackenzie had at last found his way in the world. It was not the way of Carnival and of Guy and Pauline. It was the sorry way of the second half of Sinister Street. What was felt as an aberration has become an attitude, fixed, merciless, and distressing. I do not wonder that some of his disappointed lovers have forced themselves to believe that he was always false. Alas, that he should be false at all, who was so fair! It is a fit theme for lamentation, but let those who lament be certain that they know how Mr. Mackenzie has betrayed them. Above all, it was with beauty, with his creation of beauty, and his love for the thing he created. It was never irreproachable. His two novels of beauty are full of lapses in taste and of artificial prettiness, but it is impossible to deny them a fundamental honesty, and what is more startling, an effect of reality. Notable in Carnival, Mr. Mackenzie painted each lovely color of his scene with, apparently, the hard pigment of life. It was nobly imagined. It has been well observed, and the work of passing what had been observed through the fire of composition had been decently accomplished. When he moved from the hard pavements of London to the moist airs of Oxfordshire in Guy and Pauline, Mr. Mackenzie's observation was even finer. Certainly it was more subtle, and it was concerned with less perishable stuff. The poignancy of this novel, to put it unkindly, its subject is a girl's first love and disappointment, is proof enough that it is psychologically true. Otherwise the tragedy must have made it absurd. The other novels of Mr. Mackenzie are a series of records, minute, often entertaining, undeniably alive and accurate, of the actions and emotions of several groups of young people. They have all the qualities of good novels except creative strength, and all the appearance of the spectacle of life except its emotional verity. When Mr. Mackenzie gave up the creation of beauty, he suffered more than his readers, for he sacrificed, at the same altar, the one thing which, for him, made life worth recording. That shows in his new novel. Poor Relations is a farce. Any number of children and adults pass through its pages, all acting exactly as children and adults act. Their manners, their cheap wit, their meanness and hypocrisies are all set down. A plot of quite exceptional banality and incidents of incredible age and vulgarity serve to display these lifelike wares. Trained animals could hardly respond so well, and mechanical toys are not so versatile. But life escapes jauntily in the story of a rich dramatist who flees from his greedy relatives to find, I quote the jacket, romance in London. Romance! Dear Lord! The gentleman marries a secretary whom H.G. Wells would have been proud to give away at the registrar's. What remains a mystery is the identity of the goddess at whose altar Mr. Mackenzie laid down his precious gifts. The creative imagination, the love of beauty, the deep, sane comprehension of life. He had, at the beginning, escaped neatly all the perils. He had rejected the outworn antithesis of realism and romance. His endowment, his zeal, his passion were abundant. He seemed to be the only one of the young novelists of England who discerned the wanton loveliness of life under the dreary trappings of existence. And today he is all trappings, unmistakably gaudy, dazzling in his quick changes, still entertaining a master of every effect except the effect of creation. A case could, no doubt, be made. The mystery might be solved. But there is an indelicacy in the process. Mr. Mackenzie must follow his inclination, and it would be as well to utter him no reproaches. But there are two who cannot reproach him, and whom he has served badly. In the cause of all that is decent in the art of the novel, they may be called upon and placed before Mr. Mackenzie. One is his own creation, the girl in Carnival, whose ineffable gaiety and impudence and loveliness were so soon made a mockery in a cheap series of adventures. The other is the great master of the English novel, who, a year or two before he died, chose Mr. Mackenzie for his rare and special praise. It would be easier to think lightly of Mr. Mackenzie's failure if one did not have to remember what Henry James said of him. Remembering that, and remembering Jenny Pearl, the brief story of Mr. Mackenzie's career takes on some of the proportions of tragedy. End of Section 11. Section 12 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by McCourt. Section 12. A Social Pioneer, by Harold J. Laski. The Life of Francis Place, 1771 to 1854, by Graham Wallas, 415 pages. Alfred A. Knopf, New York. English social history is most largely the creation of the past 30 years. The intimate life of working men and women was not regarded by the classic historians as a fundamental portion of the national record. A brilliant chapter in Macaulay, Statistics of Births and Deaths, some notes on changes in the fashions of dress and houses. It was with scrape such as these that the great Victorians treated us. For, after all, the ebb and flow of daily life makes little enough show in the pomp and circumstance of great events. It is little enough of the glamour by which martial triumph is invested, or of the splendid excitement which surrounds a great debate in the House of Commons. Yet slowly we are coming to see that these are, after all, but the external trappings of the real drama. They serve rather to conceal than to display the events by which the nation was most deeply stirred. The great artist sees deeper, and the novels of Dickens and Disraeli remain to tell us of an England which has with difficulty found its way into accredited history. It is in the pages of palimpsests like Sybil that we glean some notion of why the castlery of the Peace of Vienna had none of its splendid symbols for the common people, or why the majesty of Ricardo's name brought to them no echo of applause. The mean dependence of men like Croker, the scent and curls of genial fops like de Horsay, the ruthless magnificence of roués like Lord Hertford, have turned now to dust and ashes. Those who awaken our enthusiasm are of different fiber. We respond rather to the persistency of Richard Carlile, who made of a prison the temple of freedom. Our veneration is for men like Thomas Hepburn, to whom the whole vista of modern trade unionism seems to have been revealed. The prophets of the time are not Peel or Lord John Russell or Macaulay, but men like William Lovett with a burning zeal for popular education, or Robert Owen, who did not forget the tragedies of his childhood in his days of comfort. It is to this new tradition that Mr. Wallace's book belongs. It is almost idle to praise it now, for it has taken its place among the accepted masterpieces of English political biography. It has, indeed, a special historical significance, the meaning of which is only now emerging clearly into the light of day. The main burden of its teaching was the need for research into the less obvious sources before a final judgment is passed upon historic figures. Before Mr. Wallace wrote, Place was little more than a casual footnote in the politics of Westminster. Now it is clear that the perspective of the time is better and more rightly seen within the mirror of his life than in those of men who stride more proudly across the stage. He worked, like a mole, in the dim twilight world. Statesmen like Grey and Lord John Russell would have barely known of his existence, or if his name passed over their lips, it would have been with some phrase that emphasized a doubt whether the influence of such humble men as Place was wise. They still regarded politics as the prerogative of a leisured class. They did not see that, because it so deeply touched the intimate recesses of the worker's life, his interest in it, could he be given the means of influence, was fundamental. The worker, as Disraeli saw, was nothing so much as a separate nation, and they would have closed the gates of power to Francis Place because he did not, like Croker or Creevey, fawn his way to the bottom of the rich man's table. But Place was of a tougher fibre. His life had known bitter hardship, and he was one of the priceless men whom misfortune renders only more eager to mend the hardships of their fellows. The friend of Bentham and the Mills, the political master of Joseph Hume, without exception the ablest political organizer in London, he did not need friendships that would not have been offered upon an equal basis. He is one of those rare instances in public life of men who devotedly serve the noblest of all causes without demanding recompense in personal reputation. The history of modern trade unionism turns upon the fundamental reform he secured. He gave life and substance to the decayed radicalism of England after its long somnolence during the Napoleonic Wars. It was his intervention which staved off that Wellington administration of 1831, which might well have proved the prelude to a disastrous revolution. He was active in the movement for popular education. He was one of the pioneers of Chartism. He contributed to political organization not a few of the chief technical instruments at its disposal. Wherever we meet him, he is bluff, careful, far-seeing, and 9 times out of 10, patently right. He is capable of enthusiasm without being mastered by it. He is tough without being hard. Determination never passes into obstinacy. And, withal, his comments make clear that few men were so shrewd in their judgment of the great public characters of the time. He did not, like Greville, see them through the distorted mirror of social rumor. He did not, like Macaulay, allow party ties to sway his opinion. Peel, Brougham, Russell, Huskisson, from them all he seems to strip the facade which statesmanship builds about its acolytes. He goes straight to the inner motive, which the declared purpose serves so often to conceal. He is concerned only with the realization of right, and the touchstone of his judgments is the help they render in actual effort to the causes he had at heart. Such is the figure that Mr. Wallace paints for us. It is difficult to overestimate the significance that attaches to his portrait. He makes evident what Professor Dicey has shown us in the sphere of the law, the almost overwhelming creativeness of Benthamism. That creed, indeed, came at a time fortunate for its principles. The evils it came to deny were too glaringly obvious to be capable of effective defense. But there has never been in English history a group of men who so passionately or so single-heartedly worked out the application of their principles to the events with which they had to deal. Benthamism, it is not too much to say, made democratic England possible. It is easy now to see its faults. Its formulae are too simple for a complex world. It did not realize the inability of the average man to make headway against a fate which is, for most, an inescapable and tragic one. The power of combination did not sufficiently enter into its calculations. Yet not even the last word of criticism can conceal the creative destruction that it wrought. It was a creed of hope, where the blind forces of the new industrialism seemed the progenitors of a new and bitter slavery. Nor did Francis Place fail to understand the obvious lessons of his effort. He saw how powerful are the forces opposed to change. Liberalism, in the simple sense of a well-meaning approval of advance, never attracted him. The liberalism for which he cared was either a concrete definiteness, like that of Bentham, or else an unflagging pursuit of the minutiae of organization, like that of Joseph Hume. He knew that power is poison, and that it erects about itself a system of protective ramparts which only persistent determination can overcome. The lesson he drew from his experience was the simple one that the real path of progress is institutional organization. Petitions, meetings, great words and speeches left him cold. It was the systematic if minute steps in which he saw the secret of advance. Natura nihil facit per saltum is the chief lesson the enthusiast has to learn, but Place knew well it is the lesson most difficult to teach. Nor was he handicapped by illusions as to the people. Not the least stumbling block in the way of democratic progress is the zeal of those who are satisfied that a popular instinct for right is all that is necessary to reform. Place believed in the popular capacity for self-government, but he was not hindered by ignorance as to its difficulties. He recognized that the vast majority of the working class does not find the center of its interests in politics. He knew that, even if it did, it lacked the education which made possible the mastery of technical detail. He realized that facts are obstinate things which fail to render obedience to popular desire. There is a lesson no student of the democratic process should neglect in his management of the repeal of the Combination Acts. Here is the expert at his best, psychologically imaginative, economically accurate, armed cap a pie in the unanswerable panoply of statistics fortified by serried masses of human experience. In our own day, Mr. Justice Brandeis, in the famous brief in Muller versus Oregon, Mr. Bevan, in the recent inquiry into dockers' wages, have shown us that scientific control of the facts will ultimately produce an unanswerable result. The way is less easy than it seems, and it is certainly far more difficult than the sudden projection into the event of badly organized mass action in which French labor seems to put its confidence. The method of place is the slow and careful tabulation of every instrument of service, the careful organization of resources, the flinging of your power at a given point so that the danger of competing interest is removed. The same grim statesmanship is seen in his hint to Sir Francis Burdett at the preparations needed for a revolution. It is shown in the technique by which Wellington was overthrown in 1831. The management of a case is half the secret of success in efforts such as these. They point to the need of studying the strategy of labor politics with the same infinite care for detail that is expended by a general staff upon a plan of campaign. They involve the careful preparation by forehanded effort of each step to be taken. They involve precise estimates of the effect such steps will have upon the public, as also the effect and hostile analysis of those steps will mean. They imply that every member of the organization has his allotted function and knows to a nicety the duties of his station. Above all, they demand consideration of the element surprise. It was in media such as these that Place worked, and his genius consists hardly less in the methods he used than in the results he achieved. They are a perennial wellspring of education, just at the point where a democracy is most likely to be ill-informed. Mr. Wallace himself has learned that lesson, and it is hardly too much to say that his two subsequent books were an examination into the psychological foundations of the technique implicit in Place's work. It will, one imagines, be a task of no small difficulty for the future historian of English thought, looking at Mr. Wallace's 3 volumes, to explain the exact bearing of his work. He will not find, as with Professor Bosanquet, a considered philosophy of the state. He will not find, as with Mr. Sidney Webb, an organized analysis of economic structure. He will not discover, as with Mr. Cole, a prophecy of our future almost perspiring in its enthusiasm. Yet the clue, it may be suggested, is a simple one. What Mr. Wallace has emphasized is the inadequacy of the previous formulae by which the complex facts of human association are explained. Fear, as with Hobbes, consent, as with Locke, the self-interest of the utilitarians, the habit of Sir Henry Maine, these, at the best, are vaguely partial glimpses. Society, it is clear, is a vast effort at intellectual cooperation. It is a cooperation hindered at every stage by individual passion and the absorption of some group in the quest of its self-interest. What Mr. Wallace has done is to drive us to the examination of the methods by which that cooperation can be best attained. A society in which men were all as able and as altruistic as Francis Place would doubtless hardly meet the rules he seeks to discover, but we work with different data. What we mainly have to search are the impulses of men in their social expression, the discovery of the channels by which their satisfaction may be attained. It is not an easy task. A genius like Bentham may escape the rule that a plan, to be a plan, must be put into readable form, and the accident that his Dumont may not appear must be guarded against. A committee like the British War Cabinet may break down on a fundamental question because it has never considered the means by which expert testimony is best elicited. A cabinet like Mr. Wilson's may cease to function because the principle of its action has been centered in a mind that fails at a critical moment to have contact with it. Little by little, Mr. Wallace has forced the technique of social inquiry upon a new path. He has made us adjust our ethics to the facts of human nature, and our perspective is different because of the hints he has given. But he has done more. There are perhaps 5 or 6 living men who can disentangle the social history of England in the 19th century with the same knowledge and wisdom as Mr. Wallace. That has made him, in a real sense, the parent of what is rapidly becoming the most significant part of modern English historiography. No country in the world today has a social history which surpasses in quality the history of trade unionism by Mr. and Mrs. Webb, the studies of English working-class life by the Hammonds, and the more specialized studies of which they are only the chiefest part. What, in the mass, it has done is to make the left wing of English radicalism scientific in a sense to which no other party in English politics can make claim. It has given to its ideas an historical perspective, a realistic background, and above all a knowledge of the slow fashion in which ideas must strive to make their way, which are the very breath of hope. For, in politics, the first condition of hope is the ability to be optimistic in the face of certain disillusion. Your enemies will defy your facts. Half-hearted friends will destroy your ideas by compromising with their opposite. Your followers will despair because you have not the firm outlines of utopia. The certainty of progress lies in the ability to discount these things from the outset. That is why the study of history is, with all its limitations, still the one sure path to political salvation. And that, it may be added, is the one great lesson American students of politics can draw from Mr. Wallace's life of place. An English liberal who analyzes the American equivalent of his faith cannot help but find it a little bare and meager. It is negative rather than positive. It has not been rooted in the hard facts of its historic environment. It has not been nourished by continuous contact with that past from which it naturally springs. I know of one book only, Mr. Crowley's Promise of American Life, which has striven to interpret the prospects in terms of the traditions that control it. I know of one other book, Mr. Lippmann's Preface to Politics, which has striven to analyze the proper method of inquiry. The rest seems little more than facile pictures of immediate evil, or else the translation of the critic's personal experience into the resplendent detail of a national program. What they need is the living substance of American history. It is, indeed, true in no light degree that those who have made American historiography have given them little enough of aid. Histories like Mr. Rhodes are the material less of understanding than of edification. American life cannot be interpreted from the comfortable angle of a banker's window. But in other directions there is material of the first importance. For all its dullness, the vast tomes of von Holst contain more wisdom on the problems of federal structure than is to be found in any other work. The superb suggestiveness of Professor Turner, the careful criticism of Charles Beard, the older but still important work of Hildreth. These are the things the student must know if his work is to have the needed substance. Above all, they must go back to their texts. They must investigate in all their bearings the works of Hamilton and Calhoun. They must learn to win the friendship of lesser men like John Taylor. It will be no easy task to hew from out these vast materials the principles of which American liberalism stands in need. But there is no way to political wisdom save through the dirt and sweat of historical scholarship. Our safeguards of liberty are not to be known from a hasty impression of the daily press. That is why the man who will do most for the study of American politics will be the man who impresses upon this generation the lesson Englishmen have learned from Graham Wallas. It will be a great day when his certain advent may be signaled. End of section 12. Section 13 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Section 13, Against Nightingales, by Malcolm Cowley. Picture Show, by Siegfried Sassoon. 56 pages, E.P. Dutton and Company, New York. The War Poems of Siegfried Sassoon. 95 pages, William Heinemann, London. 8 years ago, when the Georgians first appeared as a group, it seemed that they were discovering more strident harmonies, subtler dissonances. But with the publication of each new anthology, the disappointment is cumulative. Every 2 years a volume bound in fresh brown boards, printed on fresh paper, but with the contents so familiar, so delicately trite, reaching with such skill to new heights of inanity. Out of all the group, one metaphysician who slips between the boundaries of the unreal and the real, one passionate consumptive, one forthright satirist, Siegfried Sassoon, and the rest Nightingales. It is by their absorption with Nightingales, by their identification of themselves with the Nightingale, that one may recognize the Georgians. O Nightingale, creature something more than a bird, your trilled notes are almost the dominant tones of English poetry. From Chaucer's fowl, that we were taught to speak of euphoniously as the Nightingale, to the sentimental melodist of Belleau Wood, we have been tormented by the monotony of your song. Your supremacy was threatened for a time by the red poppy school of war poets, but once more you rule unchallenged. O feathered pedant, O banal rhapsodist, confused by the tic-tac of iambics. You leave me, O ecstatic bore, homesick for the hoot-owls and whippoorwills of an Ohio dusk, or for one moment of lucent quiet in which to forget all the nightingales that sang from Chaucer to John Drinkwater. When a poet like Siegfried Sassoon tries, in lumbering pentameters, to talk about something else than nightingales and the trees and meadows which are their haunt, when he goes back to Donne and Swift instead of the Elizabethan lyricists, he has to struggle against a whole tradition of vapidity. He is fighting, whether or not consciously, for the theory of poetry as a mature art, as against the theory which would attach poetry definitely to the childhood of the race and the individual. Too much of contemporary verse expresses the emotions of a girl of 12 in words of one syllable. It throbs too insistently, and seems intended for recitation over a guitar or in accompaniment with the querulous allegro of an automatic piano. Work of the sort was confined for a long time to the popular magazines. One accepted it without a murmur. But when the Georgians erected this throbbing naivete into a sacrosanct school, they were striking at the fundamentals of their art. Accept their premise, and poetry takes rank as a medium of expression somewhere between the movies and fancy needlework. The virtues of the Georgians are manifold, and for the most part negative. They are not unmelodious, not awkward, and never, never improper. Sassoon is an alien among them. He started with one poetic virtue, honesty, and that was unqualifiedly positive. It was not a promising equipment for the early days of 1914. He tried his hand at the usual echoes of Keats and Wordsworth, his imitations always impressing one as being a little more ungainly than those of his contemporaries. Through them he was struggling to express his own ideas, not the imaginings of his models, but the fact was not apparent at the time. Sincerity is a cheap virtue in a contented world. Yet today Sassoon is the most successful of his group. One searches for what he writes, reads it with respect, turns to him first in the biennial anthology. One makes all sorts of qualifications, and yet he remains a great poet, as poets go in these days. He arrived at this position fortuitously. Perhaps he will continue in it. There is a certain momentum in success. One regrets that the collection of his war poems is not arranged chronologically, with separate dates for beginning and middle and end. For one thing, such an arrangement would determine whether he wrote before Barbusse or afterwards. Probably Le Feu and The Old Huntsman were in process of composition at the same time. It is certain, at any rate, that he only said that what whole regiments were thinking. To do that is a trick that may be learned like any other trick. His early war poems include not one that could not have been better written by Julian Grenfell or Robert Graves or half a dozen other men. However, they did not choose to lead the way. The honors of the pioneer remained for Sassoon. Following him, it was to be expected that others would express the same ideas. And one was not disappointed. They marched forward in platoons. The Wilfred Owens, the John McLeods, the Frederick Mannings, the Richard Aldingtons, the Herbert Reeds, the Osbert and Edith Sitwells, even Robert Nichols and Robert Graves began to express the disillusionment of a uniform. In the face of all this superior talent, one waited vainly for the eclipse of Sassoon. While they spurted brilliantly, he marched on, a bit heavy-footed, to be sure, but still with his eyes on the goal. There is a solidity about his verse which the others lacked. It enabled him to remain the leader of a movement for which he had acted as scout. If Heinemann had attempted a chronological arrangement of his poems, it would show the steady development of a mind. There was a time when Sassoon was as much obsessed as any by the glamour of brass buttons. He trumpeted the glory of battle, but even from his loudest trombone notes, the do-si-do of patriotism is strangely lacking. Later came the great disillusion. The poems that resulted from it are too familiar now for a long discussion, except this, that the verdict of many well-intentioned critics to the contrary, they are not delicately ironical. The same gentleman would probably speak of lynching bees as one of the delicate ironies of American civilization. Sassoon lacks the masked sting of Pope or Voltaire. He is a man with a bludgeon, run amok in a mad world. The end of the war found him ludicrously unprepared. For 3 years he had been leading the way to the promised land of peace, but now that he had arrived in Canaan and the Amalekites were dispersed, he was left without an occupation, still making vain gestures at imaginary opponents. A few months passed. He found himself ridiculously alone and became silent. He recalled the war days to his mind, perhaps in spite of himself a little regretfully, and asked his countrymen, "Have you forgotten yet?" For the world's events have rumbled on since those gagged days, like traffic checked a while at the crossing of city ways, and the haunted gap in your mind has filled with thoughts that flow like clouds in the lit heavens of life, and you're a man reprieved to go, taking your peaceful share of time with joy to spare. But the past is just the same, and war's a bloody game. Have you forgotten yet? Look down and swear by the slain of the war that you'll never forget. With that poem he delivered his own valedictory. And now he turned back to the old subjects, but without the zest of antebellum days. He philosophized on life, deciding that it was just the pictures dancing on the screen of a picture show. He assured a childless woman that he understood her. Since it is Sassoon speaking, one decides that he really believes these commonplaces. This fact, however, does not give them the luster of originality. What position is he preparing for himself in the new civilization? Certainly his sincerity has its value elsewhere than on the battlefield. Even in a world at peace, There are common thoughts waiting for someone bold enough to express them, and there are abuses that stink to heaven as much as the corpses along the Bapaume road. If he discovers them, he will write about them, awkwardly but directly, and once more the nightingales will tune their throats for a new song. While he was splashing through the iambic mud of Flanders, Sassoon acquired, somehow or other, the art of writing poetry. One makes note of the fact when reckoning up the chances in his favor. The value of some of his later war verse depends not at all on any polemic vigor. Perhaps his best lines are in a poem he calls Concert Party, Egyptian Base Camp. Jaded and gay the ladies sing, and the chap in brown tilts his grey hat. Jaunty and lean and pale, he rattles the keys. Some actor bloke from town, God send you home, and then a long, long trail. I hear you calling me, Anne Dixieland. Sing slowly, now the chorus, one by one. We hear them, drink them, till the concert's done. Silent, I watch the shadowy mass of soldiers stand. Silent, they drift away over the glimmering sand. To analyze that stanza completely, to explain the shifting meters, the dragging in of extraneous prosaic details, the alternation of direction, known technically as change of pace, is to understand most of the new movement in poetry from the Parnassians to the Unanimistes. If Sassoon can utilize that knowledge in his civilian verse, he is well on the way to a new success. But first he must demobilize his intellect. Have pity on the poets of this war. They have been feasted, adored, told that they were the representatives of the second Renaissance. Since then, 18 months of peace have left them gasping in the face of a disillusionment worse than the boredom of the trenches. Let them rest for a time in quiet. If they are not bleached too soon by the calcium of lecture tours, they may recover themselves. Till then, have pity on them. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Section 14, A Novelist's Background, by Robert Morse Lovett. Letters of Anton Chekhov to his family and friends, translated by Constance Garnett. 416 pages, Macmillan Company, New York. One approaches Chekhov's letters after reading the introduction with high anticipations. He was the son of a serf who had bought his freedom and achieved considerable prosperity as a merchant in Taganrog. When Anton was 16, he had to witness his father's failure, the sale of the household possessions, and the drifting away of the family to Moscow, leaving him alone to support himself at school. The intensity of the family interest in Chekhov's life appears in the fact that in his later prosperity he made his father, mother, and sister share his home, and the relief of a second interest is shown by the fact that he found consolation for this early separation in the high school girls of Taganrog. The mysteries of love I fathomed at the age of 13, he wrote later. One divines an exclusively Russian experience in these early days, but of anything so generic as the exuberant brutality of Gorky's family life, the letters contain no trace, or of the ecstasy and sorrow of youthful love. Chekhov took his degree in medicine in the University of Moscow during the years when the nihilist movement was absorbing the Russian intellectuals. But of revolutionary ardor or the passion for martyrdom there is nothing. He won early notice by his stories in the Novoye Vremya, and his first play, Ivanov, was a great controversial success. He enjoyed his fame, the stir and excitement of society which it drew about him, the poignant personal relations which it opened to him, the whole experience made more intense by the tuberculosis which already had shown itself. One is reminded of the similar career which the youthful Stevenson was leading in these same years, but for a temperamental reaction upon it, one looks in vain in Chekhov's letters. As Stevenson crossed the plains of America, Chekhov crossed Siberia to examine the most remote of the penal settlements on the island of Sakhalin. He traveled by horse and boat and spent 3 months in Sakhalin, making a complete social survey of the island. His zeal found further expression in the organization of famine relief and in the fight against the cholera epidemic into which his medical training brought him. But no note of social enthusiasm which could explain these sacrifices appears in the letters. His last years were full of variety and crisis. The first production of The Seagull in 1896 was a failure, followed by a complete reversal of the popular verdict and a general revival of Chekhov's plays by the Art Theater in Moscow. He married Olga Nipper, one of the leading actresses of the company, in 1901. The struggle between fame and love and death went on with increasing violence. The Cherry Orchard, in which Chekhov's dramatic method reached its highest fulfillment, was produced in January 1904, the 25th anniversary of his commencing author, with homage from all Russia. 6 months later he died. It may be said, then, that the letters of Chekhov are, at first sight, disappointing. They corroborate only faintly and unemphatically the life so vivid in outline. Either they have been subjected to a drastic process of selection and expurgation, or they represent the reduction of experience to an even, neutral tone of objective observation, of detachment, almost of indifference. Both explanations are doubtless in a measure true. The letters to Olga Nipper, for example, if any, would reveal Chekhov as a man of passion and sorrow, and of these but few appear. But on the whole, and with Chekhov's stories and plays before us, we must incline to the latter theory. Among letter writers he belongs to the school of Prosper Mérimée rather than Stevenson. The few letters of Mademoiselle Nipper, which have been included, recall in their exquisite lightness and playful charm the letters et un inconnu. But whereas the attitude of Mérimée was a studied and disciplined pose, an artistic restraint defying passion, that of Chekhov was natural, unschooled, inevitable. He recognized his lack of emphasis in life and in art as a limitation, a sort of mediocrity. Life is short, he wrote to Suvorin, and Chekhov, from whom you are expecting an answer, would like it to flash by brilliantly and with dash. He would go to Prince's Island, to Constantinople, and again to India and Sakhalin. But in the first place he is not free. He has a respectable family who need his protection. In the second, he has a large dose of cowardice. Looking toward the future, I call nothing but cowardice. How the same sort of inhibition affected his art appears in another letter to the same critic, who reproached him for leaving his story The Party a mere bozzetto. I let myself go at the beginning, and write with an easy mind. But by the time I get to the middle, I begin to grow timid and to fear that my story will be too long. I have to remember that the Severny Biestnik has not much money, and that I am one of their expensive contributors. This is why the beginning of my stories is always very promising, and looks as though I was starting on a novel. The middle is huddled and timid, and the end is, as in a short sketch, like fireworks. The most important service which the letters of a writer of fiction can render is to show us how his experience of life entered into his work, became the material of his art. From this point of view, the letters of Chekhov are most revealing. Chekhov is the typical realist of Russian life, as Maupassant is of French. His work consists of an enormous number of cases, fully observed and amply annotated. How copiously these cases came to him may be seen by a comparison of his stories, chronologically arranged, with the events of his life. On a journey to Taganrog, he wrote, "We talked of railways. The inspector told us how the Sevastopol railway stole 300 carriages from the Azov line and painted them in its own color, an incident which furnished the germ of the story Cold Blood." And in the same letter he wrote, "At an upper window, at the far end of the station, sits a young girl, or a married lady, goodness knows which. in a white blouse, beautiful and languid. I look at her, she looks at me, etc., which eventuated in two beauties. He worked up such suggestions with the aid both of his own experience and of imagination. His experience, transferred to his characters, gave them being. His imagination projected them on ways far beyond the meager frame of actual life in which he saw them. In The Step, it is clear that he is relying chiefly on experience. The story is merely the steady, unflinching narrative of a boy's journey day and night with the wagons which carried the wool to the market, of his intercourse with the drivers, and observation of the landscape, vast, unyielding, sinister, like Hardy's Edgton Heath. In a dreary story, on the contrary, it is imagination that carries the concept of the superannuated professor into a series of situations of grotesque futility. Of another masterpiece, The Grasshopper, Chekhov records with glee that it nearly precipitated a libel suit, so closely had his imagination paralleled the course of an actual development. His trip across Siberia was fruitful in providing both cases and experience with which to enliven them. The hardships of horse travel in the cold and wet of a backward spring, with streams overflowing and mud understreaming, the vast, meaningless face of nature, the abject figures of men sunk in distance and blurred in desolation, give to the letters the poignancy of his Siberian stories. Undoubtedly, Chekhov's profession was a cardinal fact in his career. In the first place, it kept him from becoming seclusive in his art. His stories are a natural and healthy byproduct. "Medicine is my lawful wife and literature is my mistress," he wrote. "When I get tired of one, I spend the night with the other. Though it's disorderly, it's not so dull, and neither of them loses anything from my infidelity. If I did not have my medical work, I doubt if I could have given my leisure and my spare thoughts to literature. There is no discipline in me." But more essentially than this, the practice of medicine determined both his material and his method. The number of his stories which deal with sickness and death is very large, and in these the objective experience of the physician is completed and intensified by the subjective experience of illness itself. Chekhov was both observer and sufferer. It speaks much for his generally buoyant and healthy nature that in his work the objective element so distinctly predominates. Moreover, contact with science made Chekhov an analyst and a realist. He was of the school of Zola, which devoted itself to realism in the name of science, and he looked with scorn on such beginnings of the crusade against scientific materialism as appear in Bourget's Les Disciples. "Forgive me," he wrote, "but I can't understand such crusades. Whom is the crusade against, and what is its object? In the first place, the materialistic movement is not a school or tendency in the narrow journalistic sense. It is not something passing or accidental. It is necessary, inevitable, and beyond the power of man. They seek for truth in matter, for there is nowhere else to seek for it, since they see, hear, and sense matter alone. Of necessity, they can only seek for truth where their microscopes, lancets, and knives are of use to them. Outside matter, there is neither knowledge nor experience, and consequently there is no truth." Holding this philosophy of literature, Chekhov made it his aim to come as close as possible to his subject matter. Theories of art he abhorred as inhibiting, interrupting this immediate contact. Of the word art I am terrified, as merchants' wives are terrified of brimstone. All conversations about what is artistic only weary me, and seem to me like a continuation of the scholastic disputations with which people wearied themselves in the Middle Ages. Accordingly, he wrote with careless haste and negligent ease. I don't remember a single story over which I have spent more than 24 hours, and The Huntsman, which you liked, I wrote in the bathing shed. I write my stories as reporters write their notes about fires, mechanically, half unconsciously, taking no thought of the reader or myself. He apologized for this haste. "I do not write very much," he urged extenuatingly. not more than 2 or 3 short stories weekly. After the first failure of The Seagull, he wrote, "When I got home, I took a dose of castor oil and had a cold bath, and now I am ready to write another play." The first characteristic of his work is its copiousness. He was not the sparing artist like Flaubert, but the lavish master of life like Balzac, and therefore his work is more impressive in its mass than in its detail. One continuous source of interest in Chekhov's letters is supplied by his opinions of his contemporaries. These are invariably consistent with his practice as analytical realist. Gontcharov he began by admiring, but later dismissed as second-rate, chiefly on the ground that his chief character, Oblomov, is exaggerated and overemphasized throughout a novel instead of being the hero of a mere story. Dostoevsky he thought long and indiscreet, over-pretentious. Turgenev he liked in parts. Bazarov's illness in Fathers and Children is so powerfully done that I felt ill and had a sensation as though I had caught the infection from him. But the girls and women he thought insufferable in their artificiality and falsity. All the lionesses, in fact, fiery, alluring, insatiable creatures forever craving for something, are all nonsensical. When one thinks of Tolstoy's Anna Karenina, all these young ladies of Turgenev's, with their seductive shoulders, fade away into nothing. For Tolstoy, he had personal love and personal loyalty as to the leader and master of Russian literature. Toward 2 younger contemporaries, Andreyev and Gorky, his attitude is significant. Andreyev's practice of massing his material in support of a predetermined theme he regarded with suspicion. Andreyev's thought is something pretentious, difficult to understand, and apparently no good, but it is worked out with talent. Andreyev has no simplicity, and his talent reminds me of an artificial nightingale. Gorky he regarded with the indulgent favor of a master for a promising pupil. He wrote to him as Flaubert to Maupassant, and enforcing the same lesson. You are an artist. You are plastic. That is, when you describe a thing, you see it, and you touch it with your hands. He did not hesitate to admonish his pupil for false rhetoric, lack of restraint, and overemphasis. Your imagination is quick to seize and to hold, but it is like a big oven which is not provided with fuel enough. You present 2 or 3 figures in a story, but these figures stand apart, outside the mass. One sees that these figures are living in your imagination, but only these figures. The mass is not grasped. But a few days later, he added, 26 men and a girl is a good story. There is strong feeling of environment. One smells the hot rolls. Of his own work, Chekhov was likely soundly critical. He recognized that, in his rapid handling of his material, he missed many opportunities, fell short of many achievements. You say that the hero of my party is a character worth developing. Good Lord, I am not a senseless brute, you know. I understand that. I understand that I cut the throats of my characters and spoil them, and that I waste good material. This will stand as a final criticism of Chekhov's work. It is followed by the passage quoted above, in which he speaks of his stories as beginning like novels and ending like sketches. He lacked the courage of the novelist. He lacked also the sustained imagination. He conceived his characters with extraordinary deftness, as doing and saying a great number of plausible things. He objectified them fully, but he failed to pluck out the heart of their mystery, if mystery they have. No better example of this brilliant plausibility in detail, leading no whither, is the story referred to, The Party. Chekhov saw his characters, but not to the end. At times he displays a clairvoyance that results in a generalization of great pith and moment. He sees in the devotion of his daughters proof that Tolstoy is a great moral force, for daughters are like sparrows, you don't catch them with empty chaff. A man can deceive his fiancée or his mistress as much as he likes, and in the eyes of a woman he loves, an ass may pass for a philosopher, but a daughter is a different matter. What a theme, one exclaims, for a novel or a play. But Chekhov had not the patience to collect and arrange material for the development of a theme, and after all he distrusted the method. In his own plays he worked from his characters to achieve the vague, inchoate, centrifugal quality of life, not the neat, logical precision of the dramatist's art. How far even a microscopic study of his text leaves us from realizing the fullness of his intention appears from the gloss which he furnished Souvarin of his Ivanov. It is as needful to the understanding of the play as a program to Strauss's tone poems. Eagerly he protested. Ivanov and Legov appear to my imagination to be living people. I tell you honestly, in all conscience, these men were born in my head, not by accident, not out of sea foam or preconceived intellectual ideas. They are the result of observing and studying life. They stand in my brain, and I feel that I have not falsified the truth nor exaggerated it a jot. In the end, he confessed, if on paper they have not come out clear and living, the fault is not in them but in me for not being able to express my thoughts. It shows it is too early for me to begin writing plays. Perhaps it was still too early when he wrote The Seagull and the Cherry Orchard. Something may be conceded to immaturity when it is remembered that Ibsen, whom he much admired, was 30 years older when he wrote his prose plays. But more must be attributed to the quality of the Russian life and character which he depicted. Ibsen had before him his stiff Norwegians in their rigid social frame, awaiting only their labels. Chekhov had the vagrant, fluctuating, volatile souls of Russia in a setting of premature civilization already struck through with decay. What wonder that the hand of the dyer became subdued to the material in which he worked? He recognized the fact with a note of prophecy in one of the few lyric passages in his letters which he permitted himself. Our society is exhausted. Hatred has turned it as rank and rotten as grass in a bog, and it has a longing for something fresh, free, light, a desperate longing. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Section 15, One of Our Sun Gods, by James Oppenheim. Walt Whitman, The Man and His Work, by Léon Bazalgette, translated from the French by Ellen Fitzgerald. 355 pages, Doubleday, Page and Company, New York. From the sophisticated standpoint of analytic psychology, it is hard to know what to say about this life by Bazalgette. If I put myself in a more naive attitude, then I get the emotional echoes of the days when I, too, saw Walt as a cosmos. I am charmed and moved. I feel that Bazalgette has built a staunch and beautiful shrine for worship, that he has added another testament to the New Testament of the modern founder. Some of the rhapsodic verite of Jean-Christophe is in this book, and this lambent light lies over the facts of Walt's life so that the start is clear sunrise, and in the conclusion there is splendor of ended day floating and filling me. Walt marches into his own in Europe through this book, and perhaps may begin to march through it to his own in America. I am stimulated and must pull down my leaves of grass again and see whether a year has made any difference. It has not. Bazalgette grows a little dim. His was sunrise seen in a mirror, but here I am out in the sunrise itself. Dazzling and tremendous how quick the sunrise would kill me if I could not now and always send sunrise out of me. We also ascend, dazzling and tremendous as the sun. We found our own, oh my soul, in the calm and cool of the daybreak. Where is there another song in the world like Song of Myself? To my mind, Walt's very greatest, as it was presumably his first. It is really the discovery of a new continent, and in the morning of time, everything is at first hand and seen sparkling. Dawn is so breathless that the young god who walks abroad in it is amazed at the hair on the back of his hand. Why should a Bazalgette celebrate Walt when Walt did it so much better himself? I celebrate myself prodigiously, for I and the world, and the sunrise in it, and launch forward a new race of heroes. I cast an intellectual eye on the pages. They bear up even under that strain. Like Nietzsche, Walt is ahead of the scientists, and intuitively flashes many of our new attitudes. He fills out the void left by the New Testament, the void of laughter, and the animal man, and the modern love of materials, and the open earth. He has fought free of the ancient mystic's domination by the unconscious, the revelation. I believe in you, my soul. The other I am must not abase itself to you, and you must not be abased to the other. This equality with the God hinges on an equality with men, and he is mystical without fear of the supernatural. Nor, strangely un-American, is he afraid of the feminine in himself, the brooding mother who would give a new birth to his nation, the tender love which finally changes the rough of Manhattan into the good gray poet of Camden. If all this is true, why do I make any reservations? Why do I wish that instead of Bauzelaire we had some impersonal psychologist to revalue the bard for us? The answer is partly in these lines. Know you, solely to drop in the earth the germs of a greater religion, the following chants, each for its kind, I'd sing. It is the feeling that Walt stands directly in the line of inheritance with Gautama Buddha, Jesus Christ, Mohammed, and Zarathustra. Nietzsche stood there also. He is the last of the great revealers, the great teachers, and this may happen because he comes just before that moment when modern psychology makes new mass religions and world revelations forever impossible. We may no longer take a great book as our guide to life, and feel that our God walks beside us when we mouth the immortal lines. What we learn of our God is through analysis of symbols, and authority is rooted firmly within us as individuals. My truth is not your truth, nor yours mine. Had Walt lived in the Middle Ages, we should have had the imitation of Walt, just as we had the imitation of Christ, and it is here that I, for one, part company with Bauzelaire, Benz, Buck, Edward Carpenter, and Horace Traubel. They are careful, it is true, to assert that each must find what Walt found, and each in his own way. But actually one feels the following in the footsteps which is so repugnant to our modern conscience. If Walt practices a white magic upon us, it behooves us to overcome and slay him like any terrible father, lest we blunt ourselves with trying to play act another, to wear his mask, instead of revealing our own faces, unilluminated as they are. There is not the same problem with Nietzsche. Somehow behind Zarathustra there lurks merely a very human and sick scholar, who, after hard intellectual struggle, was inundated by the unconscious. Is the cause of the difference inherent in the difference between 19th century Europe and 19th century America? I have talked of this with Fenwick Brooks, who knows more about it than most of us, and he points out how isolated our great and near great have been, how free from the critical insight of their fellow men, and hence how quickly they turned into myths. Washington, Barnum, Young, Mrs. Eddy, Walt Whitman. If a nation cannot feel common background without a special mythology, then we have gone the usual path and out of necessity created our heroes and gods. And surely Walt Whitman played into this myth-making tendency, inviting all America, his own and that of the future, to hang about his neck. This criticism would have little point, if it were not for the fact that our age of heroes and of gods has passed, and a sterner and more civilized age dawns upon us. Our great task today is to overcome and demolish the American tradition, to replace pioneer optimism and our naive belief in our inherent superiority, byproducts of continent conquest, by a new conquest of the self. The Homeric age is over. The age of Aeschylean tragedy has begun. It is a time for searching of our spirits, for catharsis. We are discovering the abyss beneath us. Our leaders today must be those who thus far have almost been inarticulate in America. They are, in nature, quite the opposite of Abraham Lincoln and Walt Whitman. They stem from Raskolnikov, Hamlet, and Dante. Hitherto the pioneer horde has trampled them down or converted them into sorry opposites of themselves, and it is just the sensitive ones who are most attracted by the sunrise affirmations of Whitman. They need to see their sun god as a man. It is for such reasons that it seems to me that Basilge is a bit belated. It is no reflection on Walt, the great bard, truly one of the great world poets. It is a need in ourselves which may be satisfied only by clear analysis and detached evaluating. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Dial, May 1920. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Section 16. One Woman Composer by Pitts Sanborn. Impressions That Remained. Memories by Ethel Smythe. In 2 volumes. Illustrated. 585 pages. Longmans, Green and Company, New York. Ethel Smythe, with no literary pretension and an unabashedly colloquial, sometimes a slipshod style, possesses and employs the life-giving faculty of the born writer of memoirs. The figures that people her pages seem as real to the reader as they must be to her. An incident or anecdote is bitten in with the sureness, the sharpness, the brevity of a master etcher, and it is all by the by. The memoirs are documented on a mass of correspondence from the protagonists, yet the effect of the book as a whole is just sufficiently haphazard, what the French call décousu, and therein is the strength of the book. There is no formal setting of stages and drilling of the dramatis personae. Rather, what is given has the quality of being lived before our eyes. Ethel Smythe was born into an English country family, April 23rd, 1858. She was musical and a tomboy. Her father, a general in the army who spent a part of his life in India, seems to have been a worthy gentleman of the good conservative county tradition. Ethel began shocking him early. I think I am the only one of the 6 Miss Smythes who has ever been really thrashed, and continued to shock him until paternal resignation became the better part of military valor. Of course, the general did not approve of a musical career for young ladies, but ultimately he succumbed to filial strength and strategy. Her mother was a rare woman, beautiful, temperamental, gay, witty, not always tactful, and musical. Behind the immediate family group, there were 5 other daughters and 2 sons, hovers the elusive and fascinating figure of Bonne Maman. This was the maternal grandmother who married en secondes noces, an adventurer, whom she adored, lived in Paris and corresponded in an interesting manner with interesting members of the opposite sex, and indeed strayed so far from the strict sect of county propriety that her residence abroad was an obvious relief to the majority of her family in England. This very giddy skeleton in a French closet was hushed up before her grandchildren as a sort of family disgrace, but Miss Smythe, after reading some of her letters in later years, came to the conclusion that poor Bonne Maman, gifted, warm-hearted, impulsive, and thoroughly injudicious, would have been her favorite relation. The reader would fain know more of the beguiling Bonne Maman and her escapades, and certainly the heredity indicated from mother and grandmother is one more argument for the validity of the theory that from out of some maternal reservoir of talent comes the endowment which makes a given number of a given race stand apart from and above the other members. It was one of a series of more or less temporary and unhappy governesses that passed in and out of the Smythe household of romping children who decided Ethel's future course. When I was 12, a new victim arrived, who had studied music at the Leipzig Conservatorium, then in the heyday of its reputation in England. For the first time I heard classical music, and a new world opened up before me. I then and there conceived the plan, carried out 7 years later, of studying at Leipzig and giving up my life to music. No one in the family took this intention seriously, but it was a decision cast in iron. The summer of 1877 found Miss Smythe, having surmounted all obstacles of tradition and paternal objection, actually in the Leipzig of her dreams. It should be pointed out, she says, that the scene of that golden time was nothing less than a lingering bit of the dear old German of Heine and Goethe, doomed presently to vanish under the stress of imperialism. Chapters follow on Leipzig, the quaintness of the town, the groups into which its provincial society was sharply divided. Miss Smythe, being a lawless English girl, was allowed by each group to frequent the others. The notable figures of each group, the conservatorium, the Gewandhaus concerts, the extreme musical conservatism, and the atmosphere of a provincial community that was sincere and, for all its teapot tempests, restful. Chapters often as remarkable for the vivid turning of a phrase as for the spontaneous eloquence of a profound sympathy and affection. Miss Smythe soon outgrew the conservatorium. The glorious part was the rest of the music life, the concerts and the opera. One may judge the classical conservatism of musical Leipzig from the fact that though in other towns the custom of playing excerpts from Wagner at concerts had been started, such a thing was taboo within the sacred walls of the Gewandhaus. Not even the overtures to his operas were tolerated, and I remember an all but successful attempt to bar the Siegfried Idyll. This quite orthodox concert piece was so ill received, several of the permanent subscribers staying away to mark their indignation, that the experiment was not repeated. The great Frau Livia Frege, one of the dominant figures in music and fashion, even boasted that she had never listened to a Wagner opera because she wished to keep herself musically pure. The glories of the opera were for Miss Smythe, a wild English girl, but not for the Brahmins of Leipzig. Though exception was made, of course, in favor of Mozart and Fidelio, my group considered opera a negligible form of art, probably because Brahms had wisely avoided a field in which he would not have shone, and of which the enemy, Wagner, was in possession. Besides this, the golden age of Leipzig had been orchestral and oratorial, and both musicians and concert public were suspicious of music drama. The old families, who had been rooted in their Gewandhaus seats from time immemorial, seldom hired boxes at the opera. I used to go and hear Carmen, still my favorite opera, whenever I had a chance, and was indignant at Herzogenberg's patronizing remark that Bizet was no doubt ein Genicken, a little genius. But in that school, Bizet, Chopin, and all the great who talk tragedy with a smile on their lips, who dart into the depths and come up again instantly like divers, who, in fact, decline to wallow in the immensities, all these were habitually spoken of as small people. As a commentary on Miss Smythe's preference for Carmen, it is worth recalling that Bizet's opera was at one time a positive fad, with no less a classicist than Brahms himself. Brahms the father, and Miss Brahms, but there is no hint in the memoirs that Ethel Smythe knew of the foster paternal predilection. Here enter the 3 L's of Miss Smythe's destiny. In whatever set I might happen to find myself, 3 names were constantly on all lips, uttered with respect, admiration, or devotion, as the case might be. Hitherto, for various reasons, I had met none of these evidently remarkable personalities. Then suddenly fate made good, and in the case of a single week, Livia Frege, Lily Vogt, and Elizabeth von Herzogenberg swam into my orbit. Frau Frege has already been mentioned. Lily Vogt was Mendelssohn's youngest daughter, the only absolutely normal and satisfactory specimen I have ever met of a much-to-be-pitied genus, the children of celebrated personalities. Frau Frege was older than the other 2. I used to note the beauty in her face and voice when she spoke of Mendelssohn, who, with his wife, had been of her most intimate friends. A world that since then had begotten Brahms, not to speak of Wagner, was growing contemptuous of its former idol, and she was aware of the fact. but did not consider it necessary even to discuss the matter. No insistence on his merit, no apology, just the old love and faith. I thought this attitude wonderful, but to carry it through you had to be Livia of the light holding sapphire eyes. Elizabeth von Herzogenberg, Liesel, wife of Heinrich von Herzogenberg, the only aristocrat in town who was also a good composer, was destined to be the dominant figure in Miss Smythe's life, though the friendship was violently and permanently interrupted through, it seems, Miss Smythe's relation to Frau von Herzogenberg's sister and brother-in-law, Julia and Henry Brewster. But almost from their first meeting, Miss Smythe appropriated the Herzogenberg couple, and not long afterwards Heinrich von Herzogenberg took her under his wing as a pupil, thus rescuing her from the forcible instruction of the conservatorium. It was inevitable that through the Herzogenbergs, Miss Smythe Brahms should meet Brahms himself. Early in 1879, I think sometime in January, Brahms came to Leipzig to conduct his violin concerto, played, of course, by Joachim. From the very first I had worshipped Brahms' music, as I do some of it now, since was predisposed to admire the man. But without exactly disliking him, his personality neither impressed nor attracted me, and I never could understand why the faithful had such an exalted opinion of his intellect. Rather taciturn and jerky, as a rule, and notoriously difficult to carry on a conversation with, after meals his mind and tongue unstiffened, and then, under the stimulus of countless cups of very strong black coffee, he was ready to discuss literature, art, politics, morals, or anything under the sun. On such occasions, though he never said anything stupid, I cannot recall hearing him say anything very striking, and when his latest pronouncement on Bismarck, poetry, or even music was ecstatically handed round, it generally seemed to me that what anyone might have said. And now comes the secret of the great gulf fixed between the future militant and her musical idol. I think what chiefly angered me was his views on women, which, after all, were the views prevalent in Germany, only I had not realized the fact, having imagined mein Mann sagt was a local peculiarity. Brahms, as artist and bachelor, was free to adopt what may be called the poetical variant of the Kinderkirche Gutche axiom, namely that women are playthings. He made one or two exceptions, as such men will, and chief among these was Liesel, to whom his attitude was perfect, reverential, admiring, and affectionate, without a tinge of amorousness. To see him with Lily Wach, Frau Schumann and her daughters, or other links with his great predecessors, was to see him at his best, so gentle and respectful was his bearing. In fact, to Frau Schumann he behaved as might a particularly delightful old-world son. I remember a most funny conversation between them as to why the theme of his D major piano variations had what she called an unnecessary bar tacked on, this being one of the supreme touches in that wonderful soaring tune. She argued the point lovingly, but as ever with some heat, and I thought him divinely patient. I like best to think of Brahms at the piano, playing his own compositions, or Bach's mighty organ fugues, sometimes accompanying himself with a sort of muffled roar, as of Titans stirred to sympathy in the bowels of the earth. The veins in his forehead stood out, his wonderful bright blue eyes became veiled, and he seemed the incarnation of the restrained power in which his own work is forged. For his playing was never noisy, and when lifting a submerged theme out of a tangle of music, he used jokingly to ask us to admire the gentle sonority of his tenor thumb. One of his finest characteristics was his attitude towards the great dead in his own art. He knew his own worth. What great creator does not? But in his heart he was one of the most profoundly modest men I ever met, and to hear himself classed with such as Beethoven and Bach, to hear his C minor symphony called the 10th Symphony, jarred and outraged him. Once, when he turned up to rehearse some work of his, Rene had not yet finished rehearsing one of Mozart's symphonies, I forget which, and after the slow movement he murmured something to Liesel that I did not catch. She afterwards told me he had said I'd give all my stuff cram to have written that one andante. Brahms remained the musical idol, though he never became the close personal friend, but in Miss Smythe's pages are clearly etched glimpses of other famous musicians, the Joachims, touched in the case of Joachim himself with a delicious malice, the Röntgens, Rubinstein, Henschel, Grieg, Tchaikovsky, who bade Miss Smythe cultivate the art of orchestration, scorned in Brahms' ridden Leipzig, where the matter was held sacred and the manner might go hang, the ruthless Mahler, Nikisch the lady-killer, and even the much younger Fritz Kreisler. There is a tragic anecdote of Mahler and the demoniacal charm he possessed for women, in spite of his ugliness. I felt this even when I saw him last. It was in Vienna in 1907, worn out, exasperated, prematurely aged, wrestling with the Habsburgs as personified by the intendant of the opera house. He had made the first in the world. He was far and away the finest conductor I ever knew, with the most all-embracing musical instinct, and it is one of the small tragedies of my life that just when he was considering the question of producing the records at Vienna, they drove him from office. When he was gone, his enemies regretted their action, but the ideal of art he set, his passionate refusal to abate one jot or tittle of his artistic demands, the magnitude and purity of his vision, these are things that start a tradition and linger after sunset. At the time I am speaking of in Leipzig, I saw but little of him, and we didn't get on. I was too young and raw then to appreciate this grim personality, intercourse with whom was like handling a bomb cased in razor edges. Miss Smythe makes no allusion to his later experiences in New York. The temptation to quote is so strong that unless one resolutely reins in, one would find oneself quoting the whole of the 2 volumes. They are a series of shrewd, lively, evocative views of men and women, big personalities for Miss Smythe, though obviously no snob in the vulgar fashion, does not waste time unnecessarily on little ones, for the good reason that they do not interest her, and man lives here on earth but once. The big ones are there to be had for those who in their turn are big enough to capture them. This book is a rich and irresistibly vivid panorama. The reader has the pleasure of it that he has of a portrait gallery whose subjects, interesting in themselves, are delineated with comprehension and an unerring instinct of reproduction. Further, from the wealth of indications offered, he may construe the forthright character of Miss Smythe. The work of construing I do not mean to attempt. Unto the reader that which is the reader's, and then much of the book has to do with personal adventures of the author, which the reader will read, but on which I do not even touch. There is, for instance, the highly diverting interlude of her brief engagement to no less a personage than Willie Wilde. But through most of the 2 volumes runs the recurrent theme of Liesel, less a leitmotif than an idée fixe, and it is her death that determines the end of the story. In frankness, Miss Smythe rivals that master of reminiscence, Mr. George Moore, but unlike Mr. Moore, she never plays the enfant terrible. About herself she is apparently willing to tell anything, but her sense of mime and ton is keen and definite. Where others are involved too intimately, as in the case of the Henry Brewsters, she makes explicit her reserve. Read the book how you will, for its evocation of other places and times, for the light it throws on men and women of genuine consequence and often of great fame, as one more revelation of self by a being whose self is worth revealing, as treasure trove for our friend the psychoanalyst. Read the book how you will, and you are sure to find that you have wasted your time as little as the energetic and acquisitive Miss Smythe was wont to waste hers. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Matt Perard. Section 17. Jens Peter Jacobsen by Paul Rosenfeld. Niels Len by Jens Peter Jacobsen. Translated from the Danish by Hanna Ostrup Larsen. 284 pages. The American Scandinavian Foundation, New York. Jacobsen's poems and novels are part of general European literature. Their influence has by far transcended the boundaries of Denmark. Characteristic of Danish literature at the moment when, under the leadership of Brandes, it was seeking to confront the present, though they are distinctively national in their softness, their sweetness, their dreaminess, they have nevertheless played an important role in the development of the literatures of other countries, that of Germany in particular. Jacobsen, the lyrist, stands in something of the relation of a forerunner to George, to Rilke, to Hofmannsthal, to the entire group of excessively refined and hieratic modern German poets. Jacobsen, the romancer, contributed largely to the defeat of the naturalistic school of novel writing. And it was precisely with Niels Len that he helped exorcise Zola from the Teutonic lands and bring about the recrudescence of the analytical novel. For just and poetic translations are the rule in Germany, and Niels Len, little diminished in the process of adoption, appeared in German at the moment when its power was in the zenith. It was the moment when the reaction against the complete preoccupation with the composition of society and the complete neglect of the psychology of the individual, of which Zola and his followers all over the continent had been so guilty, had begun to gather headway in artistic circles. The century, it will be remembered, had begun with transcendentalism, and seen flourish a novel that mirrored and analyzed almost exclusively the self. Indeed, for the novelist of the Romantic school, the world itself was but an emanation of the ego. But with the rise of industrialism and the ascendancy of its accompaniment, positivism, the novel had swerved into the study of the forces and conditions of nature and society to which the individual is subjected. The self ceased to interest exclusively, and diminished in importance for the novelist. In Balzac, the two worlds, the subjective and the objective, are still fairly well balanced, but with the arrival of naturalism, the psychology of the individual was degraded to minor importance. In the novels of Zola, the characters are not very much more than types, prostitutes, laborers, peasants, and so forth. The world is conceived as having an existence entirely independent of the visions of the characters. Indeed, it is almost conceived as having an existence entirely independent of the vision of the novelist himself. To be sure, Zola had defined the naturalistic novel as nature viewed through a temperament. In truth, however, his ideal was the scientific document, the abstract and passionless narration of facts. Had he been able, he would have created fictions approximating the deadly reports of social investigators. Luckily for the novel, Zola oftentimes failed of his goal. He was too much the poet. The tediousness of complete impersonality has been attained only by his unique disciple, Pierre Hump. Still, his theories, his pseudo-scientific attitude, continue to weigh upon the form. Before the visions of the novelists all over Europe, there continued to float the ignis fatuus of the experimental romance, the scientific work. However, toward 1885, the individualistic reaction had set in. The self was once more become the center, the principal matter, the object of analysis. The new psychological novel was born. Bourget introduced Stendhal anew to France. Maeterlinck translated Novalis. In Germany, folk ceased laughing at the Romantic school. And if the pendulum did not swing back all the way to the ground of the Romanticists, If novelists did not again conceive the world as an emanation of the ego, nevertheless, Zola's conception of a world independent of the vision of his characters was entirely abandoned. Impressionism, the study of the external world as the mirror and revealer of the self, came into being. Henceforward, landscapes, inanimate nature, the objective world, were to be represented only because of what the characters felt toward them and because of the strata of their selves revealed in the transference. And Niels' line gave the young German novelists of the 90s a distinct and serviceable pattern. For it is the picture of the states of soul of an individual, the record of the development of a sensibility. It concerns itself almost exclusively with the inner life of the hero, with his feelings and moods, rather more than with his actions. It is the moments of intense consciousness, when the soul is incandescent, that Jacobsen dwells upon. Niels' fantasies, his moods, and spiritual states are developed at length in all their cloudy beauty. The author seems continually bent over the murky, unplumbed regions of character where sits enthroned the destiny of individuals. Moreover, Niels himself is a figure intriguing to northern artists, for the conception has in it something which the sensitive man of the North feels, has always felt, to be true of himself. Unfriendly nature has always tended to produce folk rich in inner development, in imagination, in the power of feeling, and poor in the power of action and enjoyment. And Niels, as well as most of the characters of the novel, his mother, Begum, Mrs. Boy, Fenimore, Gerda, are dreamers, dainty and lacking in willpower. In all of them there is the devastating northern longing, the yearning of the human being cast into bitter climes, for the warmth and ease and carelessness of the south and the sun. All of them, like the painter in Pater's imaginary portraits, are famished for the something in the world that is there in no satisfying measure, or not at all. Niels' mother passes her girlhood in a perpetual daydream, tries to find a reality in marriage, is cruelly disappointed, and sinks back bitterly into her fantasies. Only during the months when she is slowly wasting away to death, when her desires no longer have strength, does life come close to her, and does she taste of the beauty for which she has pined all her days. Niels himself is a distant relative of the Prince of Denmark in more than race. He is one of the company of the half-poets, apparently gifted for creation, possessed by all the sensations from which poetry is supposed to spring. Welling in exquisite and poignant emotions, he never achieves anything. Some inward fatigue weighs upon him. He, too, cannot successfully leave his dreams for reality. A learned writer in the Imago several years ago pointed out the character's fundamental bisexuality and the significance of his attachments to his mother and to his friend Eric. Life slips through his fingers. His friends die or become estranged from him. Whatever he sets hand to turns out tragically. He can find no one with whom he can really share his life. His relationships with men and women are spoiled by his damning passivity and lack of direction. After the death of his young wife and child, he loses all interest in living. Death in the War of 1864 puts an end to a life that was nothing more than a great promise broken. And then, the world of Niels Lynn is exclusively the world of Niels' proper vision. The very quality of soul of Niels and his mother comes to us through the landscapes and descriptive pieces of the novel. Because of the fatigue, the exquisite sensitiveness, the unsatisfied yearning of the protagonists, the world of the novel is suffused with delicate and tired sunset hues, all the pale and wistful colors of the spectrum. Both the strong vibrancy of noon and the black passion of night are absent from his color scheme. The novel has the quality of a late autumn afternoon, a windless, tranquil hour of waiting, when both strong desire and strong regret are absent, and when in a mood of reverie and forgiveness we let the world glide from us. A sense of something honey-sweet faded and delicate, pervades it, the smell of lavender, old spotless rooms, feminine refinement. The springtide when it comes flooding the shores of the smiling lake where the anemic northern woman lies dying is strangely perfumed and idyllic and caressing, not at all shrill nor humid nor cruel, but pretty, almost, a delicate drift of naive bright flowers, a sparkle of gliding water, a rain of sweet soft lights and scents. And the vignettes of the damp, dreary northern fall and the wet, endless Baltic winter which we are given are almost equally soft and sweet and faint. But most contributory of all to the power of the book was the unusual loveliness of its surface. The naturalistic novel is characterized after all by looseness of form and repertorial style. The zest to approximate the appearance of life, to depart from the classical forms and constructions, and to utilize the vernacular, had made Zola and his group disregardful of the demands of the medium, the actual problems of their art. Jacobsen, on the contrary, was in love with suave, rounded forms, and with the ring and timbre of words. How deeply he was the literary artist, the Larson translation unfortunately little reveals. Though it is more faithful to the original than the general run of translations to which we here in America have become accustomed, its prosiness and stiffness, its air of being all too patently the translation, prevent it from representing Jacobsen quite fairly. For Jacobsen is the seraph of Danish literature. Even in the German translations, his novels are prose poems. Frau Marie Grub is the work of a sort of prose Vermeer of Delft. Its style is suffused with a bland, sweet light that recalls the pearly canvases of the Magic Dutchman. And Niels Len is a lyrical novel, a chain of songs and flights in novel form. Its language is to a great degree the inherited language of poetry, the rich, simple, colorful language of the lyric poets. The diction has a certain ceremonialism, a slow, proud march, a quiet and magnificence. The words defile in gentle melody. The prose is full of images. Moods are birds with strong pinions. The soul speaks to Niels like wild, challenging trumpet blasts, like exultant fanfares. Blossoming sprays build rose castles, vaulted choirs of roses. Spring comes up the alpine valleys in triumphal march, and one delicately handled episode follows another. Jacobsen must have sunk himself fully into each of the moods of his book, must have sought to drink in their beauty completely, must have dwelt with them till he had extracted from them all their beauty. One scarcely knows which one prefers. Episodes such as the story of Bertholin's girlhood and marriage and disillusionment, or the description of Niels' encounter with his young aunt in the darkened, rose-scented room, or the scene where he overhears the conversation between Bigham and Adele, or the chapter where he falls in love with love, or that in which his mother languishes and dies in spring-kissed Clarens, might stand by themselves as a fine lyric stands. And yet, as lovely a thing of its sort as it is, Niels Len is not Jacobsen's most perfect work. Marie Grub surpasses it as a work of art. Jacobsen was a sick, a dying man when he wrote it, and his illness in one or two instances dimmed his artistic vision. The last chapters of the book, which deal with the mature life of Niels, are somewhat thinner than the first. Unable to live himself out because of his consuming malady, Jacobsen was doubtlessly unable to face the maturity of his character with the same ardor with which he faced his youth. Almost nothing is said of the wedlock of Niels and his girl wife. Only one scene is described at length, and that is the scene at the deathbed. And then the novel is overfull of premature deaths. Practically each of the principal characters meets an untimely end. Niels' father and mother die in early middle life. Adele, Eric, Gerda, the child, Niels himself, perish in their youth. It is as though Jacobsen, aware of his swiftly approaching end, and overcome by the tragedy of his own existence, had unconsciously wished to insist on it, to bring the sense of the sadness of a lot like his own forcibly home to his readers. Still, despite these blemishes, the work has a particular importance, an importance quite apart from its influence. It is Jacobson's realistic representation of himself. If Marie Gros and the shorter prose works and the lyrics are no less expressive of Jacobson, and in certain ways more perfectly expressive, they are nevertheless more idealistically so. The tale of what life did to the exquisite 17th century lady is Jacobson in an ideal representation. The history of the 19th century dreamer, früh gereif und zart und traurig, as Hofmannsthal has qualified him, is Jacobson situated in his own time, connected with the Denmark of his day. In this letter, the author sought to draw the line closely about himself, to utilize experiences of his own, to trace his features accurately. In it he sought to voice his particular loneliness, his sense of the nullity of his existence, his deep disappointment. In it he set out to write his Vita Somnium Breve, and he accomplished what he set out to do. One can demand nothing more of the violet than that it be content to remain the violet. And Jacobson, though he had far less appetite, less volume, less flow, than had some of his great contemporaries in France and Russia, even in England, did situate himself in his time, in Niels Len, did achieve his own style of auto-portrait. One shuts the book with the sense of satisfaction that arises from having encountered a piece of work that is entirely one thing, and one finds oneself wondering whether the little novel does not contain in hard form something that is in many of us today, as it was in many of those of yesterday, and that will be in those who are to be born tomorrow and the day after. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Section 18. A Divine Beachcomber, by Evelyn Scott. Noah Noah, by Paul Gauguin. Translated from the French by O. F. Thies. Illustrated. 148 pages. Nicholas L. Brown, New York. Paul Gauguin, according to some authorities, was born in Paris on the 7th of June of 1848. His father, who was a Parisian journalist, a Breton by birth, died during a journey to Lima while yet a young man. His mother was a Peruvian Creole. Gauguin ran away to sea when he was 14, and so presaged for us his later adventurous spirit, but returning to Paris when he had just passed adolescence, he temporarily belied the fears of the more cautious among his friends and relatives by a determination to pursue a sensible calling. In his anxiety to reassure society with the commonplace it desired, he became the employee of a well-known banker. In this capacity it was possible for him to wed a Danish lady of depressingly unimpeachable respectability. Though it can hardly be said that Gauguin was ever a father, nature made him responsible through this alliance for several children. Then, suddenly, without warning, at the age of 30, he turned vagabond and painter almost in the same moment. Not that he became a physical exile from the Beulah land of bourgeois success so early as this. The outward sign of the inward grace was slow to accumulate. He began painting on Sundays while the remainder of the week was devoted to a kind of remunerative penance. At last, however, his determination to express himself conquered the habit of clerical diligence, and he devoted his entire effort to becoming an artist. In 1880 he first exhibited landscapes in the manner of Pissarro. The following year he showed, besides similar landscapes, a study of a nude woman, of which Huysmans wrote that no painter had as yet struck a note aussi vehemente dans le réel. From this time forward his work took an unexpected trend, and his emancipation was as swift as his preparation had been deliberate. Manet and Degas were the strongest influences which affected his maturing talent. Gauguin did not doubt the sincerity of Pissarro and Monet, but he did not find in them the colors that he remembered, in the luxuriant shores along which he had coasted in his youth, and he began to seek for models to affirm this recollection. In 1886 he went to Brittany and painted his first independent landscapes. He was displeased with the result of his experiments, and, impatient with his surroundings, resolved on a journey to Martinique. Here Gauguin saw a new world, and the revelation reaffirmed his spirit of revolt. On his return to France he found the method of Pissarro, who had been his first admiration, more than ever impossible. Cézanne and Manet were now the painters whose work approached his ideal. It was about this time that Van Gogh, with whom he had previously become acquainted in Paris, persuaded him to come to Arles. According to Gauguin, it was Van Gogh only who profited by their association, but it is probable that each gave something to the other, as the friction of their contradictory natures called forth in each complementary reactions. Van Gogh, to the end of his life, retained the greatest reverence for his older comrade, and in a letter to Gauguin, written shortly before his death, continues to address him as Maître, a detail which Gauguin, in one of his communications to Charles Maurice, cannot forbear mentioning. In any case, it was during the time passed at Arles that Gauguin produced what were, from the coloristic standpoint, the most notable pictures of his European period, including his extraordinary Yellow Christ. Perhaps Gauguin's vanity suffered from overcrowding in Europe, for he began to long once more to return to the tropics. His friends were compassionate. On May 21, 1891, the first performance of Maeterlinck's Play and Truce was given at the Vaudeville for the joint benefit of Gauguin and Verlaine. The proceeds of the entertainment covered the cost of the long-anticipated journey to Tahiti. After 1891, Gauguin returned to Europe only as a visitor, bringing with him some written impressions of unusual foreign life, which appeared in book form under the title Noa Noa, and some superb pictures which reflected a more profound experience. The French edition of Noa Noa has intercalated between Gauguin's original narrative chapters, first by Charles Maurice, somewhat in the manner of occasional music. This verse, while polished, detracts rather than adds to the significance of the book, and is wisely dropped from the English version by the good taste of the translator, O. F. Thies, who has lately given in our alien tongue an excellent rendition of the little volume. Noa Noa is a narrative of charming, if specious, simplicity, which, in the opening pages, with a deliberate absence of literary preparation, transports us to the unfamiliar city of Papeete, the Tahitian capital. Gauguin has recounted his experiences through disconnected incidents and the absence of other than a chronological sequence in the events described lends the book the appearance of being an unstudied transcription from life. As a litterateur, Gauguin has all of the delightful vices from which his pictorial and sculptural art is such a spontaneous escape. He paints his Tahitian models with respect, but as he writes of them, his regard is full of that fastidious sentimentality of the man of culture for the race, toward which he holds a position of unassailable superiority. Gauguin, with less taste but a more successful artlessness, writes like Pierre Loti, a kind of exalted and impressionistic journalism flavored with self-conscious wistfulness. He is with intent the painter wielding the pen. Never before have we been given so much of the literal color of the tropics, the color which assails the eye as if with defiance. All life comes to us in his lines as if through the eyes, and watching the bare feet of the girls in the roadway, they agitate us as though with their strong toes they gripped our souls. There is a delicious description of Vaitua, a real princess, who, however, conducts herself with more imagination than the royalty whom we are accustomed to see photographed for the illustrated journals. I feel like comparing this narrative to a similarly personal volume by a Christian missionary. An African Trail by Jean Mackenzie. And I perceive in the hatred of her kind for savage practices, especially the more cruel incidents of sexual ruthlessness, a fear a little nearer reality than the attitude of moral protectiveness which Gauguin assumes toward those from whom he has never felt any menace. There is something pathetic in the grotesque contortions of inverted morality with which the Christian ethicist would saddle oblivious nature, but I sense in the book by a woman the insight of the weak through which they appraise the ways of the strong, always a keener gaze than the casual vision with which the strong behold their inferiors. In Gauguin's make-up there was no need for the Christian legend, for he had not, at least at the time Noah Noah was written, discovered his necessities. The social feelings were always beside his needs. As a member of the human race he was never more than a dilettante. It was perhaps because he was able to gratify every want through his art that he retained his spiritual independence. Again, in contrasting the missionary outlook with the viewpoint of Gauguin, I am reminded of that age-old rivalry between woman and the arts, woman whose maternal disabilities confine her freedom within the limitations of the moralities. Warring with nature for his possession, she dare not permit man that faith in himself which makes the social compromise superfluous. So early in his childhood, while he is yet subject to her, she attempts to impregnate his soul with her pessimism. Art, because it also ignores the social compromise, she must consider an alliance with the enemy. There are moments in Noah Noah when Gauguin escapes from his pretense of humanity. Then only the trees, the lizards, the silence, the ocean, and the earth exists with the painter, and where he touches form, and especially color, his reactions spring from the depths of his being and anticipate deception, so that his constant desire for the picturesque arrives too late to effect his utterance. Out of the placid and impersonal perfection of the sea and sky and bronze foliage, we can imagine the evolution of the deliberate figures which adorn his canvases. Figures which give us the impression of an eternity that is at once substantial and fleeting. They are as heavy and placid as the huge clouds which hang on the horizon with the weight of mountains, yet are at any moment liable to disintegrate. In most descriptions of alien environment, the author in subconscious conformity to some idea which dominates his attitude will eliminate much that is for him irrelevant, but necessary for the fidelity of a realistic impression. Gauguin visualizes his Tahiti so completely because he does not discriminate in recounting the trivial and the grandiose details of his surroundings. There was a moment in the silence of the forest with no other companion than his male guide Totefa, when Gauguin awoke with the sudden shock of his strange surroundings to a distorted instant of being. The first impulse of self-intoxication was toward an act of violence, but his exaltation developed in him a kind of menacing calm, a grandiose feeling, a little absurd, which prompted him to take the axe from his guide and fell a tree with it, persuading himself as the blows resounded on the trunk that he could lay waste the forest before him. The boastfulness of his mood gave him hallucinations of the sort that beset children. He was a god walking light-footed across the tops of the mountains he had created. Nevertheless, as he suggests to us his isolation and the grandeur of his surroundings, he stirs within us a contagion of the sense of elevation and power. Like echoes, we play his game of defiance. It was after this orgasm of the spirit that Gauguin, pursued by a feeling of unrest which he pretends not to have understood, undertook a pilgrimage to one of the remoter parts of the island, but instead of continuing his journey to this destination, halted at the first strange native hut where he was offered a wife, Tahura, a girl of 13. When the time comes for Gauguin to return to France and part with Tahura, he gives a final sight of her as she sits on a stone on the quay, calm, exhausted with weeping, her feet touching the soiled water, the flower which she has put behind her ear in the morning, fallen wilted on her knee. This tableau of departure is from the pen of the Parisian who sees in all life an opportunity for reticent adornment. Gauguin the writer has not permitted the rhythm of his beauty to be interrupted by ugly moral jerks, but his harmony is false, being arrived at only by exclusion. To Gauguin the painter, beauty is so inclusive that the contradiction which would have remained outside in the work of another has been swallowed up by his inspiration and ceases to exist. Gauguin's homecoming on this occasion did not bring him the anticipated triumph, and a succession of disappointments culminated in a financial sense, at least, when in 1895 he had a sale at the Hotel Drouet, which realized a contemptible sum. He longed, as before, for the distinction of exile, for alone it is possible to remain dignified in failure. Carrière procured him a cheap passage back to Tahiti on the pretext of an official mission. Ill health and further financial difficulties now kept him away from Europe to the end of his life. Gauguin from the beginning in Papete to the end in the even more remote Marquesas preserved himself through his very real difficulties with all the consolations of self-pity. He was sorry for himself when he found there was no way of equalizing emotions with the childlike Tahura. He was sorry for himself because he went to the wilderness when already too exhausted for unmodified pagan experiences. He was sorry for himself when his implacable wife wrote him in terse language of the death of the daughter whom he had elected to abandon. The truth is that Gauguin, like most persons, felt it outrageous that he was expected to make irrevocable decisions. There are many things in the psychology of this unpremeditated genius which suggest the typical marooned white whom one continually encounters in tropical lands. Like all of these derelicts, he preserved the double privilege of his failure. Among the natives he was the white man distinguished forever by his superior information. No matter how low the European may sink, he will usually find, with the dark-skinned aborigines, those who are willing to assume some of the burden of his support for the doubtful benefits of association. At the same time, with visitors of his own color, Gauguin was distinguished, though often looked at askance because of the race among which he had cast his lot. To the missionaries of many years' standing, for whom he had the most unreserved dislike, is meted out something of the same fate. For where they maintain a nominal financial independence and are at liberty to put an end to the term of exile whenever they have the courage to recant, their license is curtailed by the incapacity for readjustments which the passage of time develops, and they are able often for years to pity themselves for the lack of those adjuncts of their original environment which could no longer be of any use to them. Gauguin, on account of his financial troubles, accomplished his removal to the Marquesas with some difficulty, having encountered opposition from his wife, whose legal consent was required for a disposal of his meager belongings. Some years before, Robert Louis Stevenson had visited Ivaoa, and his comments on the Marquesans heighten our conception of the people among whom Gauguin passed his last days. At the time Stevenson visited here, he found these the least impressed by civilization of all of the Polynesian groups. But this race, removed from cannibalism by only a decade or two, was the handsomest and in many respects the most pleasing in the South Sea Islands. Their salient temperamental characteristic, however, was their profound melancholy and the continual fear of death, which expressed itself in the morbidness of their mythology. This terror was constantly reiterated by the appearance of the islands themselves, which had become, through successive epidemics that on different occasions all but demolished this race of physical demigods, veritable tombs. On every side were the evidences of death in graves, unburied skeletons, and ruined pepes, or native habitations. During 46 years, the population in one district had declined from 6,000 to less than 400. The dead of the Marquesans were jealous of the living, and beyond the grave indulged those customs of cannibalism which the white man no longer permitted in life, and to offset this constant menace from repugnant and merciless superbeings, every act of existence was protected by the art of the witch doctor. In this atmosphere of superstition which treasured death as so vivid a commonplace, Gauguin suffered for everything but the actual means of subsistence, waiting, like so many tropical expatriates, the relief that was to come from the land beyond the sea. When I read of Gauguin's last days, I thought of a whitewashed church on a hill by the seaside in a South American town, and I remembered the excitement of the 3 Americans and the 2 Englishmen who constituted the foreign population when the signal flags were run up on the tower announcing the first mail-boat dispatched from a war-ridden zone in over 13 weeks. Or in Benguela in West Africa, in that climate of depression and ennui, the same continual agitation in expectation of a letter, the letter. There is not one among the banished who does not await his letter. Sometimes it is a love letter. Sometimes it is a letter which is to bring news of kin. More often, as in Gauguin's case, it is the letter which is to bring money. As some monotonous lives at home are sustained by faith in the miracle of religion, so is the life of the exile made bearable through his confidence in the letter, which will one day arrive from God knows where and bring fortune with it. The native who attends on the white man also believes in the letter. This passage of mail back and forth, to and from the unknown, is a proof of the favor of the gods which rests on the white man. For the native does not receive letters, and existence holds for him only those familiar things which he can see and touch. Of course, in most cases, the letter fails to arrive. Day follows uneventful day. The tropical foliage, withered as if by the breath of despair, shrivels gray in the heat. Autumn comes, the rains begin, thick white clouds descend to the very earth. And in the mist, through which nothing is visible but light, one hears the shower, the sibilant and barely audible music which seems never to cease. It is spring, perhaps, that spring of impeccable blue skies against which the young mango leaves hang in sharp reddish bunches. There are no shadows anywhere on earth, and along the glaring beach the dead fronds which still hang on the coconut trees rattle huskily in the warm wind. Then a flag is run up on the church tower of the council's flagstaff. A ship is in sight. Suddenly we understand that the day has arrived. The low houses look bright and strange. The stretch of sand sparkles curiously as if with intention. The palm trees clash and swirl their green swords against the cobalt blue of the sky. On the sapphire waves, hundreds of white caps burst in abrupt explosions like seed pods which have ripened and scatter to the air little showers of white. Far out, some thin, disappearing streaks of silver show where a group of flying fish has darted up. Then, like a strange presence approaching, something for which we have no name, appears the ship, the tramp steamer or third-rate passenger boat which carries mail. She is like the bark bearing the Grail. More alien she seems as she looms larger to the shore. She will stand off, or she will be able to make a landing, but in either case hours may pass before the mail is out, hours in which one is never for a moment unconscious of that presence, a presence so vivid and compelling that it is almost sinister. Rusty she may be, faded vermilion streaks on the dingy hull which they are beginning to paint. Boats cluster to her sides, and sweating natives jostle each other in the hurly-burly of dust clouds, while their songs and cries echo above the indolent creaking of the pulleys. Impassive, enigmatic, she rests motionless in the lap of the water, and when, for some freak of the engineer, her whistles blow, it is as though one listened to the voice of the Colossi in the dawn at Memnon. About her keel float potato peelings and a curious reddish-brown scum, which is a mingling of seaweed and refuse. Here and there, the dark blobs of quicksilver shadow are covered with an opalescent skin of kerosene like isinglass. A sandy-haired man in his shirt-sleeves, his collar open at the neck, leans over the far from immaculate rail, chews a tobacco cud, and, half closing his dull twinkling eyes, spits luxuriously. In this man, as in everything that pertains to the vessel, one feels a glow of proprietorship and interest. The wooden pier, the houses, gray in a sudden shower, the rustle of the ragged, sage-colored coconut leaves as they bend and twist against the dun and silver sky, the bitter smell of rain, all of these things seem breathed as from the permanent atmosphere of the ship. Their familiarity is the familiarity of the steamer which one has never seen before. They and it have been and ever shall be as they are in this beginning instant. Hours pass. The mail has been distributed, but the letter is still missing. How many months will drag by before we are allowed a repetition of our disappointment? It is 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun shines again, but moistly and indecisively. Past the point, surmounted by 3 palm trees, past the fort, whose crumbling walls are covered with orchids, past the fishermen naked to the waist, who look very small as they stand far off upright in a canoe which moves out, which the waves oscillate so that it seems continually to rise. The ship moves out. She is a two-master with a single smokestack. Her spars appear almost unbelievably fragile as they pierce the diaphanous sunshine. The flat, sluggish, moving hull lies heavily in the shadow, and blown toward the land from the squat chimney like a mourning scarf waved in the breeze. The purple smoke hangs in a tattered, fluttering streak above the twilight blue of the water. Smaller the ship on the horizon. All the melancholy of that unbroken line culminates in a minute point which grows every moment less. The ship disappears. Sea, earth, sky, all are as empty as the womb from which a child has been torn. The wind, as it blows inland over the ocean that knows no winter, seems colder. The fisherman's canoe is grounding on the beach. The men, up to their waists in the sea, pulling the boat against the dragging of the tide, which is moving imperceptibly out. The waves, still a pale green, roll, roll, in one continuous desponding undulation with the hopelessness of the tide, which will, after all, never escape the shore. The sun sets abruptly, dropping quickly like a shot bird behind the mountain top, and at the same moment color is drained from everything, and the night rises like a vapor, as if from the earth. One thinks with unreasoning depression of the steamer already lost between two solitudes, each of which seems to reflect and magnify the other, and the land of the white man is farther by 1,000,000 miles than it has been that morning. The night elongates. Nothing can halt that inexorable ship which drags the darkness after her until miles and hours are won, and in her wake the shadows unwind in long streamers of black. For Gauguin, bedridden with a disease which was probably the combined result of a syphilitic taint and the malnutrition which is so often produced, even in those accustomed to it, by the inadequate diet of a primitive people, the letter came too late. You imagine him in one of those houses of types so similar all over the tropics, houses which permit of no reserves, and you see him lying in this hut, day after day, waiting for the ship, wondering perhaps which will arrive first, death or the materials which will allow him to paint. The natives were indolent. They were curious, but some were not altogether indifferent to the white man's fate. These acquaintances who surrounded him watched the end approach regretfully, but with the resignation of savages which, without intention, utterly isolates the person in distress. However, Gauguin had chosen his bed, and died in selected surroundings, so that as a man we should offer him no regret. His tenacity in the pursuit of his dominant aim was extraordinary, but it is the only quality expressed in his personal confessions which would command more than a commonplace regard. Yet, if there is little in a man stripped of his art which would arrest our admiration, there is enough in the painter to make Christians of the most grudging. Christians who welcome the artist who has shirked everything that society obliges with the same feast prepared for the drudge of responsibility. I have heard it objected that Gauguin was no primitive, that he touched his savages with the brush of Parisian sophistication. Instead of considering this statement as a depreciation, I find in it the simplest explanation of the fidelity of the painter's reaction to savagery. It is the thing that forces upon us a conviction of separation which impresses us most. Our senses register the foreign experience with superior acuteness, and the individual who compels our recognition is he who, by the sharp definitions of his personality, reiterates his distinction. It is the law of being which orders that the great be lonely, and that death grip most firmly the imagination of him whose life is intense. The hieroglyphic drawings of savages express an elemental reaction to the accidents of existence, but the primitive man, so little self-aware, cannot feel himself so keenly apart from his surroundings. The more sophisticated we become, the more we realize our isolation in an intensifying perception of what lies outside us, and this vision is itself the recognition of the impassable barrier which surrounds us. The stimulation which our senses receive from the pictorial art of the earliest historians results from the shock of extreme alienation. Imitation, however, is always a lie, since for none of us does there exist an identical reality. To attempt through an effort of will to approximate the spirit of the primitive in his approach to life is a futile artifice, for the truth he sought as his own does not exist for us. At best we may represent it in an ideal or purely decorative manner, as a conventionalized motif which permits of interminable repetitions. I doubt that the sensuous experience of the primitive is deeper than our own. But though this be so, its articulation through art must be less vivid. No one indulges in the superfluous creation in the moment of living. Before creation can become a complete act, there must be a definite realization of self, with a will which sustains through its means the flash of an involuntary joy or sorrow. In the savage, this will to self-expression can be little more than a tendency, and the savage man reflects his own individuality only through remote inferences. For an inconclusive recognition of elemental life, Gauguin's method was almost perfect. He did not attempt to make intellectual patterns of the life he got at second hand, as might a painter who worked backward from ideas to emotions. Gauguin was for an immediate effect, his personal reaction to this unaccustomed atmosphere. The limbs, torsos, arms which Gauguin painted seemed to flow upward from the earth. The strange trees, the flowers, the men, the women, even the stone figure of some inscrutably ugly deity, are as synthetic as the landscape which on waking one morning one sees from the deck of a ship. Simultaneously, in all its parts, a new world has come into being. Gauguin painted in bold, strong outlines with occasional dreary plains, but in giving us a nude without traditions, he extended the frontiers of art far beyond the confines of Tahiti. Always he used clear and simple colors, complaining to others that their work was never light enough, and much of his strength was drawn from his avoidance of the weakness of overfinish. In his picture of A Youth Between Two Girls, which is representative of some of his best attributes, there is a perfection of grouping, an exquisiteness of line, and a mastery of planes which give perfect satisfaction. Here, so little is analyzed that we are left to appropriate everything in a single emotion. This is a primary religious feeling which supersedes a stereotyped declaration of a God, a feeling that is impossible when the emotions are considered before they are articulated. For to criticize and appraise is to take account of a universe which exists only in parts. With the mathematical erection of a patchwork deity, the emotional conviction of unity departs forever. Dio venons nous, que sommes nous? ou à la nuit is the title of what is, I believe, his most ambitious painting. The theme of this canvas is human destiny. Birth, to the right, is represented by the mother and the lately born. Death, to the left, is suggested by the old woman crouching in an attitude of brooding but stoical despair. In the center of a fantastically impressive landscape, a huge Maori stands plucking fruit. In the background is a calm and grotesque idol with uplifted arms, and semi-distant from the foreground appear symbolical figures which Gauguin himself has named vanity of speculation and certainty of another existence. This picture, perhaps a little too pretentious in composition, nevertheless forces upon us a conviction of its inevitability. The metaphorical inferences which half emerge from the more obvious aspects of these languid plains are like words formed by the lips in silence. They command us to an attention which one never gives to what is clearly overheard, and the effect upon us is a sense of imminence, of continual approach, as though the finger-tips in the darkness rested upon something unseen which for ever eluded the grasp. Here life and death, instead of contradicting one another, are the common flowers of the same melancholy peace. In one of his letters Gauguin hopes that he may be allowed 2 years more of life in which to discover himself. It is quite possible that this often insupportable egoist, erstwhile the too picturesque proprietor of the shop in the Rue Vercingetorix, while he was so doubtfully supported by the opinions of others, in his heart was but half aware of his own profundity. For there is nothing in my work which could produce bewilderment save this savage strain in me for which I am not responsible, he writes not long before his death in a letter to Charles Maurice. Gauguin failed to realize that it was the truth, always strange, which bewildered his contemporaries, and what staggered critics was not barbarism of some local origin, but the unknown which is invariably barbarous. Every human work, Gauguin continues, is a revelation of the individual. Hence, there are 2 kinds of beauty. One comes from instinct, the other from labor. The union of these 2, with the modifications resulting therefrom, produces great and complicated richness. Gauguin's work was truly a revelation of the fidelity of instinct, for only the will is able to enjoin a lie, and the artist whose intention is directed from the subconscious depths of his being where the will is evaded is unable to falsify. Logic is unscrupulous, as ready to impose an appearance of harmony upon a fundamental discord as to adapt itself to an exposition of truth. The intelligence may modify, but should always make itself subservient to the inspiration. An artist with brains should at least at times be wise enough to refuse to think. Gauguin, fortunately, in the comparative poverty of his intellectual understanding, could not entirely elevate himself above his sense impressions, so that he was compelled to be great where his often tawdry wit might have dictated artifice. Physics, chemistry, and above all the study of nature, have produced an epoch of confusion in art, and it may be truly said that artists, robbed of all their savagery, have wandered into all kinds of paths in search of the productive element which they no longer possess. It is true that I know little, but what I do know is my own. By preserving the unique quality in himself, he was able to draw from the stream of life before the intellect had made it barren. It is impossible to feel and to appraise an emotion with the same breath, and as a consequence of this disability, the intelligence is aware only of what has already ceased to exist. The element in Gauguin's work, which he was pleased to describe as savagery, took rise in his perception of the existence of all things as simultaneous with his own. This was what gave his work its static quality. In his paintings, the universe and the artist live together in an eternal now. Education is our means of recognizing the past, and Gauguin, for whom there was nothing but the present, was essentially uneducated. It is for this reason that the aesthetic renegade has the privilege of vitality. but for culture. All great works of art would remain forever contemporary. The mission of culture is a denial of the present, through which we learn to endure a purely retrospective existence and to construct the future as an inverted past. Unhappily conventionalized judgments soon grow in the public mind to represent the work of the great dead, and these master spirits are finally allowed to communicate themselves only through the inferior minds of their disciples. Let us then take advantage of a diminishing opportunity and acquaint ourselves with Gauguin before his challenging outline is smudged with tradition, lest the shadow of posterity fall backward on his canvases and obscure those strong figures which gain their effect of flatness and simplicity through the uniformity of tropical light. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Section 19. Briefer Mention, by Anonymous. A Landscape Painter, by Henry James. 287 pages, Scott and Seltzer. Is a collection of stories, early flowerings of the portentous genius of their author. They are superior stuff, but the fashion of believing that James corrupted his style in his later years is proved silly enough by the fact that intensely passionate and fine as they are, they do not quite come off. For anyone else they might be considered little masterpieces. For him they are but the grammar of novelettes. The Matrix, by Maria Thompson Davies. 260 pages, Century. Lights another beacon to celebrate the post-bellum discovery of Lincoln. It is a gentle taper. Attempting to tell the story of the girlhood and wooing of Nancy Hanks with simplicity, the author occasionally lapses into primer technique. A maturer style could have given form to a more enduring romance. Evander, by Eden Phillpotts. 200 pages, Macmillan. Presents the English novelist tracking a favorite theme of his back to the borderland of mythology, where it is threshed out amid a verbal clash of the gods. Evander is one of those self-righteous male beings with a serene ignorance of human emotion, such as Phillpotts drew in The Thief of Virtue, and more recently in Storm in a Teacup. The projection of this type against a background of pagan philosophy gives the author a satirical scope less marked in his modern stories. Luca Sarto, by Charles S. Brooks. 360 pages, Century. Tilts a merry lance amid the somber moderns with their black-visored Freudian fiction, unfolding a lively tale of conspiracy and adventure laid in Paris in the days of Villon. It has the sparkle of brightly burnished armor and a pulse-quickening pace. The manner of the telling is not without a touch of swagger, spiced with the salt flavor of the modern point of view, humorous and whimsical. A novel to the king's taste, if there are still kings who can boast that quality. The Tall Villa, by Lucas Mallet. 256 pages, Duran. A husband in South America, a ghostly lover, and a wide-eyed, fragile, and excessively lovely lady bring a fresh variation on the eternal triangle in this story of love in the fourth dimension. It is the last straw in spiritism, and about the last straw from Lucas Mallet. Where Angels Fear to Tread, by E. M. Forster. 283 pages, Knopf. Is trite only in title. This is what Meredith and the gallery would respectively term comedy and tragedy. With somersaults of motive and swift satire, the story makes its way from England to Italy, where childlike sinfulness and the sunshine of medieval towns are refreshing after the irritated misunderstandings of the English family who rushed in. Handmade Fables by George Ade, illustrated, 332 pages, Doubleday page. Are so many essays on compensation. They deal with such worldly assets and liabilities as time's whirligig turns topsy-turvy. And whatever their individual prejudices, each fable has at least one robust American prejudice. Collectively, they maintain a general optimism regarding man's plight in the world as it is. Here Mr. Ade once more demonstrates that the American slang vernacular has capacities for clearness, force, and, yes, elegance that quite escape the baseball reporter. Some Personal Impressions by Taki Jonescu, 292 pages, Stokes, is reminiscent of the Illusion time when diplomats were regularly called distinguished. The author, sometime Prime Minister of Romania, had all the notabilities of Europe on his calling list, and most of them got into the book one way or another. Portraits of American Women by Gamaliel Bradford, illustrated, 276 pages, Houghton Mifflin, Boston, is a series of politely written impressions of 7 New England women and 1 Middle Westerner, drawn for the most part from letters and diaries. The portraits are far from clear, and Abigail Adams and Margaret Fuller would be chagrined to know how dim they have become even to an admirer. Hither and Thither in Germany by William Dean Howells, illustrated, 131 pages, Harper, undertakes the by no means slight task of ignoring the intervening upheaval and writing as if such a thing as war had not occurred. This circumstance, combined with the tranquil, orderly nature of Mr. Howell's style, gives the volume an almost antiquarian flavor. The Mr. and Mrs. March of their silver wedding journey are here conducted with care through descriptions of Hamburg, Leipzig, Weimar, Berlin, and the Rhine country. On the last page, Mrs. March remarks that they romped through Germany, but that is merely a touch of homeward-bound hyperbole. A Sportsman's Wanderings by J.G. Millay, 298 pages, Houghton Mifflin, Boston, reflects the catholic taste and broad horizon of the man whose career has followed such diverse trails as those of soldier and artist, naturalist and landscape gardener. Here is a readable blend of lively reminiscence and first-hand observation, without verbal or scientific excess baggage. The American Credo, a contribution toward the interpretation of the national mind, by George Jean Nathan and H. L. Mencken, 191 pages, Knopf, lists some 500 tersely stated articles of belief, superstitions and near superstitions, in some of which almost any American will see certain facets of his mind unflatteringly mirrored. More than half of the volume is occupied by its preface, for which the authors advance the one excuse that, having read it, one needs not read the book. A grateful choice. The Quest of the Ballad by W. Roy Mackenzie, 247 pages, Princeton University Press. Professor Mackenzie, of the English Department of Washington University, has recorded enthusiastically his experiences while collecting ballads from delightful, touchy old men and women in Nova Scotia. His volume contains suggestive notes upon the nature of variations in the old songs from singer to singer, and concerning ballads of well-attested local events, where the proportion between the actual and the imagined may be observed, notes of great value to students of folk literature. Modern American Poetry, an Introduction, edited by Louis Untermeyer, 170 pages, Harcourt, Brace and Howe. Follows through a broken country the contemporary reaches of that strong, troubled stream of poetry which flows from Whitman. Though it too often misses the authentic current, is too often led away into stagnant marshes, it is perhaps as good a map as we yet possess. The editor is a better conversationalist than guide. Macedonian Measures and Others by John McLeod, 41 pages, Cambridge University Press, England, is the work of a young poet who strives not so much to measure himself with life as with other rhymesters. He comes out pretty well in The Encounter. He has a powerful rhythmic sense and the knack of handling intricate verse forms. Yet evidently his serious work still lies in front of him. As a war poet, he ranks somewhere between Alan Seeger and Lorana Sheldon, the Bard of Bath, Maine. The Tempering by Howard Buck, 77 pages, Yale University Press, is a first book of verse wherein jubilant youthfulness, unwearied even in the poems of war experience, marches to gay pipes with a sweeping stride and an idealism unappalled. War Dogs by R. Watson Carr, 56 pages, John Lane, is aptly named. Imperfect assimilation might be diagnosed as the chief malady of these sketches from dugout and camp. The author has completely digested neither his war experiences nor the aesthetic of the new poetry. Despite his force and sincerity, he is treading a little too closely in the footsteps of a more famous contemporary. The wedding guest, he beat his breast where he heard the loud sassoon. The Genius of the Marne, a play by John Lloyd Balderston, 86 pages, Nicholas L. Brown, New York. As an introduction on the theory of inspiration, Mr. Balderston, it says, seems to think a man of genius is but the mouthpiece of a voice speaking from beyond. Very good as applied to Napoleon and Joffre at the Marne, but no indication is given as to the author's own inspiration, and no necessity to assume its existence is created by reading the play. Pan-Islam by G. Y.M. Bury, 212 pages, one map, Macmillan, is an unpretentious attempt to explain the ways of the Moslem world to that suburban electorate in whose hands the government of the British Empire, with the aid and consent of the permanent undersecretaries in the Foreign Office, ultimately rests. The Carnegie Peace Commission should send the last chapter, a plea for tolerance, to every missionary organization. Armenia and the Armenians by Kevort Aslan, 138 pages, Macmillan. Presents in condensed form the history of the Armenians from earliest times down to 1914. The work is translated from the original French by Pierre Crabit, whose introduction is an impassioned plea for Armenian independence. Patrons of Democracy by Dallas Lore Sharp, 57 pages, Atlantic Monthly Press, Boston. Criticizes private and vocational schools as destructive of democracy and urges a uniform national public school system as the educational basis for living together. This essay had the distinction of being publicly laughed at by Graham Wallas, but insofar as we differentiate our educational courses by reference to pecuniary rather than to biological differences, Mr. Sharp's polemic against any kind of differentiation should be helpful in restoring our social equipoise. Europe in the Melting Pot by Dr. R. W. Seton Watson, 400 pages, 7 maps, Macmillan, is his latest book on the problems of the European settlement. Partly written before the armistice, it expresses the principles and prejudices of the new Europe for integral victory against Bolshevism, or the League against imperialism, and is especially well informed and obstinate in dealing with Southern Europe. Local Government in Ancient India by Radhakamud Mukherjee, 229 pages, Oxford University Press, widens our Western European perspective of the guild system and municipal institutions by demonstrating the existence of the same modes of associative life at the Vedic headwaters of Hindu civilization, a book to place alongside Venkatarama Iyer's Town Planning in Ancient Deccan. An Irishman Looks at His World, by George A. Birmingham, 307 pages, Doran, carries the reader into a temperate mental climate where the winds of doctrine are silent and the dust of controversy no longer threatens the eye. The method is expository, the author's judgments are equitable, and the conclusion is a fling at those who have created an Irish problem by confining themselves to the political problem of Ireland. We Irishmen, all of us, are spending most energy on what matters least, the form of the state, and far too little energy on what matters most, the making of men, that education which goes on continuously from the cradle to grave. The Opium Monopoly, by Ellen N. Lamott, 84 pages, Macmillan, is one of the best arguments yet advanced against the mandatory system pieced together at Paris. With personal observation and official records at her service, the author shows that Great Britain is benevolently drugging to death most of the subject races entrusted to her care. The Monroe Doctrine and the Great War, by Arnold Bennett Hall, 177 pages, McClurg, Chicago, is an admirable summary of the foundation of the doctrine, its evolution, and its relation to the League of Nations. The author believes that, when all the criticisms of the Monroe Doctrine have been examined, most of them will be met by more tactful and diplomatic methods of its assertion, a scrupulous and sympathetic regard for the dignity and rights of Latin American republics, and the abandonment of the spirit and idea of the United States hegemony in Pan-American affairs. The War with Mexico, 1846 to 1848, by Justin H. Smith. 2 volumes, 1,192 pages. Macmillan. Presents an elaborate but not very plausible justification of the policy of the United States government in this conflict. The author contends that Mexico had systematically violated American rights for many years before the war, and scouts the theory that the annexationist ambitions of the Southern slave owners exercised any appreciable influence. And his final conclusion is that the war was a rather good thing for both countries. Socialism in Thought and Action, by Harry W. Laidler, 546 pages, Macmillan, cannot be dismissed merely on the ground that it is a textbook. For the truth is that it excels in its kind, and ever since Mr. William English Walling turned his back on himself, nothing of or near its kind has been produced in English. Dr. Laidler has that discreet receptivity for conflicting opinion and dogma which gives his work, within the limits of socialism, the stamp of a firm, intelligent neutrality. His appraisal of socialist thought and his description of the international movement are thoroughly adequate. The New York State Board of Regents should make this text required reading for all Albany legislators, established or incipient. The Army and Religion, a report edited by the Reverend D.S. Cairns, 447 pages, Association Press, is, as far as one may judge, an uncensored summary of evidence gathered from some hundreds of men serving in or connected with the British Army. The investigating committee found that the war had created or revealed a widely prevalent theism of the vaguest sort, but that in most cases the men did not connect their religious emotions with Christianity, and were, in fact, farther away from the church than ever. The suggestions as to orthodox means of overcoming this difficulty are perhaps less significant than the confession of its existence. Origin of Government, by Hugh Taylor, 259 pages, B. H. Blackwell, Oxford, should be dedicated to l'homme à cheval. It is an argument for the strong, self-imposed ruler who is believed to arise at every period of social crisis to save the body politic from chaos. And by a stroke of mental sleight of hand, this ruler is identified with the conquering warlord who creates the social crisis in the communities upon which he inflicts himself. Devoted largely to a criticism of Spencerian ideas, The Origin of Government has that lax unfamiliarity with modern scholarship which makes much minor British thought a hunt for originality through the thickets of crotchetiness. Perhaps Mr. Taylor avoided Holstey's relation of war to the origin of the state, in order that he might leave to his descendants the task of coping with his contemporaries. Moslem Architecture, Its Origins and Development, by G. T. Rivoire, translated from the Italian by G. McN. Rushforth, 340 illustrations, 373 pages, Oxford University Press, is a comparative study of Moslem architecture as exhibited in its religious edifices. The interest of the text is technical and archaeological, but the splendid collection of photographs with which the book is interleaved cannot help enthralling the most cursory student of architecture. The Cossacks, by W. P. Cresson, illustrated, 239 pages, Brentano, recounts in the romantic mood the history of the frontiersmen of the Tsar's old empire. The book is not to be taken too seriously as a contribution to historical literature, but vivacity of style and the wild western color of the subject matter made the pages interesting enough. The Skilled Laborer, 1760 to 1832, by J. L. Hammond and Barbara Hammond, 397 pages, Longmans Green, is the third movement in that great symphony of the Industrial Revolution, which the authors have essayed to compose out of the now open files of Home Office correspondence. The martial note is predominant, for, as the authors observe at the beginning, the history of England at the time discussed in these pages reads like a history of civil war. But in spite of the fascinating episode of Oliver the Spy, the social and economic themes are never unduly subordinated. The result is a tragic history, gravely told. The Flow of Value, by Logan Grant Macpherson, 473 pages, Century, is an examination of prices, profits, wages, and capital along the lines traditional in commercialist economics. The categories are pre-scientific abstractions, like utility, and the descriptions of processes, in spite of the author's wide experience in railroad transportation, are consistently hypothetical. The book is not so much a fresh contribution to economics as an illumination of the possibilities of that new reservation of time which William Jewett Tucker has pointed out as the crown of a busy administrator's career. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Section 20. The Theatre, by Gilbert Seldes. The current month in the New York theatre has been a constant temptation to the reviewer, who wants so much to set a date on things. The piece which stirred him most dated from 3 or 4 centuries before Christ. The production which caused the most comment was written in the 17th century A.D. The criticism which the month brought forth seemed to go back to that dim age when discrimination was not yet the proud property of the human race. And the present reporter, to make his point, must invoke December 1896 as a temporal shield. That season lacked the new lighting and the higher stagecraft, but it was a fine year, for it was the best of those years in which Bernard Shaw was critic for the Saturday Review. The month was the month of Sir Henry Irving's production of Richard III. Conscious of the incapacity of any one individual to make headway against the tide of approval setting in for John Barrymore's Richard, I have turned to Mr. Shaw and find these words written about one Barry Sullivan. If he had devoted himself to the drama instead of devoting the drama to himself as a mere means of self-assertion, one might have said more for him. So much for Barrymore. So much, by implication, for Arthur Hopkins. Of the three men concerned with this production, Robert Edmund Jones alone comes out of it with a great artistic achievement to his credit. His ingenuity and his imagination are equally admirable, and the fact that he provided a setting which literally towered above Mr. Barrymore and the ill-chosen rabble of his cast is not against him. It is not Mr. Jones' fault that he was asked to do well by a play which, if it had not been written by Shakespeare and did not provide a startling part for a very shameless actor, would never have come to production at all. It was a production of Hamlet, with settings in another very distinguished style, which really gave Shakespeare his chance against the Medea of Euripides last month. The critical mind could no more be satisfied with Mr. Hampton's Hamlet than with the entire production staged by Maurice Brown and Ellen van Valkenburg. But any mind at all must have been captivated by the thought that the mere subject and action, not counting the beauty and dignity of the verse of these plays, had more power to move us than the most current of modern themes. Of the latter, Jane Clegg is an example. If the emotions of an audience can be stirred by illumination of their own lives, if careful observation and faithful transcription could project the accent of truth into the spoken words of a play, Mr. Irvine would lead this noble field of dramatists. With Jane Clegg, Mr. Irvine actually sinks a few inches deeper into the rut of our serious writers for the stage. His only accomplishment has been the complete bewilderment of the critics. The dismal school of playwriting has never been so well served by the dull school of actors. The Theatre Guild has all unconsciously done a perfect thing. The setting, the voices, the tempo, the grouping of this play are faultlessly suited to the subject. This in itself is so rare a phenomenon that the critics praised it, but since neither they nor the audiences took the trouble to find out why the play was so thoroughly unsatisfying, much had to be made of the restraint of the acting. It apparently did not occur to those who spoke of it and ordered some of our more tearful players to go see and be lessoned in the art of acting, that restraint in itself is no virtue, especially when the dramatist has, through some oversight, neglected to supply one single human passion for the actors to express. One wonders what Shakespeare or Shaw would say to a playwright who took a few snips and shreds of feeling, stuck them to the bare mast of a social thesis, and pretended that he had a sail filled with a violent wind of human energy. If our actors and critics really cared a rap about restrained acting, let them observe the work of Mr. Russ Whitehall in The Letter of the Law. It is Bruce's great gift to endow one or two personages in his thesis plays with life, to give them background and depth. Such a one Mr. Whitehall undertook to portray, with a fineness and justice unsurpassed in many a day of our theatre. Here were emotion, which grew with every check put upon it, and a quite exceptional intelligence. Mr. Lionel Barrymore was much better in this play than anyone who had seen his Neri had any reason to expect. But it is Mr. Whitehall alone who created the tragic dignity without which the play would have remained foreign to our lives. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Dial, May 1920, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Section 21. Comment by the editors. They order these matters a little more viciously in England. The literary life of London has an acerbity for which we find no parallel in America, perhaps because the art of controversy does not flourish here, perhaps because neither our sober nor our inebriate artists are so convinced of the exclusive completeness of the truth they have been lucky enough to hit upon. When we find the London Mercury, a young but eminently sober review, damning the dead with the definition blast, a flatulent disease of sheep, talking of dealers in chaos, and quoting from Patience, we suspect that the literary Guelphs and Ghibellines are rioting in Kensington, and are not surprised to hear, privately, and from one of the moderns, that no artist who had any self-respect would allow his name to appear in the review which Mr. J. C. Squire is editing with such a fine sense for evenness of tone. We wonder whether this bitterness is as much a symptom of health and power, whether all the heat is the fire of inspiration, or a little of it simply fever temperature. And in a very practical way we wonder whether it is necessary to reject anything, in the old forms or the new, except the dishonest and the shallow and the feeble in execution. The question is practical because the Dial has set itself the task of including a great many things which fall under the ban of one or the other of the challenging pontiffs of art. As we have said before, the place of a contributor in any movement, backward or forward, does not concern us, and until we are convinced that we are in error, we shall hold to that principle. From an aesthetic point of view, the world is, and probably always will be, divided into people who think that every able-bodied man should be compelled to work at least 6 hours every day, and people who do not. The alignment makes some rather peculiar bedfellows. On one side are Mr. Gompers, the Y.M.C.A., General Wood, the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, the Bolsheviki, Mr. Edison, Mr. Brandeis, the Socialists, and all right-minded persons. On the other side are the vicious and idle rich, a few priests, some tramps, some artists, some Orientals, some anarchists, and other persons whose hearts are not in precisely the right place. It is not hard to see which side is the stronger. But the weaker side would gladly forego a complete victory, being too busy with other pastimes to bother. Cud-chewing, conversation, and dyspeptic dreams. All they care about is that a few scuppers should be accidentally left open, through which those who sincerely desire leisure might slip modestly out of sight. The mobilization must not be so efficient as not to overlook somebody now and then. This is not a plea for privilege, but for something easier to supply, a little inefficiency. Perhaps this ancient perquisite of humanity will some day prove its salvation. The devil may have all the good tunes, but he no longer has a monopoly of press agents. He who was despised and rejected of men, particularly men of action, is already the priceless servant of both sides and may be master yet. There was a time, a better time, when the man who wrote was considered harmless enough. Not today. At any moment the obscure rhymes of a very second-rate poet may be read in the Senate as evidence, and, no doubt, the theories of Professor Einstein, had they been advertised during the war, would have been put down as most insidious bits of enemy propaganda by both sides, since he is a Swiss, and the logical, sensorial outcome of his ideas must be the denial of absolute justice. It is no longer safe to be a novelist, although it is very profitable to be one, and the detached thinker, if one is left, is in danger of being summoned as a witness on the merits of prohibition or industrial democracy. It is rather amusing to find that the practical men are the ones who are nearest to panic at the sight of a bookstore, while the literary philosophers are going in for direct action. In any case, letters are looking up. They have come to the level of journalism and are nearly on an equality with strike-breaking. Still, it is hard to consider John Addington Symonds or Robert Browning as the hired press agent of Italy, or Turgenev as the secret mediator in the Franco-Russian agreement. The Muses are having their revenge, at last, and as usual the ironic muse of comedy is preparing for the last laugh. Last month, in our paragraphs on the financial side of art, we suggested a method of speculation for persons who were willing to wait 20 or 30 years for their returns. There are persons, however, who expect to die, who do not love their children, or who have some other reason for wishing to realize quickly on their investments. And as these people are in the majority, we shall probably devote most of our space to their problems. First, then, let us warn them against the critics, whose opinions are not at all sound financially. Ordinary advertisements are a much better guide to the value of a product than most critical articles. Criticism, in fact, is only a shady form of advertising. The critic does the advertiser's dirty work. No advertiser, for instance, considers it professional etiquette to abuse his rivals openly in an advertisement. He can do no more than warn against imitations. When he wants to say something really mean, he gets a critic to do it for him. We do not wish to imply that all the critics are for sale. With the exception of the musical critics, they are scarcely sensible enough. But the simple fellows can easily be got round by a little flattery, and can be persuaded not only to run down competitors, but to sing the product's praise as well, and in terms the diffident advertising man would blush to employ. The idea, however, that the critics set the pace of the market is ridiculous. A few, a very few, anticipate the fashion. The majority can scarcely keep abreast of it. Perhaps the best criterion for placing a critic is the language he uses. If he is still talking about plein air, if he still condemns arms because they are like bananas and praises them because they are like arms, if he quotes Tennyson or Huysmans or Oscar Wilde or George Moore, you may be sure that he is not on. The artists of the coming mode are painting with entirely different intentions, and how on earth is he going to guess which one is going to succeed? But more of this later. End of section 21. End of The Dial, May 1920.